Okay, I really hope things are working, bro. I really hope things are just working properly. All right, we got a thumbnail. We got a successful thumbnail activation. That's good. All right, we got a thumbnail. Successful. Okay, that's obviously audio is obviously working. That was an intentional audio test. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Okay. Bro, I've done like so many things. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I always feel like I'm forgetting something. That's not healthy, right? That can be healthy. That can't be healthy. Let's see. Just as I refresh YouTube. Yo, what's up, Hippo? Yo, I little stream improvement going on in the background actually. Might not affect you guys directly, but indirectly affected you guys, is that I had the brilliant idea to change my my chat reading tool. It was in like because it was in dark mode, so every time, and also it would like randomly change the colors of people's names like throughout the stream. So sometimes it changed people's names to like the really dark blue or purple, so you can't read it on the black. And I had the brilliant idea today of changing it to light mode instead of dark mode. So now I should be able to just like see everybody's names in for the entire stream, which is really nice. You know, that'll be pretty nice for like continuity and stuff. Yo, what's up, Glenn? What's up? No longer will we be oppressed by dark blue. No longer. Is everyone pink now, though? No, I think that's just you guys. I think that's just a coincidence. I think that's just a coincidence. It's strange, dude. Like, you should... It's because I am using a third-party thing, and, like, I think in YouTube, you can't change the color of your name anyway. I think that's only a Twitch thing, so... Yeah. I kind of don't like that as much, if I'm being honest, because... Usually you, like, associate people's colors. Like, a color becomes, like, part of your, you know, identity, almost. It's, like, as crazy as it sounds. Let me see something. Yeah, it's like on this other tool, it's randomized too. There's really no way to get around it. Name color test? Yeah, what's up, Shampoo? What's up? Really watch stream because of time zone diff? Well, no need to apologize. No need to apologize. Actually, yeah, you should be sorry. What's wrong with you? No, sorry. That was a joke. Sorry. Intrusive thoughts 1. What is wrong with you, bro? You were born in a different time zone? You go to sleep at a normal time? What's wrong with you? You're not prioritizing my stream above all else in your life? That's it's a little disappointing. $169. I mean, is it worth? Let's just do it. Why not? Dude, dude, the thing is, they're making quality of life. Like, they're listening about quality of life, and they're making quality of life. So, like, they're gonna have the friend point stuff. They're gonna have the friend, like, the assist quality of life. They're gonna have all the, like, menu hopping quality of life. You know, they're gonna start consolidating them down to fewer menus, right? Right? Dang, look at the Ontel art. That's pretty sick. Pretty sick, excuse me. 22:35 here. I have to wake up early as well. I'm not sleepy. 22, dude, some people are hardcore and they use a 24-hour clock. Is that a regional thing, or is that like does some like countries and regions just naturally, they used to use 24-hour clock all the time? 22 minus 12 minus 2 is 10. It's like 10:30 p.m. Something like that. Yeah, I am a little late today. Anyway, moral of the story, I'm a little late today. I finished creating my video that I'm gonna post later today, probably after the stream. And so that's pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. It's about minigame slop. It should be a pretty exciting topic, actually, like a pretty interesting topic, I think. If I dare say so myself. Dare I say? And actually, I thought this one was interesting because I also made comparisons to other games, which is kind of like, I'm kind of curious to see how that'll be received, or like what the reception on that is, like comparisons to like other single player games and stuff. In Central Europe, we use 24-hour format, as far as you know. Dang. I think like similar to the metric system, I think 24-hour is generally just better because it's more clear, you know? Like there's like zero room for, because you don't have to specify AM or PM, there's like zero room for misinterpretation. So dude, I don't know what America really has been thinking. Just for the majority of things, it's just not, none of it just makes any sense.
Your crew's pretty tough, but I've never lost a real.
Gloves are still off. He's still got it.
Holy shit!
We're gonna actually look at some of the. It's not gonna be in a probably not gonna be in like a ranty way, but I'm kind of wanting to look at like the Gacha Smack video and maybe if there's other. I'm kind of curious what the community reception is. Maybe we'll like look at some stuff together in the stream. Dude, I do have to like play the game though. Like there's a lot of stuff that I need to do. There's a lot of stuff I need to do, which is oh wait, artificing you can do it from in this menu. I see. I never knew about that. Did you abandon TikTok completely?
I'm really sorry.
Did I abandon TikTok completely? I don't want to abandon TikTok. It's just, you know, it's just been easier. It's just been easier not to. I don't know. I've just been thinking about it, and it's like, you know, and then I gotta. TikTok, bro. TikTok. I'll try and stream on TikTok again. I'll try and turn it back on. I just really don't like my streams to be laggy, you know? Especially like my full screen streams for the sake of adding like a third like short stream, so you know. That's kind of the issue that I had. We just leave that.
I'm really sorry.
The Twitch stream notification is still about hate slot from a stream or two ago? Wait, the Twitch stream notification? Oh, I think I forgot that I changed that. I mean, it's kind of relevant to today, isn't it? It's kind of relevant. Gonna lurk and play ZZZ. I like ZZZ. I feel like ZZZ is doing pretty good, story-wise at least. I need ZZZ to do less minigame slop as well, though, because their gameplay, I think, is actually kind of fun. I would like to see less minigame slop in ZZZ. Yo, what's up, Roos? What's up? Okay. Problem with the light mode. Now the neon colors are hard to read. Fuck. There's like no winning, bro. There's no winning. Yo, actually, I think Twitch, under this setting, Twitch can still control the color of their name, is the thing. It's just, it's YouTube that, unless YouTube puts in like the functionality or whatever. Community super hyped about contingency contract. So is contingency contract is 1.3 though, right?
Hi.
That's what I heard people saying. It wasn't very, like, when I was watching the live stream, I just kind of assumed it would be in 1.2, but apparently so. Yeah, it's a Diamond Dog. Sorry about the power trouble. The power just went out last time for like a couple minutes, but I mean, we were basically at the end of the stream anyway. Oh, maybe, I don't know. We didn't finish watching the whole... We spent like 4 hours on it, but we didn't finish watching the Endfield live stream. I don't know, maybe we can... I don't know if there was much else that we really missed, though, because we were at the end. We saw contingency contract. That was like the important thing, right? Was there anything after the contingency contract reveal? Genuinely can't play ZZZ anymore? Like, why is that girl chained up? Are you talking about Promia? About Promia? TikTok streaming just seems overly annoying to set up, and then you have to do it consistently or they'll kick you. I mean, yeah, if you have to do it consistently, I have not been doing it consistently. Oh, shoosh. So that's how it is, huh? Okay. Is there no... Oh, I can just get on this platform, huh? Guys, I realize like I'm not really prepared for 1.2 at all. Like I haven't even finished 1.0 Wuling exploration. Like I save Endfield to play exclusively like on stream basically. I think that just means I need to stream more, TBH. Yeah, your name should only be green. Yeah, and your name is green. So someone set their name, it should be persistent. Oh, I think you can, yeah, I think maybe you can go to your YouTube settings and set like a color theme for your channel, maybe? Hold on, mine should be like red or something. Okay, it's purple. I don't know what's going on. My bad. My bad, ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. People are doing this in under a minute, by the way. Is that real news? Saw that 120 spark, at least that banner is saved. Oh yeah, so that's just what I saw. I don't know if that's a rumor or something, or if that was official information. The thing about that new banner, the fact that that like the rerun banner in Endfield, that basically at the 120 spark you can pick any of the 4 characters you want. So not bad. I mean, it's like still not as good as like a normal like targeted rate up banner, because if there's like one character you want out of there, then it's basically a 1 in 4 at 80 pulls, and then at 120 you can get the character you want, whereas it would be like 50-50 and then you could get the character you want at 120. So it's like slightly worse, but it's like if you like really don't mind getting any of the characters in there, then I guess it's good. Yeah, I mean, even if you only don't want Ardelia, I guess it's like a 25-75 chance that you get Ardelia, but still. Pulling for Zhuang? I am. I think we're all pulling for Zhuang Fengyi. I think we're all pulling. Bro's creating false info? Is that not true? It might be misinformation. I didn't like verify it. That might be misinfo. I don't know. If Hypergrip hasn't said it, then it's probably not. It's probably just speculation. I might be crucified for this opinion, but I don't vibe that much with how Miyabi plays. I like Miyabi. I really like Miyabi still to this day. Because she's I don't know, I like the combination of anomaly and hyper carry damage. I think it's interesting. Joint offense banner is a pick. 120 is a selector. Okay. JO banner is so good to the point. Oh, joint offensive. That's what it's called. It's so good. I don't mind skipping now. You're gonna skip Zhuang Fengyi for. Dude, I want to explore without using the chest finders. I mean, there's 180 chests in here. Maybe I'll go back over here. There's 180 chests in here. Like, I gotta... For 100 chests in there, I gotta be able to find some before I start using the machines. If only Ardelia wasn't in that banner, it'd be perfect. Yeah, Ardelia is kind of like the 1L in that banner, probably. Yeah. Just because you get her for free, you know? Because I'm overwhelmed by choice. Like, I have too much content to do. I have too much to do. Let's just start collecting chests and just go from there. Here's a strategy. How about I'll use like a few and then I'll try and, you know, if I find other stuff while in the pursuit of this stuff, that's kind of like a W, right? It's like W exploration. If you get one at 80, you're guaranteed another at 120. I mean, wait, yeah, that's like pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, I kind of understand why they put 2 standard characters in there. I kind of understand why Ardelia's in there, yeah. Because, like, imagine if it was like 4 reruns and it was like in 120 pulls, you get 2 rerun characters, right? That would be kind of giga nasty. I guess, I mean, you technically could if you got like if you got like Lav and then Gilberta on the pick or something. It's kind of a giga nasty rerun banner. Oh dang, this is like a gold chest.
An impressive acquisition.
I was watching Molly Zhang, her VA, watch the stream/play. She freaked out when yeah. I saw a couple posts. I didn't watch the actual video. I didn't watch the actual streamer video where that happened, but I saw some posts and about how she was freaking out, which is cute, I guess. Or like, you know, endearing and, you know, makes you feel happy that she's so happy that she gets to play the character. Even with Ardelia, or even with Ardelia and Pog, it's stupid good for anyone joining on it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, wait, so can new players still get Ardelia? I think I asked that the other day, but I forgot if we got an answer on that. Like, I wouldn't want to get an Ardelia P1, but I mean, I don't know. It's the nature of gacha, I guess. You lose some, you win some. Some people will have like that giga nasty, those like giga nasty pulls. They'll get like Lav and Gilberta and 120 pulls. And some people will get like, you know, Pog or Ardelia or something. I mean, even Pog is good if you don't have them. Ardelia's perma? Okay. They still can? Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good to know. I want to do quests too. Like, what do I... Oh, there's even like quests from Valley 4. Maybe roll on it depending if Mifu is next banner? Guys, it's kind of tough. Wait, so what was the reception on Fong Yi? Did we like Fong Yi? I like her. I mean, I want to get her. I will be getting her. I mean, dude, the saving, like the savings though, you know, like because we're getting a free monthly pass. So I mean, if you're a monthly pass buyer, you could have 2 monthly pass running at the same time. You're gonna have all the pulls that you're gonna get from 1.2. Like, even if 1.3 has 3 characters, wait. Do you think there are going to be 3 characters? I saw someone say that one of them might be a 5-star, so 2 new characters? Something like that. I mean, I think I'm getting Fong Yi and Mifu for real. Probably the dude as well, but we'll see. Are you set up for new skins? I would take some skins. I mean, dude, I think, again, we talk about this all the time, but skins should absolutely be like rewards for content, you know what I'm saying? Wait, there's an actual place where you go for Umbral Monument? Oh, there's also this survival training thing I need to do. Fong Yi is mostly like, the biggest complaint people have is that they changed her ultimate form. Hello there, I'm ready for the drama. I don't know if it's really going to be drama today. Maybe. I mean, not really drama, but maybe we'll respectfully disagree, you know what I mean? Maybe we'll have some insight. It'll be interesting, I don't know. Skin with reward and contingency contract. Dude, I would love if skins, if they had skin rewards for the new contingency for the Endfield contingency contract. That would be sick. That would be sick. Like, especially, I mean, if it was like, you know, I mean, if it's permanent and then it's like do something at a high difficulty, I mean, that would be cool, right? Because like, you know that if you have the skin, because the thing is, a lot of gacha players, they don't want necessarily to have to work for something. If it's permanent and it's there and you can get it at any time, like just practice, get good, pass the stage and get the skin, you know? And then anyone who has the skin, it's like, oh yeah, like this person cleared such and such thing. I'll put the devs through 9 circles of contingency contract if they make Mifu a 5-star. Because I don't think Mifu is gonna be a 5-star. I don't know. I was watching a lot of videos, so I don't know. I don't remember who said it. But it was because there was the dude, right? There was the guy. There was Mifu, and then there was that other person on the left. And I don't know if it was, who was it? I forgot the video that I was watching. I was watching a ton of videos. Basically, the speculation was that that girl who was on the left was like gonna be the 5-star or something. The hell is this? Am I missing any chest here? No. So they're not gonna give me a chest reward. Don't think any of those three are gonna be 5-stars. They could just have another three banner patch, especially since they're doing a 1 banner patch. They could, honestly. Kind of expecting Bird Girl to be 5-star. Oh yeah, the one who's supposed to be like a future companion. A future companion. I mean, that would make sense since Perlica and Chen are 5-stars. So like from pattern recognition. Yeah, I might do a 1.0 and make them all 6-stars. Yeah. The frame around the green hair chick is a different color. Oh. Oh, all right, Sherlock. All right, good note it, good pickup. All right. Interesting. That might be a clue. Okay. Getting a CC every 2 or 3 patches. Like, I think the thing about challenging content is that, like, it's good to have it for the sake of having it. Like, it's fun to have and play and stuff. But I really think hard challenging content, there needs to be like a reward, you know? Like, it's not that you would only do content for the rewards, but it just feels so much cooler. Like, oh my gosh, like I cleared contingency contract max difficulty and I got like, you know, Chen bikini skin. No, I mean like a pog skin, or I don't know, whatever they want to do. Whatever they want to do. You know? I mean, dude, I still got to do all these trainings for the Aura barrels. Oh, I gotta do edge space, bro. Wait, speaking of edge space, I know it gives standard pulls, and I got these 2 standard pulls. Let's do this, by the way. Let's get a 6-star for Arsenal tickets. CC earns you currency to buy skins and OG Arknights. Okay. CC mentioned I am in all ears. True, not Chen bikini, but Pog bikini skin. It's only fair, right? It's only fair. Save some pools for Silver Ash? Okay, who's Silver Ash? Is that the 3rd character they revealed? The one on the left? Because look, I've been trying to brush up on my Arknights lore a little bit. I know that apparently that girl who's on the left next to Mifu she's like something like there's some sort of like the godlike characters. It's like called a something proxy or whatever. So it's like the character is like the proxy that they use to interact with the mortal world or something like that. And Is that Silver Ash? Gang, someone explain to me what CC is. Contingency contract is like that one mode from, well, Contingency Contract came first in Arc Knights, but like WUA did a similar thing, Virtual Crisis or something, where you just like select the difficulty modifiers and stuff that changes the gameplay, and you like select whatever you want, and then you can go in and fight, basically, right? Is that accurate? Bro, we have the main quest to do, we have exploration to do. You don't want to play OG Arc Knights? I mean, I'm open to it, but, you know. But I'm not playing it right now. Oh, chest.
Engaging. You can't escape gravity, and I was hoping you'd say that.
I'm open to it, but I started it,
Pulling together like a real
and I might play it more,
awesome. Can we do
but I haven't
it
gotten
again?
around to it.
We are united as one.
Baramut Proxy, yeah. Basically an avatar of a god. Silver Ash is just a major character, but nothing like that? Okay. None of us should hope for max risk. That's unhealthy as hell. Oh my god. Y'all see this bright yellow color on the chat now? Now I'm on light mode. I definitely am not reading this. Or like, I mean, I'm not reading like the name with the bright yellow. There's gotta be a compromise here, right? Do I have to find a new chat tool? Like, all I want is... All I want is for colors to be, like, consistent, honestly. Alright, I'm using something else. Okay. Have you heard the CC themes? The music themes? We could check them out.
Together, people. Racism would say, here's our champ.
By themes, we mean music, right?
Strike the man. Forget to play it by ear. Where you running?
Dude, I was experimenting with this like Avi Wena Rossi team. It's actually kind of fun.
Support ready.
It's actually pretty cool. Kind of like skill point hungry, I guess, but you know, it just play perfectly, you know what I mean? Just play perfectly,
Forget about me.
and it won't be a big deal. Did you see they increased the stages from Umbral and it goes to 6 now? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like each series, instead of 3 stages, it's six stages? For the upcoming one in 1.2? It's music? Yeah, okay. They're awesome. I've heard a lot of good things about it actually, so maybe we'll listen to it. I'm not like a music expert, but you know, we can check it out.
Last time I was around.
Hold on. What should I search for? Just contingency contract theme. Contingency contract OST. All right. Oh, there's a playlist. Hold up. Is volume okay? Can you hear it? How's the volume? Volume good? Alright. Holy fuck, that louder. Wait, what the heck? It's like a real song. It's like a real song. Dang, it's pretty cool. Pretty epic. We're just gonna let this playlist go in the background while we explore. How about that? Let me know about the volumes. Holy, wait a sec. Oh my god. Holy banger. Why wouldn't it be a real song? I mean most video game OSTs are just like tunes or whatever, right? How do you get to this? Dude, why are they making songs? Are these for like trailers or what? Like, this is just the CC lobby music, by the way. Wait, Orleans spotted? Yeah, they're lobby games. Okay, if I just... Dude, how do you catch this one? Hold on, I have to focus on this. Oh my god. Fake out? Wait, what the hell? Wait, it's coming back. Oh my god.
How did you know I love stuff that shines?
That was exhilarating. That's why they're called a music company in disguise? Yeah. I've heard that. CC number 4, Arclight? Let me see. There's just a playlist that has like 16 in it, so... Arclight. I don't see anything called Arclight. Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah. Wait, Battle Plan Arclight. Oh, okay. Battle Plan Arclight, okay. Right, this is gonna go. Maybe we'll just listen to, like, anytime we do exploration, maybe we'll just listen to this music in the background, because there's no real music in the it's not like they don't really turn up the music when you're doing exploration in this game, like ambient music. Kind of an OP strat, no? It would be the last? Okay, yeah, it was the last one, actually. Just to go through them in order? I'm assuming this is the order. Because if you said Arclight's last, it is last in this playlist. And this one was 4 years ago. This is your favorite one? This one? This is pretty good. Or she just throw her spear.
Learned your lesson. This is what happens when you mess with the plan. A definitive outcome achieved through strong teamwork.
Cinder is the best for the music. Being 100% genuine here, I don't think I've ever played a game with music as consistently good as Arknights. Who makes? Do they do this in house or something? In house would be kind of crazy. The EPs. Wait, so what does EP stand for? I mean, I kind of know what it is. I was like, what's the difference between an OP and an? What's the difference between an EP and a ending P? Yo, what's up, Plastics? Stream once again collides with Graveyard Shift. W moment. Nice, nice. We're gonna be doing we might look at some videos from or we will be looking at some videos from community reacts to 1.2. So right up your alley as far as drama stock goes. They hire musicians, I guess. Dude, I think my headphones are just weird because like sometimes music can sound loud, but like it's like loud but not like distinct. I think I just have weird headphones. My ears clogged or something. You're reacting to other people's opinions again? Maybe. EP is extended play. Basically a name music labels give for shorter albums. Oh, okay. They bring Star Set when they want something really good? Star Set, huh?
I was thinking, if it went open, maybe I could try biting it.
Star Set. I know Star Set. They're pretty good. I mean, they're actually kind of banging. Not just pretty good. This track is your fave? That first one has been my favorite so far. I feel like this one's building towards something.
Like that guy shut down any chance of negotiations.
This one's kind of ethereal.
Let's show 'em what we got.
I heard CC3 was trash. Is it true, guys? Is this CC3? Operation Cinder? It's a replacement for a plagiarized song? That's why it's mid? Oh, really? Found Arknights through Starset, since they used Unbecoming in one of the first trailers. Dang. So this was a replacement for a plagiarized song, you're telling me? Dude, we got 25 pools in there as well. I keep forgetting about that. Dude, I'm kind of like...
Smells like dangerous. Should we engage?
For CC3, the lobby theme was originally completely different but was changed because of plagiarism. The component was basically an undercover Arknights hater that wanted to bring the company down. Like a drama slop hater? Like if St. Tontas like were to go and like make a career in composing and then was to infiltrate Arknights Endfield? Is that what we're talking here? Here we go, here's a new one. So you're telling me this is lobby music that is like in the game, they just play these songs? Yeah. Only saying I had a fraction of that guy's talent. What's this? Oh, there's a puzzle here. I can sense it. There's a puzzle here. Where I see. I see. This one's okay. You guys have Choo Choo? So. Two and CC3 were changed? Do I have to, what do I have to do with these? Forgot. The personal goat of game music is most of Persona series. Persona has some actual bangers. Dude, the Persona music was the saving grace for the bike and Wuthering Waves. Honestly, if you couldn't run around listening to Persona music, it just wouldn't have been as good. I think they only got like 2 tracks. That's like the only thing I listen to. Okay, do I have to like spray this with something? Do I have to spray it with like shunai? What do you think? What do you think? I think this like techno music is not really generally my favorite. Like this techno beat, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna give up on that puzzle for now. Something in here, truly? There was fake waves? Fake waves is number 11. Dude, I think number 1 was just like an extreme banger. Like number 1 was kind of sick and it like Operation Pyrite? That was the first one they did?
Looks like that guy shut down any chance of negotiations. Well, then this fight easy. Man, all variables within editing.
Oh my god, quick. See a little mini boss over there. Gotta go whoop his ass. What does Chen say? Something whoop ass. I can't believe Chen says whoop ass in the game. Fuck it. Just like pop everything, why not? You think we got him? Is Arknights generally very like techno like this?
I was thinking, if it were open, maybe
Is that kind of like is that like how most of the music is? See another chest over there. CC12 was like CC1? Dang, look at this hero, the lone defender. He just saw me ult smash his boss and he's still holding the line. What a hero. Like, you hear that record scratching? Yeah, that's like very thematic. explores all kind of genres. Yeah. Dang, woke music company. Sorry, that was That's cool though. If it was about Poland, Poland is the techno region. I'm kind of liking this one so far. Alright, I'm kind of... Yeah, I like this one. Okay. Yeah, this one like fills me with hope and like drive and motivation. This is definitely like a yeah. Varies by in-game region. Okay. Is this one for Sargon CC? This is Operation Wild Scales. Arknight's Poland is capitalist paradise. Their music is mostly techno. Interesting. Interesting, they have like a Polish region. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Despacito. Mod, taking that back. No way you just said that. Ugh. This is one of those like, I mean, I don't hate it. In fact, I think it's cool. One of those like anime like we can do this songs. Kind of epic. Motivation to fight anthropomorphic crocodiles in a sandstorm. I don't know, I think like the lyrics might be a little cheesy, but I think I'm mostly when I listen to music, I don't know if this is weird, but I don't listen as much to like the contents of the lyrics. I kind of just listen to how it sounds, like how the sound of the person's voice mixes with like the beat and stuff, you know? That's either like really high IQ or like really low IQ. I don't know. Not like nothing in between. It's like one or the other, but isn't there a chest? I thought it was. Yeah, what the heck? They're more ambient by nature. Yeah, I mean, a lot of OST, like gaming OSTs, are more ambient. You know. That's kind of what I was expecting earlier. But I mean, these songs, they all have lyrics and stuff, so... Songs like this are like radio to me. I'd never pick it, but if it came on, I wouldn't hate it. Yeah, I get that. I think so far the first one is the one is like I might like add it to a playlist. You know what I'm saying? Like I might listen to that more. These others are like they're good, but I don't know if they're like playlist worthy. You know what I mean? If they like go into my playlist to listen to over and over again, it's good. Like I kind of like this one actually. Dude, something about the like the beat drop in the first one though, like that was kind of took me by surprise. Dude, I wish I could access the like a quality of life. Be like I could click this and like use the tool right here to show a chest rather than having to go into my bag. I have no idea how to navigate any of this. Favorite is OSC 2? CC2? I max risk this CC. It's crazy that like, I mean it says something about the music and like how the gameplay that like you can hear the song and remember how you like max risked that contingency contract, you know what I'm saying?
Over my mind.
1,000 repairs? Needs more repairs. That was helpful for me. You can just rip through as many as you need for the detectors, yeah. I kind of want to save some of them. Like if I can find chests without them, it'd be like nice. But like I don't know. What's like the best time to start popping those so that it doesn't like ruin your experience? You know what I mean? Like the exploration experience. Because like if I'm here, right? If I'm like. Exploration is cool when you're just like vibing, running around, picking stuff up. Like I had 100 chests in, like left, you know. I'm not gonna start popping them here. But I mean, if there's like 4 left, I mean. Anybody want an encore of number 1 real quick? I'm going back. Yeah, honestly, it's the vocals that are like fucking. Alright, these godforsaken. It's a godforsaken puzzle. Do I have to hit this guy on the move? Oh my god, you're kidding me, right? I think it's the lyrics. Oh yeah, it's this one right here. Holy... Okay, I need him to like face this direction. Can I move that guy? No. Imagine after failing the stage over and over again, coming back to the lobby and listening to the music while you're tired and scrambling to adapt strategy. Yeah, it's one of those like gaming experiences that actually like creates memories. These frogs are pissing me off, dude. I kind of hate these frog puzzles. I hope we don't get any more of these. I hope they cut this short. We're gonna put the kibosh on these. Like, I can't get him to... Does he need to, like, be over there? I mean, I don't... Are you... Oh. Okay. Did I get it? Oh, nice. I mean, the timing on that is, like, not very... Like, not very generous. Can I, like, do something like this? CC1 is built different? The frogs are fine? Skill issue. Okay, guys, I mean... But is it fun to, like, sit there and have to, like, wait for him to come back on the lily pad? When you miss, and then that happens, like, 5 times in a row? Like, no one's first trying these, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god. Oh my god. Skill issue, man? Guys, it... Alright, we'll go back to, we're on 8. So, like, so we all liked 1.2, right? The 1.2 live stream. I don't know if there's anybody that, like, didn't like it. Dude, how am I supposed to... I feel like most of the people that didn't like it were just, I think this is good. No, that third one needs to move. But if I try and go over there, he's gonna fucking... They're gonna get pissed at me and move again. Fuck. Thank God, bro. You're telling me you like the frogs? You're telling me you like the frog puzzles? I mean, maybe it's a good puzzle. It's just like... Maybe because it's actually like... Oh, no, wait. That's... Oh, he's in the right spot. Okay. Fuck. Okay. More excited for 1.3 or just CC? Yeah. More story and content? Yeah. Are you gonna make a 10 video about the frog? Minor spelling error. Opinion disregarded. Damn it. Now I have to move this guy second time. Okay, he's in place. One more time. Get your ass in place. This one's pretty good too. This guy sucks. Okay, but check it out. Check it out. What was that? What was that? Come again? And an achievement. Frog puzzles are fun. Skill issue. Okay, it was kind of fun when it all came together. It was alright. it was satisfying in the end.
My device is sticking.
Something nice near it. It's like satisfying when you finally figure out what to do, but it was just the process of having to like readjust them several times. It's alright though. Is that a chair reference on a cliff?
Extra careful. That enemy is engaging. Stay safe.
Is that, what is that a reference to? Is that like Devil May Cry or something?
A definitive outcome.
We need more frog operators. A frog operator would go kind of hard though. Like a Froakie from MHA.
Exactly what we need.
Only her name is Froakie. I think that's the name of the Pokemon, but you know what I'm saying. Whatever her name is. Virgil IKEA chair reference? Yeah. Mid with the frog puzzle in a boss fight. That would be kind of epic. That would be kind of epic. All right, shall we check out? We did some exploring. Shall we check out a video? Shall we check out a video? Maybe we'll finish the rest of the OSTs later, depending on how long this stream goes. Blue Poison in Arknights is a frog operator? Bro, we just need all the animals, you know what I mean? They gotta get creative with it. Like, I want an elephant. You know? Just give you everything.
Yeah, so I
All right, we're gonna look at the Gacha Smack one. Like, because they had a bunch of people talking, and I'm just kind of curious, you know. I'm just kind of curious. I did actually. I mean, I did kind of skim it. I did kind of watch it, but we're gonna see if we can glean anything from this. Where's my brain? What do I do? OBS. Okay. The Gacha Smack and other CC's video, yeah. That was the main one that I felt like can give us like an idea of what people think about it, you know? Because there's so many different people that he talked to. Is there anything else? Is there any other like 1.2 reception that we can look at? I don't know. Check it out though.
I literally just wanted to talk to you guys about what y'all are feeling. Obviously, we're all fresh off the live stream. I just feel like this was a good opportunity to get y'all sentiments on it in terms of what you thought of it overall. I'll start off with me. I personally thought it was like an 8 out of 10 live stream. I feel like they've been addressing pretty
8 out of 10 live stream, actually.
Much all the things of the foundations of what Endfield currently is.
It was a good discussion, yeah.
In that stream and expanding on them patch by patch.
Glad we have some positive voices in the community, not just people talking about drama. Yeah, this was a good one actually, because I don't know if we'll get through the whole thing. We'll see. But like this was a good one because yeah, it was like
but I do
it seemed like people knew, like, you know, 10-hour react? Nah,
I think the
it's okay.
only real negative that stood out to me is the obscurity of how many ore barrels you get per patch. That's pretty much it. It's like, what the fuck are we getting per patch? There should be a sheet. Kind of similar to Wuwa, where we could be able to go down it and see how much each event is giving in terms of ore barrels. That way people can plan how much their total pool currency is and weigh that against whether they want to get the Dragon Girl or the future 3 limited characters. But one thing I liked a lot.
Like, okay, one thing about that point that I don't think anybody brought up is I think the only reason we get those in other games, isn't it because of leaks and betas and stuff? Right? So if Hypergriff doesn't really allow leaking, then you wouldn't know that stuff before a patch comes out, right? Isn't that why? Isn't that why? It's good because no Kooky, aka Light Tobro. I mean, Kookie's okay. It's just like... Yo, by the way, Sokka, thanks for following earlier on Twitch, even though I missed it. W. I am gonna fix alerts. Don't even worry about it. They just kind of broke. I don't know what happened. Stream alerts just kind of broke. But I want to try and figure out YouTube alerts as well and fix it for everybody. But yeah, I think that's why we don't get those sorts of things.
Was that they revealed the 3 characters that are coming before the Dragon Lady's banner even dropped. I thought that was like a L move in terms of profit being made on their behalf. But it's like, it gives people
how are we feeling about like a 1.25 here, by the way?
Consumer on the person they actually want to pull for. But yeah, just not without talking all these. What did y'all think? Jenna, you can go first.
Yeah, wait, let me go next. This is perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna say that when I was watching this myself, Genizad kind of rage baited me. Genizad kind of rage baited, in a funny way, but like kind of rage baited me here. I'm not Arc Knights anymore, but leaving you alert because I like you. Yo, thank you. Pound it. Thank you, W. I appreciate you saying that. I don't follow other games enough to know, but as far as I know, other games do actual reveals too. It's just leaks from open betas and whatnot. Okay. The thing is, like, yeah, I mean, I know those like sheets that he's talking about where it shows you like the exact breakdown of how many pulls you get, but I thought that was only because of leaks that essentially beta players like putting it together. I think some games, I think maybe WUA and HSR, I've noticed that like on the events, they start telling you like exactly how much currency you get from the event. But I just don't know the mechanism for how people figure that out before the events actually come out. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's like you could put those together like after the patch. You know what I'm saying? The pools is something fans do? Yeah, those are also like fan made too. All the leaks so far for Endfield have been so bad, the leaks for subreddit began banning posts from untrustworthy leakers. Dude, isn't Hypergriff extremely litigious? Litigious? So is that the word? Like they like take people to court and they like ruin your life if you leak their shit. I mean, like Hoyo just did it. Hoyo I think just did like a huge crackdown. Didn't someone just get arrested? One of the leakers got arrested. It's not funny. It's not funny. But like it's you know. You can tell on the event menu. Yeah. They're part of a special program now that allows them to easily take legal action, so leakers are scared. Okay, so they're like uniquely set up to like ruin your shit. To like ruin your entire life. So they've taken like...
Because I'll offset it.
Yeah, that's pretty hardcore. They manhunt leakers? Like, it's just not worth it. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, Hom DG Cat, yeah. Yeah. In CN, they have a bounty on leakers. Are you for real? 1,000 Chinese yen? Straight cash, not currency. Holy, they put fucking bounties on them, dude. Holy. Yeah, that's pretty hardcore. How much is Chinese yen? What is the conversion rate for like dollars? How much is that?
Yeah.
Didn't find the stream super interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, Genocide rage baited me here.
So this is perfect because I'll offset it. I
Yeah.
didn't find the stream super interesting.
Okay.
Now they spent a bunch of time, you
Yeah,
know,
hot leakers,
the
yeah.
usual streams, right? You talk about the story, you talk about like the character's skill set. I think the new character looks awesome. I think she looks really cool. The new area looks really nice as well. I still have a bit of a gripe with the fact that we're in Wuling because I think Wuling's beautiful, right? Great looking
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
But the one issue I have is like, this is the 15th China area I've been in. At least it's the best one, but damn, the second area is always China. It always
See, like, I don't know if he's making a joke with the Chinese region thing, but like, I don't know. I don't know if I deduct points. I mean, especially because, like he's saying, it's literally like the best. It's the best region, like Chinese region I've ever seen. It's the best like in-game city in a gacha game I've ever seen. You know, like the best city, like urban area in a gacha game I've ever seen in my entire life. You know, I just think you like Chinese regions. China's a pretty country. I really like Chinese regions too. Like I don't really like just because you'll see a Chinese region in every game. I don't think it's like I think it's a bad thing. I mean, I love the culture and stuff. Like I'm obviously, I don't know. He's kind of right. Second region's always China. I guess for Wu it was the first. For Wu it was the first. I guess for HSR it was the second. Yeah, Genshin was the second. ZZZ. ZZZ was kind of the second too. Yeah. Yeah. It's a Chinese game. It makes sense. Most American games have cities that look American. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, you know, when you put like when you said GTA inside of an American city, is it like, oh, you know, GTA 6, it's like the sixth American city. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, it's like a subjective thing. Me personally, I don't really deduct points for a Chinese region, you know? It's kind of a joke. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of a joke. You also tend to see a Japanese region and a desert region. I mean, like an Arabian region. Yeah. Arknights also started in Russia and then China. Yeah. Yeah, the second region in Arknights was China. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
always is. Just like ARPGs, the second area is always a desert. The second area is always China.
Is that true? Is it always a desert in ARPGs? I don't play enough of them. TBH.
I love
But,
the perspective. I hope you're enjoying the podcast, but I wanted to take a quick break to plug in our sponsor for today's lovely content. With the brand new launch of their Season 4 update on April 9th, the devs have equipped us with all the tools and resources needed to jump into Ethereum Restart as a new or returning player. Creating an account on their brand new Sprint server allows you to
I'm
gain
sorry, bro. I
access to the hyperlink.
just can't believe that Snack put in an Ethereum restart. He put in an Ethereum restart ad in the Endfield podcast.
Where on day 2 of logging in,
Just
you
so
can choose
funny,
one of
bro.
several light and dark units.
Oh,
There's another
Ethereum
event by the name of
restart.
Blue Arm's
Oh,
Thunder, Shattered
man.
Dawn. And on the 7th day of logging in, you can choose any character of choice leading up to Season 3 of
Oh,
Ethereum
man.
Restart. You'll also notice there's a ton of other rewards that I'm not even mentioning that are showing in the background.
Isn't
We
it-
also
isn't it
have
courteous?
the
You have to-
Items
I think you have to
Reconfigure
let
event where
the
you can
ad
refund
play,
up to
you know?
3 characters, all the resources back to maybe invest in the
think
meta
that's the
characters of
etiquette.
today. If you're a new player on the Sprint server, you actually get 14 days of double
LOL,
top up
yeah.
grind. There's also the
Good
Hyperbull
hustle.
sign-in, tons of pulls
Yeah.
for free.
It's
Another
just
thing that
funny
really stuck out
'cause,
to me
like,
is they have a beginner
I mean,
banner
I
where you
just
get
feel
to
like-
choose Plume
I just feel like
or
Ethereum
Yelly and
restart. Aren't they having like a
guaranteed
super rough time.
Speaking of plume, if you participate in the summit arena and get up to a ranking of platinum at the bare minimum or higher, you can gain access to the brand new plumage skin. And it looks quite
I think it's the etiquette. You got to let it play.
There's now a summit pass
like
for the summit arena. And once you get to level 50 on the summit pass, you can unlock a brand new manner where you can utilize this in your PvP matches to style on the other opponent. Theory Restart also dropped a brand new mode by the name of Hyperkernel that enables you to pretty much get passive resources by setting up the characters you own to go on these little activities. If you happen to be a battle pass enjoyer, there's a cerulean him Lingluo skin at level 20. And last but definitely not least, there's a brand new light character on banner who looks disgusting.
Also, let me know about the volume again. I keep saying that, but you know,
people from triggering
just feel free to like yell at me if the volume is bad. I like for everything basically.
He also can apply a vulnerability debuff, increases.
I mean, this guy looks kind of cool.
Turn meter,
I mean, he kind of looks like, I feel like I've seen him before, but he looks cool.
SR character will be on his banner as well, and she can apply silence with both her basic attack and her ultimate.
Volume's good, okay.
A passive where she gains immunity to damage. Also, Catchy the Guard has been added to their Awaken system.
Bro, how much do they pay him for this ad?
Stats of these characters, such as speed, defense, HP, attack, you name it, and make these characters more viable over time. Believe it or not, these were only some of the incentives
they gave him. They got like a 60-second time slot on the gacha smack video. How much is that?
Clicking the link down below in the description
like
box,
a Super Bowl ad?
In the comments.
What is that, like 50 mil? 50 mil?
The area looks really nice.
For 60 seconds?
But at the same time, I was like looking at the events and stuff too, and I was like, oh, space exploration photo event. And then they have the guide event, which
he's a sellout. I don't know if it's. I'd say sellout. I mean, you know, like it's pretty obvious it's an ad. You know, like you advertise. It's just kind of what you do. You know, I think he's getting the bag. Yeah. I don't think it's sellout. Is
which is play the new content, idiot. That's basically what the event means. It's like, duh, play the new place.
Yeah.
Play the new content. Exploration photo event.
Let's get back to the video.
The area looks really nice. But at the same time, I was like looking at the events and stuff too, and I was like, oh, space exploration photo event. And then they have the guide event, which is play the new content, idiot. That's basically
this is something else I was thinking about. I was going to comment
play the new
on.
Place.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't really super into most of that stuff. And I think the most interesting things were at the end of the trailer.
Like, I think like when Genizad's talking about the events, is that like very representative of the actual content we're getting in the game, you know? Like, this is what I want to say. Like, I would push back on this, because like, I mean, I have like, I don't know. With the whole like minigame thing, I get like people are frustrated with minigames. I think like photo events, I'm not really offended by photo events, because they're like basically login events. They're like super fast. And sometimes they're just kind of like, you know, go look at this pretty like vista, or like look at this pretty view or something. They must be paying like 4 figures. Honestly, probably for that long. Yeah, probably. I mean, I have no idea. Like, I have no idea how prices or anything work in this gauge, but you know. Yeah, like I don't know, the space thing. Maybe there was whiplash because like it looked like an exploration event, but yeah, it's just like a photo thing or something, or it's like a flavor thing. I don't really even know what that is, but yeah. And then there's like the guide event, which is like playing the new content. But I don't know. I mean, like if I was gonna say everything that we're getting, like there's gonna be new Umbral, there's gonna be new Edge Space, there's gonna be expansions to the factory. You know, 2 new regions means new like ores and stuff to hunt down. There's like other glorified login events, but which aren't really worth mentioning, but you know, there's also that one factory event which kind of like is doing what everybody asked for, replayable factory content, basically like giving you like, here's something to do with your factory by like giving you a special item. It's what it sounded like. They basically tell you like, here's an item to make that you can trade in now. And it gives people like something else to do with their factory, which is kind of like what people have been asking for, you know? That's like replayable factory. Not like replayable, but it's like, you know, extra stuff to do with your factory rather than just like make the new stuff and then forget about it. It's like, here, make a special item, you know? guide events are free resources. Yeah, and it kind of like it literally is like it guides you to like, you know, here's the stuff you can do in the new region or something, you know. Like maybe like giving direction to people that maybe are like overwhelmed or something. Like, what do I do? Yeah, it's just like free, you know. Most events are fluff, 5-minute side content. I'm not satisfied with them, but it's not something I base my enjoyment off of. I really think like events, I think should not really be the main source of content. I feel like the main source of content should be permanent game modes, no? Like if they're gonna make something, like make something that's so good that it's just in the game that players can always go back to. That's the fabled replayable thing, you know? Too early for space exploration. Honestly, I could see us getting like space exploration at some point in this game, maybe years down the line, but like, oh, we're going to like Talos 1, you know? Let's go check out Talos 1. That'd be kind of sick. Sanity in this game is double what other games are doing, and the recharge is also slower, not even counting the sanity tickets on top of that. What's your like point? Are you like unhappy with it? Remember that, wait, hold on. Remember, we need to remember that you meant to say Jenna isn't a fan of Zhuang. So for other things, he wants some challenges since he wailed in the game. Sorry, huh? Wait, Jenna wailed in, you're saying Jenna wailed in Enfield, so he wants challenging content for his stuff? Okay. Things that are actual events to me are Umbral Delver, and Contingency Contract. Yeah. Yeah. Factory event is your favorite? Yeah. We're getting 6 Umbral stages this time at once. That's pretty huge. That's really huge, actually. Yeah. Saw this video a while ago. Interesting conversations. Yeah, I guess it came out 2 days ago. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
When they showed off, you know, the upcoming new characters.
I mean, the interesting stuff, yeah, was kind of like the new characters and like those are exciting, and then Contingency Contract was exciting. Them monetizing sanity usage permits is so dog shit. Yeah. I think, dude, I think what they really should do is if they want to make the monthly pass higher value, they should just give you more aura barrels, and then these sanity usage permit things, I think they either need to make them refresh weekly in the stock bill exchange, or just like remove this thing entirely and just let you double your sanity usage on every, like just by default, you know, like you can do it in Genshin and WoA and stuff. Just let you like, just, you know, cause like what, you know, what's the point of making that like a consumable? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, remove them. Yeah. Jenna is biased about Yvonne and Tong Tong, so Zhuang is boring to Jenna. Okay, I don't get it. Like, what do you mean biased? What do you mean biased? Don't get the slower sanity regen thing. That's what potions are for. I mean, like, I don't know. All gacha games time get you with the energy. I never felt like uniquely annoyed by Enfield's energy thing. You know, like it's a kind of like a dumb gacha mechanic, but I've never really felt like I mean, I do have the monthly pass, so I don't know. But well, no, would the monthly pass give you energy? Forgot. Anyway, I don't know. I've never felt like thirsty for energy either way, or like thirsty, like I can't build characters that I want to build, you know? You okay with T-creds or materials in the monthly pass? The permits are stupid because you're basically paying for quality of life. I mean, I think with the permits, you're still mostly paying for the aura barrels and the pools. I don't know if they were just trying to make the like monthly pass have more value. Like what they need to do is add more ore barrels to them. Like they just should add more ore barrels to them, you know? Guys, I was at the gym today, and little plug by the way, but like the I was thinking, and I had this breakthrough for gacha monetization. Okay, hear me out. Actually, since we're on the topic of monthly passes, I know this is kind of a tangent, but like basically, I think how you solve gacha monetization, you make it so that the monthly passes, you can buy like 3 of them at the same time, and you can run 3 of them at the same time. But you basically balance it so that if you do that, you can pull every single character and weapon. So it's essentially $15 a month. You can guarantee yourself at least 1 copy of every character and weapon for $15 a month. Think about it. And you could also change like the daily login thing so that, you know, hey, wait, actually, this is genius. Because if you instead, like if you're running 3 of them at the same time, you could just say, look, instead of having to log in every day, and if you don't log in, you lose it. Let's say that like you only have to log in like once every 3 days. And if you log in like on the 3rd day, it basically stockpiles and gives them all at once. Think about it. I would buy that if it existed. We probably never have it though. Yeah. Not got too much division in the community. Because the thing is, instead of whales being your target like moneymaker, your target moneymaker is like people that are just spending $15 a month on a subscription. You know? Limbus Company has 2 different monthly passes that stack. Yeah, I feel like because like bro, how much does like Netflix fucking charge? Like $25 or something per month? And Netflix is fucking dog ass. Netflix is some fucking dog. So like, you know, $15 for a gacha game per month. You could even say 20, honestly. Like with like inflation and the prices of like subscriptions nowadays. I don't know, maybe like 20. But like I've been 15 is like my ideal. I don't know. Endfield does that already, but with Battle Pass expiration XP. Okay. Vacation tag. Okay. As a passenger, I don't care about the tickets. I want the Oreos. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I get them for the Ora barrels. You know. If I got rid of the $10 BP track, I would probably do 15 for the card, but I'm already paying that. Yeah. Yo, yeah, true. True, actually. I mean, well, because the thing is, like, if you paid 15 for 3 cards, or 3 cards per month, but if you could get every character, you know? I mean, in Endfield, basically, if you get every character, you could basically get every weapon as well, right?
Characters, and they showed off
Anyway, that was a tangent.
Contingency contract. I was like, oh, this stuff is actually all great. Like, I wish they showed this stuff off sooner. It would have made the whole presentation so much more exciting earlier.
Yeah.
I feel like they were mostly going with sort of less interesting things for a lot of it. So it was just like, okay, I guess they were almost at the end. And then they showed off all the really good things at the very end, I felt. And they also said, hey guys, we're looking at future updates. I was like, oh, yo, future updates. And they started talking about the monthly pass. I was like, oh my God, bro, what the hell is this? Like they like debated us for a second there. I was like, what in the world?
It's like $11 for no ads base package, and now like 25 for 4K no ads. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think maybe I'm on like a family plan or something. That's why. But anyway, the point stands. Netflix is fucking dog. So, what is there to even watch anyway?
World is this, bro? The monthly pass? But then they actually started talking about future versions. But
yeah,
overall, I didn't find the patch super exciting. And the reason why I think this is a critical patch is I feel like a lot of people who have played the game since launch are thinking like, should I keep playing the game? I've seen a lot of people mentioning this.
I agree.
So I think for a lot of
like, I kind of don't understand the critical patch thing, because like, honestly, so far every patch has been a critical patch. Does that make sense? Like you hear that whole thing about like this is a critical patch for like every single patch. Like 1.0 launch patch, it's critical. 1.1, it's the follow-up to 1.0, so it's critical, you know? Like I would need help understanding maybe it's like around this time that people like drop off the game or something. But I feel like people would have dropped off already. This part I didn't really vibe with, like we're gonna complain about free monthly pass. Were they complaining about a free monthly pass? Oh, was that what he was referring to when he talked about like the getting baited? I thought he was just talking about like the change, like adding the sanity tickets. But I mean, the free monthly pass was pretty huge. I guess it's a critical patch because new gacha games are coming. Yeah, I don't know. Every patch is EOS. I don't know if that's what he was saying, but it was like the idea that it's a critical patch. I just don't understand. Because so far, literally everyone has been saying like every patch is a critical patch. Like you could make like a case for why every single patch is a critical patch. You can make a case for like why the future patches, every single one of them be critical, you know? Like, I don't know. Only Wu is allowed to have mid patches and we can forgive them. Other games are not allowed and should be exterminated. I mean, was 1.1 considered a mid patch? I feel like the content was good. I guess because contingency contract is like the thing, and now everyone's thinking about it for 1.3. But like, the thing is, 1.2 is gonna have like a lot of content, right? As far as how much time you're gonna like, the amount of time it takes, like explore 2 new regions, set up a new factory outpost, you know, revamp your new factory, or like revamp all your factory areas, accounting for new items and stuff. You know, because in the new regions, you got to remember, you got to spread your power lines, you got to drill the ore, you got to do all that stuff. Free monthly pass is because of the sanity tickets to bait you into this new change. I don't like. I mean, I think you could argue that they give a free monthly pass to bait people into like becoming addicted to the feeling of having a pass and then wanting to keep getting one. You know, could be like the strategy. I don't know how much it has to do with the sanity tickets. Like different interpretation, but I mean, like generally, that's kind of the strategy. Yeah, you're kind of right. Brother, you play D2. You know, every patch is the make or break patch. But the thing is, D2 would like D2. It felt like content was so because didn't they basically gave you a new patch or new like season every 3 months or something, right? So it wasn't like every like 35 days or like 40 days. 1.2 was mid for Wuwa. I don't think we'll see the doom and gloom go away until we have replayable content and hard content. Only Wuwa is allowed redemption arcs. Endfield 1.2 will probably last like 10 to 15 hours without touching the factory. People who just use blueprints will 100% feel like it's not enough. Yeah, but like if you're using blueprints, can you really complain? Like that's literally like a mechanic to skip the content. Yeah, but I know what you mean. I guess because 1.2 is missing that like oomph, that like contingency contract level of like oomph game mode, you know? And they didn't really talk about like what the new umbral of the etch base is going to be, but like I don't know if they're going to make huge changes to them. Maybe it'll just be like more of the same. Like that was another thing used to describe D2 patches, like, you know, oh yeah, like this season or this patch is more it's just more Destiny 2, right? It's not anything like evolving the formula, but it's like more Destiny 2. So maybe 1.1 and 1.2 are kind of just like more Arknights Endfield. And maybe Contingency Contract will have that little bit of like, oh yeah, like we're evolving, right? Like we're going above and beyond. Because the thing is, like, if you really like Arknight's Endfield, then more Arknight's Endfield is pretty chill, you know, pretty good. My earlier comment, I meant that sanity costs double what the other games are doing, and because of that, instead of it taking 24 hours to recharge. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. I mean, what you could kind of do with that is like, because it takes longer to recharge, is like you could, because to do your dailies, you don't have to spend energy. So you could have days where you're literally like in and out of the game in 30 seconds, you know, even less than 30 seconds, honestly, if you really wanted to. Like just, and still like not be really wasting energy, you know, if you spend your energy like every other day, essentially. I hope Contingency Contract fucking spits roast people so they shut up about hard content. This is something like I made a video that I made. I'm gonna probably post it later tonight, but like difficulty, I want like when it comes to difficulty, I hope it's not just like, you know, every enemy one shots you and has like plus 500% HP, you know what I mean? Like, and I hope to God there's no like difficulty modifier that adds like a 3-minute timer or something, you know? That's the trap that these like real-time action combat games fall into. But I think Endfield has a different philosophy on it because we haven't seen a timer yet. And maybe the Endfield devs watch my videos, so maybe they know that nobody wants a fucking timer endgame mode or something. Timers are not fun. They do not add fun to the game. Edge space is boring to you? Yeah, it's kind of like it's an interesting idea, but it's not really fulfilling its, you know, potential right now. It's possible for it to have those and for them to be something you can pick. If they can avoid the goddamn timer with Endfield Contingency Contract, there's nothing to worry about, most likely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could always say that you can just like not activate the timer difficulty, but it's just like a lazy way of adding difficulty, you know? And like interesting, I don't know what, like the interesting kind of things, maybe like, maybe more of like, maybe like a healing reduction, you know, stuff like that, so that you have to play better and then you can't undo your mistakes as easily. You know what I mean? Like, like that's like a simple one that I would take instead of a timer, obviously. I doubt they'll do that, but you will be able to choose which modifiers you want and don't want. Yeah.
People, they didn't find this interesting enough. Sorry for yapping so much.
So Jenna,
No, I agree.
And so I think for a lot of
So-
people, they didn't find this interesting enough. Sorry for yapping so much.
Like-
mentioning this.
I
And
agree.
so I think for a lot of
So-
people,
I mean,
they
he's saying
didn't
for a
find
lot
this
of people, they
interesting.
didn't find this interesting enough. I think like what I was saying earlier about this is like a more Arknight's Endfield patch. And I don't know how many people are like playing the game who are like on the fence of whether they're going to keep playing. Like, I mean, I guess people fall, like every day people fall off, but I don't know. Like for other gacha games, when it came to like their 1.1, 1.2, was it like, was it similar like trends of like, this is the patch where you have to sell people? I want them to have class bans? Oh, dang. Are you calling Wu lazy? You'll be hearing from Saint's lawyer. You mean you know feet lover? Speaking for broad audience like Taurus. Yeah, I mean like Taurus kind of by definition, like they're gonna be like when NTE comes out, they're gonna go play NTE or whatever, you know.
Enough. Sorry for yapping so much.
So Jenna,
Surprised if there's no healer ban or defender ban. The thing is, like, I don't know if Bro, I could never play Arknight's tower defense without like a healer. I don't even know how you would do that. I would get so tilted. Anyway, I think because characters, because they can like Ardelia, even Ardelia who heals a lot, she offers more than just healing. She actually gives you like debuffs on the enemies. I don't know about a class ban, but maybe like a skill point, like SP generation thing, or like a healing like cut thing or something. You know, I could see something like that. Maybe maybe they'll do the class ban thing. Maybe. Tourists are fine for your game. A game, you want your game to have attention. The issue is when the tourists want the game to change for them, when they will leave anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know. I guess this is the perspective. This is just the other perspective. But it didn't really occur to me how many people are like looking at this patch like, you know, this is not exciting, and like this was like the make or break for like whether they'll continue playing the game, you know? Maybe it's just, I don't know. Didn't really occur to me.
No,
You know, what
great.
you're saying is 7 out of 10. Is that it?
It might be 6 out of 10. I don't know.
6.
Oh.
I don't know. For me personally, I just didn't find it very exciting. I'm gonna play it, and I'll probably
This is where I got rage baited, by the
have
way.
fun with it. But I wasn't like, yo, they're doing that. Like, this is crazy, you know?
What do we think about this? What is our opinion? One thing I'll say, I don't understand why people play games they seemingly fundamentally dislike for more than a couple days. Yeah. Yeah. HG isn't dumb. They filtered Taurus pretty fast and will do the same for Enfield. That's something they talk about later. I think Smack brings it up later. But like the whole filtering thing, I actually didn't understand it at first, but I actually kind of get it now. Like rather than like, especially in when we're like when the market is constantly adding new gacha games, you just want to kind of like, want to like corner your niche. Like what does your game do that's like the best, that's like different from the others, and just try and do that like the best that you possibly can. And then if that like filters out like your broad audiences or whatever, I mean, that's kind of fine, because the other thing, by the way, is because with gacha games, people play multiple, right? So you don't necessarily need to be like the best gacha game. You need to be like, you know, the best, like for Enfield, it's like the best gacha game with like factory related stuff or something, you know, and maybe their combat has a lot of potential too. Like maybe like challenging combat with like factory components, you know, and then like anyone who enjoys a game like that will pick your game for their like factory gacha game, you know. But anyone that doesn't like that will just leave, and like that's totally fine, because like you need to be able to like be creative and take risks. You can't continuously try and make like everybody happy, you know. No glaze, 6 out of 10 is fine. Jenna feels hard about this patch and had to cut Ryuki. Like an instigating check. Nah, just kidding. For a live service game, especially a gacha in such a saturated market, every patch is make or break IMO. You said that earlier before I went on the thing about, but like yeah, I mean basically the response to that is that what I said, like people can play multiple. You just need to be the best at like what you've chosen to be the best at, so that people that like that sort of thing will choose your game, and then they'll choose like another game to satisfy another thing, you know. I think that's maybe more, you know, in line with human behavior or like the market. 8 out of 10 for 1.2, 9.5 out of 10 for the 1.3 Ts. Okay, 9.5, huh? Watch all the people who said they dropped the game after 1.1 say the same for 1.2, 1.3, etc. There's always gonna be like your ultimatum people, you know, the people that like are, you know, venting their disappointment or whatever. Yeah. I always reduce 1 to 2 points from their ratings when I know a Glazer rates the game. But the thing is, like, ratings are like, that's like specific to you, you know? Like, maybe if you're trying to, like, an objective rating is so hard, is like, there's no like really objective rating. You can try, but even if someone whose like job it is to be like objectively rate a game, like, there's gonna be variance because someone may just really click with whatever a game is doing, you know? I don't know. So like maybe like if a Glazer rates it that, like that's good because the Glazer is getting what they want, I guess, but I don't know. Some degree of gatekeeping filtering is necessary, yeah. Ratings are subjective, yeah. People assume Enfield trying to aim for literally everyone because they had a ton of ads, and since everything is so easy, I would really like the whole easy thing. That's something that we're gonna get into later as well. That I think Jenna's ad brings that up, but I would like for Enfield to break the curse of like gacha games having to be easy, or like these like 3D open world action combat games having to be easy. I think it's possible. I honestly think it's possible in a way that other games have not set themselves up for. Like I think Endfield could very uniquely fit like the challenging gameplay mold. We talked about it the other day, but it's I think it's kind of because of the way healing works. Because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no healer where you just press a button and you just like heal your whole team, you know? Like even with like Ardelia, you have to actually go pick up the sheep, right? And stuff like that, like healing needs to have like some limitation in some way. So hopefully they just never release a character that's like press Q, entire team full health. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that sort of stuff. So like I think later we'll see it, but I think Genizad kind of like written off Enfield as like just another kind of like Genshin Wuwa, you know, easy game. But I think if Hypergriff chooses to do so, and we'll see with Contingency Contract, because it must be very difficult, right? Based on what everyone says about the spirit. They wouldn't have made Contingency Contract if they didn't want to make difficult gameplay. So I think it could actually be like good difficult and not just like everything one-shots you difficult, but like, you know, dare I say like Dark Souls, Elden Ring difficult, where it's like hard but fair in a way, you know? Basically like lots of skill expression. That's good difficult. It's like there's a lot of skill expression involved and it's fair. But yeah. Snowshine Ember combo skill gets no-brainer heals. Oh yeah, but those still have a limitation in that they're on a timer and they're like combos, you know? So there's like cooldowns to them. So it's not like depending on the healing numbers, right? I know you can build into healing and get bigger healing numbers. Kind of depends. If you're wondering, the Polar Bear lady heals the team with skill. Her combo skill heals active party member, but you have to be near. Like I've seen the healing. It's like you have to be like next to other people, and it doesn't really happen. And it's like really short. I don't think it's realistic that you could heal your whole team with her combo skill. But yeah, I mean you can, but it's not as, you know, it's not as ubiquitous.
I think you're completely justified in that mentality, Genizak.
Contingency Contract is the filter. It's Dark Souls difficulty for gacha. Maybe. Like there are ways to like brain dead heal yourself. Like you can put like 2 healers in your team and be like really, you know. But I do think there's more limitations to it than in other games. And like like for a contingency contract, for example, they could put like more limitations on it. And that's how you would do it, right? All right, Hippo, take care. Thanks for hanging out. Good chatting and everything.
In fact, with your perspective, I think my 8
Sleep
out of
well.
10 is actually a bit too high if you consider everything you just stated.
Gotcha smack caving.
Personally, when I graded an 8 out of 10, it's
I'm
more
ruining the
so,
community.
No, man. Listen, man.
Yes, he is. Just kidding.
And I love discussion, especially when somebody has a different perspective. The thing with me that makes
Hey,
me grade
Jenna.
an
Hey,
8 out of 10
he's
is I
hey,
just
he
take
said it.
into
All right, not me. Okay.
account the things I'm already expecting, right? I was already expecting them to expand the AIC factory system. I was already expecting this to be
With
the
the piss?
story. Say it again.
The suture strategy. Yeah, I don't know. The thing, like for contingency contract, right? Because there's going to be modifiers. You could essentially tweak all that stuff so that you get that sort of healing that I was talking about. The important thing, like I said, is that like the thing is, even with Ardelia, the fact that the sheep, you have to go pick up the sheep that spawn, and they'll like disappear pretty quickly. To be honest, like they're not like going to stay around for a long time. You have like a few seconds to go pick them up. And because like Ardelia, you know, from the skill hitting the enemy or the ultimate, it always spawns them near enemies, right? So you still have to be like somewhat in danger. You know what I'm saying? Use Lavatane. She gets free healing if you're shit and gets on low health once every 120 seconds. Oh, really? I didn't even know about that. Combat is as difficult as you make it. People are soloing stuff and it's pretty fun. Like if you use, yeah. And the thing is with the difficulty, a lot of it may have to come down to like self-imposed, you know? Or like, yeah, like the self-imposed like contingency contract modifiers and stuff. I just think all I'm saying is that it has clear potential that is different than like Genshin and Wuwa, which clearly like there's a difference between like having like the like they're signaling that they kind of have designed with certain things in mind versus like Genshin and Wuwa that have very obviously made it clear that, you know, you're supposed to like basically face tank all the damage and just mash your keyboard to pass a DPS check. And when you get to your healer, you'll like click a button and heal everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like there's just like a clear difference in the approach to combat and healing and stuff.
With all the piss now we can deal with piss
Yeah,
all over
yeah,
in our
the
factory.
acid piss. Like maybe Reptile will pop out as a fucking collab character, bro. I don't know. But it's like, yeah,
Spider-Man
seriously.
collab?
Yeah, I mention that a lot. I say at the end of the day, this is a game that has taken the risk to become a factory simulator game as a part of its content. And so, like, if all you're doing is grabbing the blueprints and throwing them up, I think, and I said this to Chad. I said if that
Scale the
factory
difficulty to your liking. Similar to the heat modifier from Pact of Punishment in Hades. I haven't. What is that? What is that all about? Haven't played that. Rossi's self-healing is actually really useful when trying to solo because one combustion trigger every enrage is unavoidable. Dude, the honestly, like if I had my way, I would make it so that like that was like the only source of healing in the game. Because like if every character just had some sort of like, you know, do such and such thing correctly and get like, you know, 200 health back or something, because then you're literally playing like Bloodborne then, you know what I'm saying? You know the Bloodborne mechanic where if you get hit, you have a limited amount of, you have like a few seconds to go like hit the enemy and get your health back. Like that would be kind of sick actually. I don't think we'll probably not get, we won't get something like that, but it will be because there's like real healers in the game, but that would be like a pretty interesting, you know, approach to combat or like healing, you know. The ability to scrub through a stream live is nice, but I feel like regardless of where I'm watching, it runs behind. That may have something to do with the fact that I go up and read like earlier chat comments, so it looks like I'm reading comments from like a long time ago, and so I'm trying to like look at everything. And maybe there's like a little delay, but I don't think there should be that much delay. I put it on low latency, so I don't know.
Expansion content that they're updating, if it's not making you go, oh, I'm gonna come, bro, this shit looks insane, maybe Endfield isn't for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, or maybe it's a game that is saying.
Wait, so is he
content that
is he
they're
saying
updating?
it?
If it's not making you go, oh, to chat, I said if that factory blueprints and throwing them up, I think, and I said this to chat. I said if that factory expansion
Streamer is slow at reading. Okay, how about this? How about I ignore all of your chat messages from now on, and that way I can have less reading to do, and that will like let me get to the newer chat messages faster. Deal? Sound good? Is that what you wanted? God forbid a guy is dyslexic. Okay, I'm not dyslexic, but I mean, that's like a bad thing, but I'm not. I'm personally not. I don't think so. I mean, I don't. It's all right. You're safe. You're safe.
Updating.
Don't worry.
If it's not making you go, oh, I'm gonna come, bro, this shit looks insane, maybe Endfield isn't for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, or maybe it's a game that is gonna be complete. It's gonna be in perpetuity a mid game for you because you don't give a fuck about that.
See, okay, okay. I actually do not remember this part, but I think this is kind of very supportive of what I was just saying about how like these patches where it's just more Arknight's Endfield. Like if you like Arknight's Endfield, then you'll be happy with more Arknight's Endfield, especially 1.2, because 1.2 is like a lot more Arknight's Endfield, right? 2 new areas, new outposts, you know, all the new items we're going to be getting, new factory stuff, right? Because I'm looking at this and I'm like, I know basically that I'm probably going to have to go back and redo factory stuff as well, possibly. And there's a factory event, you know? So like to me, and like the whole like new umbral stages and stuff, you know, I feel like that's kind of what he's saying, no? Where it's like, if you're kind of looking at that and it's not, and it's like mid to you, then maybe like Arknight's Endfield is just not, like maybe there's not really much that will excite you, you know? Like he said, it's like mid in perpetuity or something.
That's content throwing them up as a part of it that has. Yeah, I mention that a lot. I say at the end of the day, this is a game that has taken the risk to become a factory simulator game as a part of its content. And so, like, if all you're doing is grabbing the blueprints and throwing them up, I think, and I said this to chat, I said, if that factory expansion content that they're updating, if it's not making you go, oh, I'm gonna come, bro, this shit looks insane, maybe Endfield isn't for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's a game that is gonna be complete. It's gonna be in perpetuity a mid game for you because you don't give a fuck about that, and that's something that they are looking at as a replayable value of content per update. So like,
like that's a significant. Like in every single patch, the new factory expansions are going to be like a significant part of like the new patch experience, right? I don't agree with that. What does he mean? Enfield isn't flashy? We're talking about from the stream. Hades' Pact of Punishment is a list of modifiers you can activate to make the game harder. They have a healing reduction effect, for example, that just makes healing weaker. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, that sounds good. Happy with factory, more happy with new factory stuff. Yeah. Very excited for the new boss fight. Yeah. No spoilers, guys, no spoilers. I got spoiled, but I don't want to spoil anybody else on what the new boss fight is. Can you believe, bro, that in Mephisto's video, I mentioned this in the Discord, but like I was looking at Mephisto's video and it, like the thumbnail was fucking title was like contingency contract and the title was like Endfield 1 or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. We're going to be like a little bit of like Endfield glaze, a little bit of contingency contract, a little bit of like sticking it to the fucking haters, you know? And then like randomly bro was like, oh yeah, the new boss, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, Mephisto. Anyway, it was a good video though. And I like avoided I even went through the live stream and somehow avoided all the spoilers. And we like watched the live stream. I don't know. Kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Do you think Enfield's Risk was successful? I think it was. I mean, personally speaking, as someone who really likes the game, like I can say it was successful because like I like it. the thing is like having had no experience with Arknights, I'm now also becoming familiar with the fact that Hyperglyph has a different approach to how they make their games than Hoyoverse. Essentially, I've been like a Hoyo slave my entire life, I'm discovering, because even the games that I have played are like, I mean, you got the 3 Hoyo games, right? And then you got Wuwa, which is also a Hoyo copy. You got, like, I played Reverse 1999, which is like obviously a different style of game, but you know, their end game was also like the same as HSR, like do something in a certain amount of turns, you know, nothing really special, like minigame slop, you know what I'm saying? I mean, good game. The story was good, obviously. Like the story was good. You play that game for just for the story, you'll be happy, but like there's so many, like, you know, I fucking played FGO, which is like worse. Like even worse. But like you know, like HG is like very, very much like surprising me, and I'm very excited with like what we'll see in the future. I know it might take a while, like maybe, I mean, it's only 1.3 and they're already bringing contingency contracts, so it seems like they, I don't know if that how far planned that was, but it seems like they are quite aware of what people are saying, you know, to be bringing contingency contract in 1.3. Also kind of sticking it to the whole, like, you know, where's their 7 years of dev experience? You know, why, like, you know, why are these guys acting like indie developers who don't know how to make their game? Where's the 7 years of experience that they had making Arknights? Like, you know. You got debated? I don't even remember how we got here anyway. What were we even talking about, bro? Oh yeah, the Mephisto thing, yeah. Can you plug the Discord? I don't remember my Twitch password. The Discord. How do you even do that? I have to get like I have to like open the Discord and get a copy. I don't think you need to log into Twitch. I think you just need to go to my page on Twitch. I'll do it since you asked. I'll do it. Actually, I can't fucking figure it out. Hold on. I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Sorry. I forgot how that works.
You know, looking at what they're doing there, I think it's going to be a huge learning curve again. And people who don't like it, they're not going to deal with it. They're going to do the blueprints. They're going to fuck off. And then they're going to play through that story update. And if they don't like the story, well, now we've got 2 variables of Arknight's Endfield that you're not really rocking with, right? And so here we are for the average player that's just going, I don't like the story. I don't like the factory system. And the combat for the end game still isn't quite there yet. I got to rate another patch. Maybe it's time for me to exit out. From my point of view, I'm enjoying it from a very casual standpoint. And so I'm grading it from a very casual standpoint, you know?
Yeah.
And so that.
Okay, I did it. All right, I put it in the chat. All right, I did it. I'm a man of my word. That was bothering me because I said I was going to do it, and then I was like, nah, but like, you know, whatever.
That's why I said
gotta rewind this now.
That you're not really rocking with.
I'm just
right?
too honest
so
and fucking honorable. That's how it is.
I think it's going to be a huge learning curve again. So like, you know.
Is coming soon really mean on 1.3? I think so. I think so. I think it was either implied or it was said, right? R1999 have some really good mini games, like the one in AC Collab. Yeah, I didn't play that one. I mean, Verse 99 is a good game for sure. It's a good game. I don't speak badly on R1999's name. It's a good game. They should just EOS Arknights so they can move to Endfield. In Arknights, the first iteration of CC was a beta and it took 6 months. So it took 6 months from launch for the first contingency contract. Is that true? It's not too bad, but I mean, we're kind of getting it. What, in the first 3 or 4 or 5 months or something? Anyway.
Looking at what they're doing there, I think it's going to be a huge learning curve again. And people who don't like it, they're not going to deal with it. They're going to do the blueprints. They're going to fuck off. And then they're going to play through that story update. And if they don't like the story, well, now we've got 2 variables of Arknight's Endfield that you're not really rocking with, right?
Yeah.
So here we are for the average player that's just going, I don't like the story. I don't like the factory system. And the combat for the end game still isn't quite there yet. I got to rate another patch. Maybe it's time for me to exit out.
Yeah. Yeah. Circling back to stroke my ego again from earlier, but that's basically what I was saying. Like, you know, if more Arknight's Endfield is not enough for you, then yeah. Well, because I don't know, there's a lot of things that we want to see, right? And the thing is, they are adding CC. Like, the fact they showed that, they knew what they were doing when they showed CC there. Like, even if it's not coming in 1.2, the fact that we can point to that and be like, obviously, see, they hear the feedback and they're working on it, you know? That was a huge play from Hypergriff to include that. But yeah, like exactly. It's like if more Arknight's Endfield, because like, you know, the 1.0 Arknight's experience or Endfield experience like captured me, for example, in a strong way. So like getting more of that is okay. Like I think at a certain point you'd want to see those things like contingency contract, right? And like newer stuff. But like if you really loved 1.0 Endfield, you know, 3 months, 4 months is not the point where you'd start leaving the game because you're just getting like more with every patch, you know? It would take much longer for you to become like disillusioned. Really dislike how much dooming this game got from people who barely even play it. Yeah, the Taurus, yeah. I mean, the thing is from the dooming from the people like the you know, the Clown Tone Toss community. That's just like they're just like lolcowing basically. It's not really genuine. They're just kind of like farming. But like the ironic thing is that they were the ones who got farmed. They got Uno reverse carded and it was not good. It was not pretty. Dude, I'm telling you guys, like Endfield has permanently scarred Clown Tone Toss. Like just because of like everything that happened as a result of Endfield, like the way that Skull CJ, like that was like the hill that everyone died on was Endfield. And now he will permanently hate Endfield like forever, simply because he'll always associate it with the fucking like cum dumpstering. You know what I'm saying? That he became because of that. Anyway, tangent again. My bad. So just be prepared, right? Don't be prepared. There's never going to be I saw a clip of Kukikaze, the school CJ played in one of his videos. Basically, Kuki was like, I'm curious to see what Saint would see of this. I think he would like it. I don't really see what he could have a problem with about it. And I was like, oh, you sweet. It's not about the game, bro. It's personal, bro. It's not about the game anymore. It's personal. Like, think about how much he lost. Think about how much he lost, dude. How much dignity, like how much like aura, like we're in like generational aura debt. We went to like an out of state college and we took loans from like a loan shark to pay out of state college tuition from like a private university. That's how much aura debt we are in right now. And not we, I mean him, but you know. Anyway, funny tangent. What's the TLDR of the same thing? Oh, I just gave it, basically. It's only Tontas? I don't know. I think basically, I don't know about anybody else, but yeah, basically just him. But yeah, it's like, just expect it, right? Just be prepared. Every single patch is going to be like, you know, EOS field, Arknight's garbage field, you know, it every single patch. Like you just gotta know at this point, like, and it's because he's like pissed. It's just because he's angry. Like it's not because of the game. It's just like he now associates Endfield with like the humiliation, the generational humiliation that he like the permanent loss in aura and respect and standing. You know what I'm saying? Anyway,
Now,
I'm just speaking objectively. This is just objective. You know, like this is just objective. I'm not like you know, I'm just giving you like a rundown on the history of what happened. This is like a history book. What I'm doing right now. It's not
My
like
point of view. I'm enjoying
Let's
it
get back
from
to
a
this.
very casual standpoint, and so I'm grading it
Same.
from a very
according to Saint Genshin EOS 7. Yeah.
casual standpoint, you know?
Yeah.
And so that's
Yeah.
why I said I have an 8 out of 10 for it. But I mean, Jenna, if you want me to be honest in terms of like comparing it to all games, not just gacha games, yeah, I agree with
Oh.
the 6 out of 10. I do. I completely agree.
Yeah.
On a scale of all games, 6 out of 10. If I'm comparing to like Baldur's Gate 3, you know. Yeah, maybe. I feel like 6 or 7.
Yeah, you're kind of going with the scaling of like, you know how people would say like, this is a 9 out of 10 for it.
Kooky Aura stock's been bearish too. I don't know. I think people need to start dismissing him wholesale. I mean, yeah, that's basically what happened as a result of this, right? Like, the thing is, like, the reason I say, like, he'll never forget the permanent humiliation that he suffered is, like, we talked about this before, but it's, like, to somebody who's, like, whose brand is about being, like, very, like, harsh and mean and being, like, a bully, once the facade is broken, like, you know, any sort of like authority that he might have had to like talk about talk about games, to talk about anything, you know, to talk about any like person, like any authority that you might have had is like completely destroyed. And like, you can't get that back. You know, you can't get that back by like continuing to be a bully. Like, so like, it's just over, right? Like, think about like, you know, in the schoolyard, when the you know, the one time a kid stands up to the bully doesn't mess with that kid again, right? Even if you like lose, if you like fight and lose or something, like the bully doesn't mess with that kid again, because like the bully does not, you know, the facade is broken. And to like everybody else, it's like, oh, somebody like somebody like showed that he isn't like all powerful. We don't need to be like afraid, right? So that's basically just the, you know, the societally how it works. I have a feeling Saint will jump ship from Wua too soon when a new big gacha comes out. No, I mean, I don't know. It's because it's not about the games for people like that, but, you know. It's not about the games at all. It's just about, like, where is your power base, you know? Where is your audience? Anyway. So basically Trump then? Yeah. Well, you know, I'm just like describing the generally, you know, things. And if that applies to certain people, that's not really my problem, you know? It's not my fault. It applies to everybody who is bad. Better than 5 out of 10, so that's already better than half the games. Yeah, that's
For a
true.
gacha game. People always do that, right?
Right.
So I guess you're going with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, the reason
That's
I do that is because, and I think this is the interesting.
Rating live streams by how many changes they do to the game is weird instead of looking at the actual content. Is that what's being done? I mean, it's like, I guess if we're talking about Genocide, like for him personally, if he didn't see anything that was like, oh my gosh, like I can't wait to like log in and do this, you know, then that's like his kind of subjective experience with Enfield. And like what Smack was literally saying was like, you know, some of these things that people really like the new factory content we're getting, like to people that really like that, when they see all the new stuff, they're like, oh yeah, I can't wait to, they have that feeling of like, I can't wait to go experience that, you know, or I'm like really excited for the update because I'll get to experience that. So, you know,
Interesting conversation to invite the other two into this
7 out of 10, never going to leave that guy. Pretty funny.
conversation. The reason I do
we've
it
been
is
yapping.
because I feel like the gacha space at its core has
Can Tobro and Saint just kiss already? Because this is, I keep saying this, but like Saint is like uniquely like bad, right? Like even like Tobro, who we've kind of talked about, like the way he conveyed criticism was not really effective, and he probably did more harm to the game than good, right? And probably just like doesn't like the game and all this stuff. I honestly still think for like Tobro, his frustration was rooted in like a genuine frustration that the game did not turn out a way that he wanted it to, right? Like it was still like about the game, you know. But like for like Saint, I say it's uniquely bad because like it's not about the game. Like he doesn't give a shit about any of that. It's just about him like paying his bills, like him like rage baiting and like making people angry, so that they like rage watch his videos and his streams so that he can pay the bills. That's why the best thing to do is like never click on any of his stuff. Don't take him seriously. Like don't let people like that rage bait you, because like they're not interested in a conversation about anything. It's literally just like if they made you mad enough to click on the video, like they have won. You know what I'm saying? It's yeah. So that's what I mean.
Changed drastically.
Doomed Yowie. All right. I mean
There's 17
that was funny. Good one.
gacha games.
It's
coming
about the
out.
grift. Yeah. It's a hustle. Yeah. Yeah. Saint made Tobro look nicer, TBH. I kind of started loving Tobro, even though he shit talks, but with sense. Not yeah. And all the little mitosis CCs for cloning his CV. Holy no, that was an insane fucking shit talk. That was insane. I'm gonna need to remember that. The mitosis CCs who cloned his CV. That was kind of tough, actually.
Every single month. And I think the devs have taken into account that they can't, no matter how hard they.
He got banned from the Arknight sub like 6 months ago because of his crash out when people spoke against his Weezadel video. Was the Weezadel video the one where he like team killed in co-op?
Cook with a patch update, the have changed drastically. There's 17 gacha games coming out every single month, and I think the devs have taken into account that they can't, no matter how hard they cook with a patch update, the consumer can only last for 2 to 3 days, and then they're fucking off of their game and playing something else. And so I think they're now making these patches with that in mind. They're making the patch with, I don't need you playing my game for 3 weeks. I need you playing it for 2 to 3 days because I know you're gonna fuck off anyway. And I think most consumers don't take this into account today. It's like, bro, if they gave you the content you think you want it, you'd still go play something else because there's just that many games to play. At least that's my point of view. I'm not saying it's fact.
Well, the thing is, like what Smack just said is a realistic view of, excuse me, I'm like have like a burp that's like halfway. Those are the fucking worst. It's like a realistic view of like how people play these games. Because like again, even me, like I'm like the Enfield Glazer or whatever, but I play like I'll usually play like a few other gacha games at the same time, you know? And like 4 is my max, but like I think it's kind of normal. Like you kind of have a few that you're playing, and like even with like even if it's not enough purely like content for like a 35-day 40 day cycle, I mean if you're playing like 3 or 4 gacha games, like you'll never run out of stuff to do. Literally never. Like I have like stockpiled content from like in Genshin, I've stockpiled content from like years ago, you know? Like I'll never run out of stuff to ever do. Like I always have something to do in any game that I want to do. Like in Endfield, even though I've been playing this on stream, I have like 1.0 exploration still that I have not finished. So
I agree.
This
I mean,
is your cue,
I
guys.
think it's coming. No, we spoke about that last time, back last year in at TGS or in Tokyo. Like
6 months? Oh, dang. Quote unquote, a game for everyone is a game for no one. The game is not for everyone, and Tobo is part of that group, and he's mad that he proves his own saying wrong. Wait, that's actually kind of tough because like it's a literal like it's like a literal yeah, it's like a catch-22 statement, right? Because like using that, yeah, that's kind of smart actually. I hate Saint, but I feel he is smarter than most of the community. You want to expand on that point of view? You want to expand on that? You can say many things about Saint, but being smart ain't one of them. The dude attempts to grift and rage bait, but he isn't even that good at that because people see right through him. Dude, I don't think like what is the point of view? Like, what is that point of view? I mean, like, genuinely, you know, feel free to expand your feel free to expand on what you mean. If Saint is smart, I'm fucking Einstein. I don't generally hear him speak and think like that's, you know, an intelligent. Literally, I mean, even when I hear like the Gacha Smack speak, I think like he sounds. Like, what is our definition of like smart and intelligent? Like, you know, like I feel like when he speaks, he sounds smart, right? Just simply because I think he, like, to me, a sign of intelligence is someone who like conveys ideas very clearly and like is a good speaker and whatnot, I guess. I mean, that's part of it, I suppose. But
Like, there's so many gacha games coming out.
what's a smart thing he said? I think honestly, when I've heard other people say that in comments and stuff, I think if I was to steelman that, what some people mean by that is that what this guy will do is like, he'll use like fallacial logic, basically like he'll do like a logical process to explain a point, but the logical process is like absolutely rife with fallacies. So it sounds smart and logical, but like it's not actually built on sort of like a deeper thinking. It's just like, you know, it's like a like let's say this, right? Like you might have heard this statement that the most dangerous hold on, how do I put this? Basically, it's common with people who have like some good bit of like education, right? Because like a college education, for example, doesn't make you automatically smart, but you may learn how to construct a logical process from like getting yourself from point A to point B. But like the most dangerous people are the people that know how to do that really well, but can't actually like do it competently or correctly, right? So like I can convince myself of literally anything by building a logical step-by-step process from like A to B to C to D, but like the actual content of that is fucking garbage. Like the actual contents of that flow chart is fucking is like abysmally bad. And those are the most dangerous people because they can convince themselves of literally anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's like a little sociology lesson, I guess. Yeah, emotional intelligence, social intelligence. Yeah, probably not. Yeah. He's like that bad prosecutor from Phoenix, right? They sound smart and logical if you don't think about them and just accept them. Yeah, usually it's a process that like folds over if you put like any like if you think about it for longer than like a minute or two, usually you can, you know. I think they call him smart because he behaves in a way that achieves an outcome he wants, i.e. rage bait for attention. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Where it's mostly emotion, setting yourself up on some high ground and not based on proof and any logical foundation, basically. Makes me laugh every time someone says Saint could be a good lawyer. He's get cooked out of existence debating an actual lawyer. Well, because it's like to actually like have a legal, like to build a legal case, it actually requires like evidence and like a deep understanding of the topics. And just because you can like, essentially this is what like liars and manipulators are good at. Like people that have like, who are really good at lying can basically construct any explanation or argument from nothing. You know what I'm saying? All it really tells me is that you know how to lie and manipulate people, essentially. You know, the whole like you'd make a good lawyer thing, it like makes zero sense. Like, because the whole like yeah, it's yeah. Anyway, very smart in herding sheep. Yeah, pretty much. The reason why Saint is popular is he makes a tiny valid point, dresses it up, and says it with conviction, so people who agree with the smaller point think he's completely right. That was actually that was a good analysis too. That's a really, really strong, that's like a really strong strategy in the whole, like, you know, sphere of like debate bro type stuff. Debate bro sphere. Yeah, the reason the monthly pass is bad, right? The reason the monthly pass is bad, that's the perfect example. Yeah. Because the monthly pass is dog shit because you actually have to log in. Like for ZZZ to get the monthly pass, you had to like log into the game, right? It wasn't just like I logged in on the patch day and you had to log in for a certain amount of days or something, right? So it was like, it's dog shit because it's not just like showing up in my inbox for free, right? Like there's like a way you can construct why it's dog shit from anything, you know? And the same thing with Endfield, like, oh, but you have to log in every day to collect the actual rewards. They don't just like give it to you, you know? That's the perfect example. Anyway.
Yeah, like we've also got like NT coming out soon as a T.
Anyway.
I agree.
This
I mean,
is your cue,
I
guys.
think it's coming. No, we spoke about that last time back last year in at TGS or in Tokyo. Like there's so many gacha games coming out. Like we've also got like NT coming out soon, Azure Familia, Ananta, all these other ones like Honor of King's World, also thing. All these games coming out now, and things. Even though Honor of King's World isn't a gacha game for one, I think it's just got gacha on the skins, if I remember correctly. But I'm not too sure about that. I think you'd know more about it than I would. But even still, like there's all these games coming out, and there's all the games that are already out as it is, like Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, Wuthering Waves, all the other original Arknights, all these other games. And it's coming to a point where like the market is getting so saturated that it's coming to a point where the bubble is kind of having to burst. Like before, it was like there was a gacha community, and now because there's so many, that gacha community is going to have to like burst and split and splinter into all these different ones, and each game having its own. I'm sure there's
We really are doing a 10-hour reaction. Guys, we're 10 minutes in. How do you feel about that?
going to be overlap between the players in there. But
How do you feel about that? It's all influencers? Yeah. That's a good point.
going to be like a split, and then with that split, the revenue for each of those games is going to plummet as well, and then it's going to have a lot
Oh yeah, in a few minutes, there was like a minute-long ad or something.
of other different effects. But you're right. And like
Guys,
the
let's lock
times where,
in,
like,
let's
a lot
lock
of people
in.
do want to play several gacha games, but like if they're treating this.
I mean, that's the fun of the react. Like, you just get to shoot the shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point of it. Anyway.
Such a sense of like where they would like you to play several hours at a time. People are going to get burnt out so easy because they just don't have the time as it is. Like I'm currently doing about 7 accounts worth of.
This impressed me. This is how you know Ryuku Sensei knows ball. By the way,
at the moment, like 2 Wuthering Waves accounts. OG Arknights, Endfield, Path to Nowhere, FGO, and what's the other one? I'm missing one. I'm blanking. But like,
bro, he's got. This is how you know he knows ball because he even forgot the name of one of the games. This is how you know he knows ball.
It's like Bramble or something.
less than what I was doing before. No, can't remember.
Nobody can
Bro,
blame you
I'm
for
sorry.
lazy react. True. I'm immune to criticism. True. There's never a gacha community, at least from the perspective of an Arknights player. Before Enfield, no Arknights player considered themselves part of a gacha community. I made this point before, but like community is an overused term nowadays. Like if we play the same game, we're part of the same community. You know what I mean? Like, not necessarily. I mean, it's like kind of a slang term, kind of like just a colloquial, like meant to say like the people that play such and such game. But community usually, you know, if we mean it from the literal sense of like what actual community is, it actually kind of community involves like real interaction and understanding and stuff, and so just like playing the same game, or like just because we all play gacha games, you know. Yeah. He is based, yeah. I think Ryuku's nuts for doing multiple gachas and still does multiple accounts. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, dude, running 2 Wu accounts, I mean, he's very committed to the cause. Would you want to be in the same group as Saint? I mean, yeah. Are you saying my interactions in this chat are not real? All right. I mean,
Yeah, like,
Drop
so many-
drop FGO. Drop
you specifically. Everybody else, yes, but you, because you said that, because you tried to do a little bait, fucking counterattack.
drop the second Wu account. There you
Wait,
go.
wait.
I'm
Playing so
telling you,
many, like,
drop
so many-
drop FGO. Drop the second Wu account. There you go. Easy. That's minus
Just
2 right
solve.
there, man.
FGO is
we'll
just
just
pure
solve.
like Stockholm syndrome at this point.
Yes, actually.
I was
That's
I-
crazy,
It
man.
absolutely is.
the
Wait, really
So I've
quick.
got
He's right about FGO, by the way. I can attest. I mean, I did kind of drop FGO and stop playing it, but when I was like playing it every day, it truly is like a. I don't even know what compels you to continue playing FGO. I mean, like I did it. I don't know what compelled me. Play 6 gacha. 2 of them are maintenance mode until new content. 1 is finished offline mode, and 1 is I'm not really rushed. Yeah. Freezy, shut up, bro. Shut up. FGO, the home of all the homeless CCs. Amount of people spending that game makes me not even want to glance its way. It's truly bad, bro. Like, especially in Japan, because Japan, I think, is where they have most of their money maker. One of their money making. There are some stories, dude. People really spend way too much in FGO. They spend way too much. Because the thing is, like the spark. People complain about like Enfield's gacha. I mean, FGO, like nobody complains about it, but you have like whales in Japan who spend thousands upon thousands of dollars on like one banner.
so many.
Let me
Yeah.
just say this though, along with what you're saying, I think the issue is that when a game comes out and it's an 8 out of 10, an 8 out of 10 is not good enough for most people to go, I'm going to stop playing this game that I enjoy and I'm going to play that game. You can make a good ass game, but it's not good ass enough to be better than some of the other games. And then why are people going to play it? And then it's not very successful. I think that's the current state with.
Well, I'm curious, like, if he has any examples of this, because I think what I said earlier, I think what Smack kind of said tangentially is like the idea that people will play multiple gacha games. So, like, because I don't think that analysis, if I were to push back on this one, I don't think that analysis accounts for the fact that like people can play multiple gacha games. So if like you truly had an 8 out of 10 gacha, I mean, people could add it to their roster, or like if it's better than like, because like basically like for me, for example, if I play like 4, then if Silver Palace comes out and it's a better experience than Genshin or HSR, like Genshin and HSR are like on the cutting block for me. So it's like if a game comes out that gives me a better experience than like one of those, then I could like drop one of those and play the other one. I think Jenna's completely right about this. Can you help me understand what he's saying? Gacha market has changed since Genshin? Yeah. It's changed a lot since Genshin, yeah. What is Blood talking about? Why do people have to stop playing other games to dedicate to this game? Or like to one game? I'm thinking about how games are now versus how they were in the past when a new shiny came out, it was a must play, but now it's just yet another 8 out of 10. This is something I've heard about. Yeah. Especially if you look at the entire gaming industry, right? Yeah. We're spoiled with choice. I think he's referring to Enfield without name dropping it. Well, I mean, even with what he said, I mean, Enfield, I don't know if I would say he's talking about Enfield, because like Enfield did not flop by any means. And Enfield is still, I mean, we're only a few months in. It could fucking flop and die, but it seems to be going strong with revenue, so I don't know. He's making the argument for the sunk cost fallacy when it comes to dropping a game. Some gachas still get bad releases or lose players very quickly. I mean, we have seen a lot of gacha games come out with some like fanfare and then fall off. Like I think Chaos Zero Nightmare and Stella Sora kind of had this, where sadly I think both of them are, I mean, they're still like updating and stuff, but I don't think they're doing as well as they did initially. Time investment is a factor. Kind of proud of myself. I kind of proud of myself by not jumping ship when Tower of Fantasy and War released. Meanwhile, most of my IRL friends did that. A game has to be good enough to make someone leave their established home in another game to come over. It is, well, yeah, it is true that let's put it this way, right? Like leaving something you're very accustomed to, there's a lot of friction to that, and there's also friction to trying something new. So like, let's say you're playing, if I'm playing Genshin, and Genshin's like a 6 out of 10, but I've been playing Genshin for 6 years, right? If Silver Palace comes out and it's like an 8 out of 10, it would still be like kind of hard for me to like turn my back on Genshin and go to Silver Palace, I guess is the analogy. But the thing is, I mean, if Silver Palace was truly an 8 out of 10, I probably would do it, but it would still be like hard psychologically to be like, oh, this is like my 6-year Genshin account, you know? Referring to an entire game industry, not just gachas. I assume that's what Jenna meant. Let's listen to what I guess they say. You're not Jenna, first off, so it's impossible to interpret his words correctly. I mean, you should be able to interpret someone's words from. It's okay, yeah, don't shit talk Felix for just describing what he's saying. I don't think. Let's keep the shit talking down. Like let's take it down a little bit. Let's take it down a notch. I don't think it was that serious. And people disregard with this argument is that a lot of the Enfield players are actually new to the gacha genre, so they don't have any games to drop. Okay. I mean, I guess all things equal, like time is like the great equalizer, basically. Like any time you're even doing a gacha game, you could be spending playing like anything else too. So I guess let's hear it. I guess maybe they'll expand on it. Let's see. You know Jenna from E7, but don't watch him now. It's only taking. Yeah, don't worry, bro. Yeah, I don't think you didn't. I don't think you did anything worth bad. I don't think you did anything bad. By explaining, you know, I don't think there's anything bad with that. Got sent to back of class. It's okay. I don't worry about it. I mean, yeah, it's good. Water under the bridge. He seemed good. He seemed good. So just a little, just you know, just so we're aware of keeping the proper tone with other people in chat. You know, like for disagreements and stuff. Like let people disagree or like have their own takes or different perspectives. Otherwise, we become very echo chambery, and you know, I think he also interpreted the words in a different way that spark discussion. So, you know, like it's good. Stuff like that's good.
Gotchas, right? The bubble
Get the yardstick. We're okay for now.
bubble's not going to
Yeah,
burst and all the games will die. It's just people don't want to play current state with gacha games, and then why are people going to play it? And then it's not very successful. I think that's the current state with gachas, right? The bubble's not going to
Yeah,
burst and all the games will die. It's just people don't want to play some of the games that come out, even if they're okay.
The space is
it's not a matter
fragmented.
of like just being better anymore. It's like being better is cool and all, but nowadays I think people are looking for things that are different. So if you get similar games that a HSR like, or a Genshin like, William Waves like, then people just like, I'm already playing these games. I've already got like months, if not years, in these games already. Why would I drop this one when I'm already enjoying it for another one that's basically the same thing? We need to get like more different things. You've got to be different nowadays, and that's kind of difficult, you know, with all the games that are out there.
Well,
But
it's
still.
funny. It's funny that you mentioned that, because that's actually why I enjoy Endfield, because it does. You're not battling the timer, because the timer has so much time on it in the
True.
Umbral Monument. The factory system is completely fucking different. The exploration is completely different as well. Although exploration in gacha games is still shit, it's still a different game. It's actually
Is exploration shit? I'm gonna just look out for my video later. I don't want to like rehash everything. Actually, it's fine. I need to stop hiding behind that. I think exploration could be good. I just think it's not. I just think it's maybe not taken advantage of. I think Enfield's exploration, again, not to be like an Enfield glazer, but I think it could be the best, and it could actually be like genuinely good because of like the sandbox elements from factory integration. So like when we made that example of the cave that you can drain by like putting down the pumps and like feeding the water out, and then you could go explore the cave. Like there could be stuff like that all over the world where you're just kind of thinking like, I have like these tools in my sandbox to interact with the world. And so like when you see stuff like that, you're kind of trained to be like, you know, oh, like there's this like huge thing of water. I wonder if I can drain that. Oh, like I wonder if I can do such and such thing. I wonder if I can like convert, I don't know, like anything, right? Like I do like Enfield's exploration, you know? I do like it a lot. Because I think it's the best even now, just because just for a lot of different reasons, but I like it. But I think what they were saying was something else.
Exploration in gacha games is still shit.
I was gonna talk
It's
about.
still a different game. It's actually doing something that is a bit unique when you compare it to the Wuwas, the Genshins, the Zenless Zone Zeros. And because of
Yeah,
that, when
As well
I
as-
go
there's a-
on to Arknight's Infield, I'm genuinely getting a different experience, which is a value in and of itself.
yeah. I think. Is he gonna
Bram,
finish?
I want to get you in on this conversation.
Okay. I feel like. People mistake exploration with traversal and said Infield has bad exploration because you can't. Yeah, like the wall running and stuff, climbing and gliding. Actually, I think those things make exploration worse. Honestly, it ruins the spirit of like exploring. And just because in Enfield, the fact that moving around the map is a puzzle that you solve as you're moving around, making you like use your brain to move around from places, you know. Literally, I mean, when we were exploring earlier, I can point to an example where I, you know, reached a cliff. I knew there was something at the top of it, and I was just thinking like, how do I get up there? I had to like open my map. I had to look at the terrain on the map. I had to like circle around the cliff to like look at the terrain. Like that kind of stuff makes it satisfying to finally like make your way up there. But if it was Genshin or Wuwa, you would just like run up the cliff. You know what I'm saying? So I think for that, like that sort of reason too, it's one of my favorite, or it is my favorite in these games. What should be kept in mind is that new players also come in, allowing new gachas and better systems and designs to grab them first. Your favorite is in Genshin? I think, yeah, Genshin's my second. Honestly, yeah. I mean, Wuwa, the thing is, for Wuwa, they quickly discovered that their community hates, like their community is like very, well, that's what Wuwa is trying to do, is to be the most casual game, right? So they just like quality of life all the exploration out of the game. So it's not really, it's more about like vibing and driving around on the bike than actually like exploring the map, you know? It's like set the marker onto the place, go on the bike, drive up the ramp, collect everything, keep going, you know? That's the point of it. Yeah. I think this thing about games having to be different this is what I really would hope that future devs think about, especially Silver Palace, because I really like the premise and the world building of Silver Palace, what they've shown. And I really want that premise to succeed. I really hope they understand this idea of, you know, you can't just come in and be a Genshin clone, right? You can't just come in and be another Genshin clone, and that can't be your strategy. Because it's something that I think they're maybe even going to talk about it, but
Conversation. You've been quite quiet, brother. What is your thoughts?
Hi. Yeah, I appreciate that. So obviously, I reacted to the live stream with Ryuku. I'm very excited specifically.
Yeah, appreciates level design. Exactly. It makes the devs craft like level design very intentionally. Yeah. While running is the worst mechanic in gacha games, I hate it. Yeah, it's one of those things that you think is like really cool, and like in Wuwa, like it was cool at first, but then it actually makes you really think about how map traversal, it just becomes like an afterthought. You're not really thinking about traversing the map. Yeah, it's more of a checklist in Wuwa, yeah. Exactly. Like on Wu Link, figuring out how to get onto roofs. Exactly, like when I'm running around the city and like I know something's on a roof, now I need to look around, like how do I actually get up there? It's stuff like that. Like makes you use your brain to like navigate around. Exactly.
As a casual player, because I'm a very casual player, I'm someone that has always logged into the game. This game,
I remember he's going to talk about something different, but before we move on, yeah, it's the I just want to hammer that is that, yeah, like gachas, they can't just keep doing like, you know, I'm going to be like HSR, I'm going to be like Genshin, because, you know, those games already exist. If I want like the HSR experience, I'll play HSR, you know. Like that new game, what was it called? Stella something, whatever it was. Or like something dive. I don't know what it was. But it was like, it had like the HSR kind of turn-based thing, and everyone thought it was like HSR, but actually that one was like a weird Frankenstein's monster of a lot of games. So maybe they tried something, but Rule 1.0 was so-so, but if you go and look at how new player experience is now with flying, it's basically just a fancy background, an A to B straight line. Yeah. What peaked in Mount Firmament? At Mount Firmament, definitely, I have like probably my favorite area design wise, and I have good memories of Mount Firmament. Not Stellar Blade. It was the new gacha game. Yeah, not Mongol Star Dive. Sorry, I know it had like star in the name. Something, I don't know. Forgot the name. It's just like trying to be like another popular game. The thing is, like, I think Genazat says this later, but it's like it's popular to investors because it makes the investment seem very safe, because if you're doing something that's proven to work, then it's like safe to funnel money into that. But I just don't know how realistic that is anymore. Like maybe they can get stake. Yeah. Star Savior. Yeah, that was the one. Star Savior. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Uma Star Rail game, yeah. Yeah, Stellar Blade is the AAA game, yeah.
Specifically, especially when the story happens, and I also love the factory system. Those are the two main things that I was looking for, and also I was looking for more of the etch space salvage, like their like roguelike bonfire mode. I know not a lot of people are appreciate, they're not really a big fan of it, and they would like a better version of a roguelike. I know a lot of people in my community have said they wanted something like what Depths of Elusive Realm used to be, for something like Enfield. But I said I'm a massive fan of the etch space salvage. I think it has a lot of potential. I like the fact that we're getting 2 different zones for it opening up. I think it's an end game, or a potential good end game mode to be flushed out. The fact that we're getting this much compared to one.
What surprised me is that the people that invest really have that mentality. It seems so stupid to me. That's why I'm poor. There's also like venture capitalists who they'll take like startups and they'll invest like quote unquote smaller amounts of money, like maybe like a few million, but they'll do it across like 100 portfolios. And if like basically the idea is like if one of them is like the next Facebook or something, then like you're a billionaire. So it's like worth it. But I mean, there's people like that who like will invest in the small guys, but even that has like a, you know, there's like a cold calculation to it. It's not really like a, I'm like inspired by your like idea or something, you know. It's the game designers. And guys, there was a Jeff Kaplan interview. Jeff Kaplan had like a 5-hour interview with Lex Friedman, and he talked about this a lot, or not a lot, but it was a big part about it, the interview, where it's game designers who are the ones who are like, yeah, there's all these like interesting new creative things we want to do. We want to make this game, but it's always the executives that are like, you know, you have to prove like the financials, you know, like this has to be like, you have to be able to confidently tell me like, how is this going to make so much money, right? So that's just how it is. But anyway, I think the last thing that he was saying is like, again, with Endfield, yeah, I like the reason that I also fell in love with Endfield. And remember, you know, I've told this story, but like going into the beta, I was really unsure because of the factory, and I wasn't like sure about the game. And like basically, as soon as I got into the beta and started playing, I was like, oh yeah, this is something special, because to me, it's like it's like experiences that I'd never had before. So
1.2 is opening a lot more avenues for the factory system. And I like that a lot, because that's an avenue I've spent hours in perfecting the factory system, especially in Valley. When I was in Valley, I spent hours there. I could spend a bit.
Star Savior showered the players with pools right from the start. Curious how long it will last. Yeah, I I don't want to talk shit. I'm careful about talking shit about games I haven't played that much. But I also heard the same thing, and I logged in, and I mean, I think I got like 20, 30 pulls for logging in. I think you had to play quite a bit of the game, kind of similar to Endfield. I think you had to actually play some to get some of the pulls. So, you know, I mean, that's not a bad thing. I think they did have a lot of pools, but I don't know.
A bit more in my Wuling, but I still enjoy it. But the story specifically, I am a huge fan of the story. I think the story, for me personally, has been enjoyable for the most part, other than a few outline moments where I was maybe thinking it's a little bit too slow, needs to pick up a little bit.
It's cool that he likes the story.
In terms of Wuling specifically, I'm loving every aspect of this arc.
Yeah.
So when I saw Zhuang Feng Yi fighting Nefereth, and when I'm
sorry, spoiler, sorry.
seeing all of these
forgot about that.
Cool
completely forgot about that
visuals.
Anyway.
I was very excited. I mean,
that doesn't really give anything away, actually. That doesn't really give anything away. I mean, it was kind of obvious, like, never mind.
I love this perspective, by the way, because you're adding a once again another facet.
Also, he did mention edge space, right? So yeah, like what you're saying, exploring edge space zones is fun, but it's not an endgame mode. Yeah. I do like, I mean, I do think it was cool going through edge space. Like it's a cool idea to like explore this area. If you like exploration in Endfield, you'll kind of like the exploration that you do in this different area. But definitely they could have tweaked it in many ways to make it better, you know. From what I read, HG is a privately owned company, so doesn't affect, and not sure how that affects investors. Yeah, well, yeah, not outside investors, but I think there's still going to be a sense of like the executives that need to like, you know, not just executives, but there's always going to be this, you know, the game has to make money, right? So it's a chill ass dungeon with fancy shortcuts. I did not ruin 1.2, okay? Wow, oh wow. The good guy is fighting the bad guy. Oh, wow. It's ruined. It's ruined. The good guy is going to fight the bad guy. Wow. I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
To our discussion.
Yeah.
That fight was known since 1.1 live stream. I mean, yeah.
None of us have disclosed. I like it. Keep going.
I've always been a very narrative player when it comes down to these gacha games. Like when I look at Wuthering Waves, I look forward to the story. Whether people say the story's dog shit, story's good, peaks.
And we're the bad guys. Oh, we got a contrarian. We gotta like Endfield is actually bad and Neferth is good. Probably true, actually. I want to learn more about Ardashir. Probably true, actually.
I always get my own experience out of the stories. Now, my opinions on the stories may not align with other people's experience, but coming from a casual player playing these gacha games, I have a really good time experiencing it and experiencing my own emotions playing it.
That was a beautiful statement, guys. Can we just pause for a second about how beautiful that was? The whole like experiencing my own emotions while playing it. That was fucking beautiful. I think it's also cool, like, he's calling himself casual, but I don't know how he would define it, but, like, I've always kind of wondered, like, for me, it's hard to be, like, invested into a gacha game if I'm not at least somewhat invested in the story and watching the story. Like, the gacha games that I've fallen off of, it's when I, like, stopped being invested in the story, honestly. That was, like, the first domino to fall. And the ones that I still play are the ones that I'm interested in the story and like seeing what happens next. So Perlica is the mastermind behind it all. But they said this is the climax. Ardashir will probably drop a huge lore bomb copium. Dude, I hope they don't do like the early Genshin story model of like basically having 3 story quests and then having it be like over for the entire year. I hope there's like a story quest like every patch, you know? They can't because like we can't even be close to the end of the Wuling arc. There's no way. Like, can we argue about whether we're the good guys or the bad guys? And some people say the story has no nuance. Isn't this a contradiction? Sort of. And Amethyst dropping a 10 out of 10 counter argument to I need to have headcanons about a character instead of being shown. Tears to my eyes. Yeah. The thing what he just said about feeling emotions while you're playing the story, it's very beautiful. The reason I was saying that is because, like, you know, like the point of storytelling is to make us feel something, right? Like that is the fundamental purpose of storytelling, to make us feel something and hopefully to maybe learn something or have some sort of takeaway or like some sort of like reinforcement of a belief or ideal or something like that, you know? So being able to like extract those feelings from these stories is, I think, important. And I think you can. I think there's a lot of points in Endfield where you can.
So when I saw the trailer, the first actual version trailer for 1.2, and I see all of these crazy events going on with Ardashir, Neferth, Feng Yi, Zhuang Feng Yi, and all these other mysterious characters, then yeah, it got me very excited. That's
yeah, that was a reference. Yeah, Lich, that was a reference to the yeah.
That for me personally was something that they led into first and got me excited for the live stream.
I feel something, which is why I hate Ardashir. Mods, can we fucking take this guy out back, please? Make it slow. Mods, make it slow.
And that's just me. That's the main thing that I'm excited for, followed by the factory system and a couple of the end game modes that I'll play as well.
I don't think that's just you. I think it's actually representation of probably a lot of players that just aren't in the call right now.
Great, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what I think is cool about, like I said, the conversation is that like Genizad has his perspective, and I'm sure he's representing a shit ton of people with that. I have mine.
And if you disagree with me, you're just wrong. And
no, I think it's it's like
What do I like randomly press
This
buttons?
conversation is the very definition of just how nuanced it is in terms of a consumer's consumption with a game, bro. It's like it's that simple, you know. But in terms of this new in-game mode,
It is true what he's saying. There's like a lot of like different kinds of players, I think here too, you know, which is interesting. I think he got like an interesting group together for this, which is also why I wanted to watch this.
that's supposed
on
to be
stream.
coming in 1.3. What did you guys think about that?
I know Ryuki wants to talk about this. He's loving this.
What the contingency contract? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I've heard it's Dark Souls difficult.
Don't forget the Grifter's POV. Hey, I mean, there's someone conspicuously absent from this call. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, but since a gacha games player said it, I didn't really grade it as that serious.
Is infinitely harder than Enfield will.
Player said it, I didn't really. I've heard it's Dark Souls difficult, but since a gacha games player said it, I didn't really grade it as that serious.
Is infinitely harder than Enfield will ever be.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, I feel like this was a bold statement to make. You know? I mean, in a way, like, yeah, tower defense, you introduce difficulty to tower defense, right? And I think like we were talking about earlier, like a lot of the times easiness is baked into the fundamental design of a lot of these games. Like the lack of challenge is fundamentally baked in to the design process, which makes it so that it's impossible to ever actually implement challenging content. And like in WUA, the most challenging thing you get are holograms, which a lot of people apparently don't actually do. And it's essentially just this boss one-shots you. You know, every attack one-shots you. You have to memorize everything, learn how to dodge everything, and still do damage within a certain amount of time, you know? But I think, guys, I see the vision. Like, if you kind of analyze Souls combat and like what makes it challenging, I mean, I see the vision for Enfield. And in gacha games in general, like, it doesn't have to be that gacha devs make their games for the lowest common denominator. And that goes hand in hand with what we were talking about earlier, where, you know, every gacha game thinks they have to be the same, so they appeal to the same crowd. But at some point you have to grow some balls and realize that, you know, rather than like being appeasing to everybody, you know, the best way, even for your like financial system, even for your financials, is to make sure you're like differentiating yourself in some way, right? You can be a lot more lethal in Arknight since you can redeploy. Oh yeah, so if a unit dies, you can then like redeploy them onto the field, right? After like a certain amount of time. If CC lives up to his reputation, I can't wait for the rage compilation of all the streamers. Bro, I can't wait to max difficulty CC on stream. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun stream. It's not just tower defense, it's also how the game is made and who it's catering towards. Like, look at how many times Enfield Overworld had to nerf. Arknights would never do that. Yeah. Okay. Last Umbral was good, yeah.
Well,
okay.
Well, if it depends. Well, they can always like tune that up in the future. We will see. But like once I saw the trailer for it, I was like, wait, they're not already. And then I saw the logo, the contingency contract logos, and I freaked the fuck out. I was like, we are so dead. We are all so fucking dead. I was like, all the people I'd be like complaining about like the lack of end game, lack of difficult content. I'm like, all right, you guys can shut the fuck up now. If they do this as well as they would do it in the original Arknights game, basically it's like
max difficulty CC and OG is less than 1% of the player base. Yeah, that's exciting. Yeah, that's typically how these things go. But yeah, it's good that it's just, you know, it's just cool to like have that sort of stuff.
As many buffs onto the enemies and as many debuffs onto you, and you can also use this as a way to like PvP as well, like to see how many contingencies you can add, of what level of difficulty you can clear the mission at, the level at. That's in the original Arknights anyway. Again, we'll have to find out how they're going to do it in this one. But like that's a thing that's going to bring up a lot.
I think a good amount of CCs have not even been cleared on max risk. Even clearing is very low percent.
Lot of really difficult content and a lot of again PvP to compare, and that's where you're going to see a lot of sweaty players really sweat.
Here's an
if they do
interesting.
that, because like, yeah,
I was just gonna say, here's an interesting talking point is somebody told me you got 0 rewards for that mode in Arknights, original Arknights. And my take on that was I was like, I don't mind that, because there should be a mode in the game where you're not playing it for rewards, you're playing it purely for mastery, art of mastery.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I promise I'm not plugging the video that I haven't even uploaded yet, but I just like, because I feel like, I mean, I just talked about it, but like, or I just talked about it when I was making the video, but it's interesting, this idea of like, do you need rewards in a certain mode? Like, do you actually, you know, is a mode that has no rewards that make it like, is that like the purity test for a game mode on like whether it's good or bad? Like, would you play it even if it didn't give you rewards? You know, are rewards like a cheap way of making bad content good? You know, because the whole thing with like rewards is that, like, even in like a Dark Souls game or Elden Ring or whatever, you get a reward when you beat like a boss. You know, you're getting like something. Like, you're getting loot, you're getting even XP to do like new builds or to power up. You know, sometimes you get like new weapons. Exploring gives you new weapons and items and stuff. So like rewards, I feel like it's really hard to completely divorce rewards from gameplay, you know? That's why I love Battle Tower and ZZ. The just like playing thing, yeah. I like a good mode that I can beat my head against the wall. Yeah. Did I just read that? Anyway, it's true. I like those two. So like doing CC for medals, skins, mats, and the special banner decoration. Like, that's good stuff. I would say that's honestly really good. That's like a good reward for like expressing mastery over something, you know? I know medals, I've never felt super driven by medals. I kind of want skins and like cosmetic stuff, you know? Because like, as like corny as it sounds, it's like, you know, you put it on your profile, you put it on your characters. It like signifies like, I beat this challenge. You know what I'm saying? That was what it was always used for. Like in Halo 3, you know, back in the good old days of Bungie, like when you were customizing your Spartan in Halo 3, every time you saw someone with certain pieces of armor, you know, they had to complete a challenge to get that armor, you know? And that was cool. There was like a cool, like, you know, it wasn't just that you know, paid for that. You opened the shop and paid for it. You like went and did something hard and got it. So going to sleep. All right, Zal, take care. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Have an angelic rest. Medals are the biggest incentive to you. Think about having rewards on high level content. The non-sweaty players would feel left out because it kind of looks unreasonable for them. I mean, like the like, I wouldn't put like skins, like the really high value like skins behind like the max difficulty clear or whatever. But there's ways you could do it. There are ways you could do it. And like, if those people got pissed, I would say let them get pissed. Like, you know, Genshin did it and they survived with the whole weapon skin system. Those are like basically just for whales. And, you know, it's whatever. But the thing is, like, in my ideal system, you would still get like your character skins from the like doable stuff. You know what I'm saying? From like the very doable stuff. And like, I don't know, let them be pissed. Like, to filter them, bro. Like, even if it's some sort of like, even if you set it up where it's like you grind it, so you can like grind a lower difficulty for several times to get like a currency to buy the skin, or you could, I don't know. I would like it to be like at some sort of like, you know, I cleared it at like maybe 70% of modifiers or something. get a skin. Oh yeah, I did this, you know? And if they can't do it, bro, let them weep. Like, I don't care. Filter them, bro. Honestly, I've started to see the value in filtering. I've kind of started to see the value in it. Like, as long as it's balanced where like potential 0 characters could do it, you know, just practice and get good, you know?
But
Or
it's
enjoyment, right?
it's a glass half full, half
Yeah.
take or empty thing, because there's going to be people who are going to get that new mode and they're going to be mad that there's no rewards. And this is a point where it's like, well, there's no appeasing you guys, because at this point you want them to put in-game content in the game that is not only fulfilling to the sweaty player, but also content that is giving rewards passively for a game that people are already complaining isn't giving out enough pool currency. So it's an interesting thing to view, you know?
Yeah, it wouldn't be pool currency, you know what I mean? It would be like, I mean, maybe they'll put pool currency on the fucking like lowest difficulty where you can drool on your keyboard and still get it or something, but kind of like the Umbral currency or whatever, but
No.
Yeah. I think a
here's
lot
how
of people that really go heavy. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say a lot of people
you
that really
go,
go heavy into
coming from Arknights, I feel we're getting too many trimmed medals too fast.
contingency content. Don't do it for the rewards. And also, I agree as well. Like putting a lot of the rewards, like you have to clear the most difficult content to get this certain. That's annoying as well. But this is something that players can really test their skills
Yeah.
at. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's anything like the original Arknights, the way they could solve that, I think in the original contingency content, I've been playing for years, so I can't remember. Maybe at one point, but like in the very easy, like very beginner, like tiers or levels of contingency, you can get like, some rewards, but like for everything after that, it's just like pure for the sake of
Just prestige,
sweat, really,
you know?
pure for the sake of prestige. So there's that. So Jenna, sorry, you can go.
Oh, I was going to say I'm very skeptical, not in terms of it not being good, but in terms of
This is guys, quick. This whole this is the what's it called? The indicator of a highly emotionally intelligent person is when they're aware of like in the group when other people have something they want to say, and then they like are able to like wrap up their point and then like toss the baton intentionally to the person that clearly like had wanted to say something, right? This is your indicator of like a high EQ individual, by the way.
I don't
Just so we can learn so we can learn for ourselves, you know what I'm saying?
difficulty in open world gacha games. I believe that it has basically been hammered into everyone's head that they are easy. And here's an example is I saw a lot of people complaining and here that it has basically been hammered into everyone's head that they are easy. And here's an example is I saw a lot of people complaining about the recent Umbral Monument, saying it's too hard or something, or it's so frustrating. Yeah, I thought it was the easiest shit. I soloed it with Tong Tong. Just her, no team. It's so easy, and I saw people bitching about it. And so
Fake
if the
gamers.
player base is going to have these kind of people, imagine they had contingency contract, they might off themselves. Like, going to have to put a suicide hotline in the game, bro. So, like, I'm hoping that it will actually be fun and difficult, and I hope it's not artificial difficulty, because our original Arknights has multiple things of really difficult content that people like.
Honestly, just filter those people. Like, I think you just got to do it. Like, you just got to bite the bullet, you know? And it's usually difficult content is like optional in a way. So
get so stuck on they watch tons of guides and stuff to learn how to even beat them. Like,
if it doesn't give gems, I think those people are fine. Yeah, I think as long as there's no pull currency associated with it, like, I don't think you'll have like any sizable amount of people who are like really throwing a fuss over anything, you know? In some communities maybe, but like, you know, it'll be okay. Dude, I would even be fine with them giving you like trial characters with set stats so that like it's a perfectly like balanced experience, you know what I mean? For like a max difficulty thing, just be like, you don't even get to use your own characters. Here's like trial characters with set stats.
it's so difficult, but I don't expect that in this game, but I would love to be surprised.
If you are surprised, that would be a great treat for you as well, right? Because
I
you're
would love
looking
that,
for
yeah.
something. Yeah. So maybe
Absolutely.
if they treat it maybe not as difficult based on the information that I
Yeah.
know of the original Arknights, but even if it adds a level of difficulty where it's like, okay, I'm actually enjoying myself because I'm being challenged, then that's a bonus for you.
Jenna, I think
Yeah.
me and you have talked about this before, but I love the fact that if they do that, they just filter. They are filtering out everybody and keeping the people who are
Yeah.
okay with it. I think the
True.
gacha space needs more of that. I do. I think they need to stop doing this whole cater to everybody thing. And if
Just put the
Endfield
OG
will
Arknights in the
continue
bag,
being
bro.
based, then all the people who need to be filtered will be filtered, and Endfield will then have its own identity and own core audience.
I agree.
So I think they should do the giga hard shit and go against the grain of like gacha players think gacha games are hard, and be that one game where people go, okay, gacha games are fucking joke, except this game. This game actually is difficult as fuck, and that'll attract its own audience.
I would
They
be
could do
interested
both.
in that.
I think
Yeah.
they could do both, like where they just like have the Enfield have a few more easier modes for the more casual players, but have some actual sweat, like pure pain.
Solo to Umbral with Rossi. Yeah. Yeah. It's not the hardest thing in the world. It's interesting. The content is interesting. But as far as like difficulty, you know, dude, this is something I examined as well recently, but it's like where does difficulty in a Souls game like an Elden Ring come from? Like, I mean, difficulty is probably in the sense that if you get hit like 3 to 4 times in a row, you die if you don't heal, you know? And every single dodge or attack that you have to, like, every time you avoid damage, it's like skill expression, right? So nothing comes for free. But other than that, it's like, you know, Dark Souls, the reason people study like Souls games or Elden Ring is because it's like extremely representative of like the basics of video game design. So how could Umbral be more challenging, you know? Like, because if you're able to like no hit something, I mean, you could say that you've mastered that. Like, people no hit Elden Ring, you know? If you can no hit a fight, or if you're soloing with Rossi, I mean, how many times can you like get hit? How many times can you face tank the like level 4 bull or something, you know? With his big attack. Only 5% of players engage with max difficulty of CC and Arknights. That doesn't mean the other 95% got filtered out. They're still playing. That's a great point as well. It's a great point. It wouldn't even filter them. It would just like the only people that would get filtered are like probably the extreme minority of people that are pissed that like it just exists in the game and they can't beat it, you know? Find it rich that streamers like Jenna always pull dupes, make characters OP as fuck, trivialize the game, and then complain about difficulty when that's not the average player experience. Does he pull like dupes and stuff? I will say that I don't know. Let me think. I mean, dude, the thing is like difficulty in gacha games, like we haven't really had the chance to experience like a really like real difficulty to even have this perspective of how this would apply to gacha games. Because if you look at Genshin and Wuthering Waves, for example, I mean, for Genshin, I know that they started designing enemies and bosses to basically so that you would use certain characters to counter them, and that's not real difficulty. That's, you know, did you pull such and such character, and then if you did, this fight is trivial. If you did not, then your DPS check is now much harder to hit, you know? And then even for both of them, they're just DPS checks, you know? Did you pull this and that? Did you pull this and that? Did you like pull the whatever? If you pull the copies, it's brain dead, you know? In a game like Endfield where there's like not really a timer, you know, can you pay to win CC? I mean, you probably can. Probably can. I don't know if copies are like that powerful yet in Arknights. Is his soup max potential? Yeah, we don't know. I don't know. You probably could. You probably could solo with like a potential 0 Tong Tong. Less Umbral boss is a very good start for engaging mechanics. Oh, it's great. It's actually like an engaging fight. Yeah. It's actually like an engaging fight. When people struggle with Enfield, they just add Snowshine, Ember, Ardelia to the team and clear. Yeah, like you can do that. I mean, the thing is, the fight will take much longer, right? The fight will take much longer. I mean, the thing is, if you use like Chen with like Snowshine, Ember, and Ardelia, and you just like have like a 10-minute fight, you could balance it such that like if you were using that team, you'd have to sit there for like 15 minutes. But if you sat there for 15 minutes, I mean, I guess, because you could still die if you got hit too many times in a row. That's why I think like the balancing should probably be like, you know, if you get hit like 3 times in a row, like GG, you know, without healing. P5 Rossi with R5 weapon is about 40% stronger than P0 R0. Honestly, that's like not a lot, right? That's like not that much for P5 R5 over P0 R0. It's like not that bad.
Type modes like contingency contracts as well, so that way they can still cater to both audiences. I completely understand what you're saying. I'm just thinking like if they make it too difficult for all people, it would be a bit it would hurt their bottom line. And again, these are gacha games companies. They're trying to make money. We all know that. So, but no, contingency contract will filter out a lot of people. And if they get people complaining that it's too difficult, I really hope to God that they just stick to their guns and say, oh, that's an interesting opinion. Moving on. And they just ignore those people because contingency contract is not...
40% damage in gacha is huge. Is that... I mean, compare it to like Wuthering Waves. What do the other games do? I mean, P5, R5, I feel like 40% is not... If we're talking DPS, it is huge. Is it? In Wood, the increase is like 10x for max dupe, Mornier, and max weapon. 10x is like... How much percentage? $2x is 100%. I mean, it's not even... I mean, 40% is not even 2 times... It's literally not even 2 times as powerful. It's literally not even double. You pulled 6 characters and 6 weapons and you're not even double damage. You know what I'm saying? 1000%? Yeah. You see those increases at like C2, R1, and Genshin? Yeah. 10x is 1000%? Yeah, okay, that's what I kind of wanted to say, but... In Wua, according to Pridman, I saw most characters stronger 300 to 500%. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's too bad. %50 boost huge in Wua? Sorry, what? I'm talking about like overall like numbers, not like a buff. Not like an individual buff, but like a this amount of DPS to this amount of DPS is like 1000% increase.
Not supposed to be easy.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
if the game mode,
if that's what you meant, but other, yeah.
Go on. Sorry.
No, Abram, you got it, brother. Go ahead. What do you think?
If they're doing that and they do filter out the player base on which they just want rewards for game modes compared to the ones that want to do it for their own pride and for their own prestige, then that's the players that are complaining is problem. That's not the developer's problem. If they're going to treat this game mode as similarly as they are treating the original game mode from the original game, then great. Obviously, people are going to be excited about that from people from the original community because they're going to be going, great, we can actually have this game mode that's going to have an element of difficulty. It's going to make you angry if it is as difficult as people say. And also people that want a more casual combat experience, you can play the
The other
the
one,
monument.
Umbral
Because
Monument.
if yeah, they're going to keep releasing monuments. I don't think they're going to stop. So you're going to be able to get if you're finding monuments somewhat difficult, but completable, then you can get your dopamine rush from the casual but rewarding difficulty there. And people that just want to really test their luck, test their skill, and flex on the community, going, look what time I beat it in with these characters, then you can play this new game mode. I think there's a pathway for both kinds of players. But if people
this is why I think they should put like a character skin at like, what's like a reasonable thing for a contingency contract, like 70% of the of modifiers or something. Let's say we're at like 7 out of 10 difficulty, and like 10 out of 10 is like the like every single modifier selected, right? If we're at like 7 out of 10 and I get my Pogranichik skin, I mean, yeah, I should be able to put that on and then flex on these fucking losers. I should be able to go flex on some people who like couldn't do it. Isn't that the point? You know? And if they listen, this is character building for those people, because this is just like a life lesson, okay? If you encounter something like that, your internal compass motivator should be telling you, I need to become better so that I can reach those heights. Not like I need to drag that person down to my level. It's like I want to drag my person up to their level. You know what I'm saying? I want to drag myself up, not I want to drag this person down. And that's in a life lesson. And if you haven't internalized that, then I should be able to stunt on you with my pog skin. That's just how it is. And if that pisses you off so much that you want to leave the game, then sucks, bro. 70% is what you need in max rewards for OG Arknights. 50, 60, 70. Astronaut Perlica would go kind of hard. Most of the time, it doesn't even take 5 out of 10 for cosmetics. Well, it's like, guys, remember in like Halo 3, bro, when like some dude was like shitting on the entire lobby and he had the fucking like recon scan or something. I mean, that was just like his dad worked at Bungie or something. But like, you know, if someone had like Hayabusa or something and they were like shitting on the whole lobby, I'd be like, oh yeah, like he's got the Hayabusa and like the katana on his back. Like, yeah, of course, you know. Yeah, no to crab mentality. Exactly. Fucking crabs. Exactly.
complain about it, then they can just move on to something else that's, you know, worth their personal time compared to the people that are excited for
and
this
like, why would a
thing.
dev cater to those people anyway? Because like those are the least loyal. That's like the least loyal fan base. I don't even mean loyal in the parasocial sense, but in the sense of like, even in like market forces, right? Like a loyal customer is someone who like would stick with your product in a way, like for whatever reason, they're like staying with your product. And like the less loyal people are the people that would like leave easily. So like you would obviously cater to the people that are like, you know, like on a spectrum, but like the people that would like, you know, if you like, you know, shake them a little bit and they just like leave, then like there's no point trying to hold on to them because they're gonna leave at some point anyway. Like,
yeah,
I think that's probably a pretty good perspective. The one concern I would say is there is I've created this group. I called them the FOMO casuals. And the FOMO casuals are people who they feel like
don't plan on sticking around. Yeah, exactly. Isolationist mentality, and there's like that isolation mentality. It's like 5% of Arknights.
missing out on things if they don't get everything, and they hate that, but they also barely play and complain about games all the time. So those people, they're the players who are so casual and think that they should basically get a trophy for logging in. And there's a large amount of gacha players that I believe are that. Like, think about the games that maybe we played when we were kids. They would not survive them ever. They wouldn't be able to play them because it doesn't just coddle you, right? In every possible way. And so I feel like it's kind of hard to relegate that audience. And that's why so many of these games do make everything so easy. That's why we get 500 photo events and, oh, this is an event where you go talk to your friends and cook food with them, right? That's why all these events have to be acting like it's Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that feel that way. So,
well, like, hold the phone. Like, what about What is that like? Was that a diss? Was that a sneak diss at Stardew Valley? People love Stardew Valley. But like seriously, what I was gonna say,
I would love for them to filter and make the game more hardcore, but I also think it's kind of unrealistic in a lot of ways. It's like I would love that, but I'm just skeptical, right?
I mean, the thing is, like, I kind of agree with the conclusion, but not really with like the evidence, because I mean, I actually, you know, as much as we talk about minigame slop, I actually kind of see the value like in the charm of like a photo event, you know? Because I mean, we talked about it earlier, but like in a photo event, it's like it takes you like 10 seconds. You go to the spot. It probably like is the devs just showing you some very beautiful like scenery or something within the game. So like you get to just like see it, and it's like, oh cool. Anyway, you know, 200 ore barrels or something. I don't know. I'm not offended really by like 10-second like glorified login events. It's like the minigame slop that I don't like is the like 2 to 3 hour long like flagship events. You know what I mean? That you'll be sitting there for like 2 hours, like questioning your life's choices. You know, you hate it, but you're doing it for the gacha currency. Like, so like the conclusion, I understand, like the whole like people want things like the FOMO casuals is like spot on. It's like, yeah, it's like spot on. But I mean, took it like fucking Stardew Valley catching some strays. Like some people really like that game.
The reason I actually disagree is because I feel like they're already filtering, you know? And I'm like, if you're already
Just what the
filtering,
game is already.
yeah, it's like they're already taking a filtering path with their gacha system, refusing to adhere to what the normal mainstream gacha dynamic is. That factory system, the fucking whole gameplay, actually. It's just something different that is just kind of like pushing away that mainstream casual that you're referencing. And so I feel like if you're already doing that, you might as well continue down that path. But not only that, Jenna, if you look at the numbers and the revenue, they're killing.
Some people like photo mode, it's okay. Most people just check it off a list and grab a word. Yeah. The reason I say it's not offensive is because it's like the supporting evidence that I would use is not like the photo event, but like you know, I mean, if you go log into Wuwa, Genshin, HSR, and ZZZ right now, and you'll see like their flagship like minigame slop event that will take you like 2 to 3 hours to complete. And is just like complete slop. Like that to me is like, it's brain dead, right? It's like, it's kind of like why driving sucks, because driving is not something that like requires my full mental faculties. But if I don't fully pay attention, then I'll die. So it's kind of like why like commuting is so boring. So like those events to me are like the minigame slop, like the like, you know, here's your participation trophy reward for like the lowest common denominator. You know what I mean? Like that's where I have my gripe, not really with like photo events and like glorified login events that are just like kind of there to be like, here's some flavor, here's some, you know, here's a little bit of like salt and pepper or whatever. Agree with that take. They're already filtering players.
And
yeah.
So it's like, I feel like what's happening right now is a working thing for Arknight's Endfield, but at the same time, they probably are in that crossroads where they're like, okay, but do we still want to kind of hold on to that other audience too? Maybe we.
I'm new to gacha and I like how they're filtering. Yeah. Agreed.
Do, maybe we don't. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, but I don't actually. Right now is a working thing for Arknight's Endfield, but at the same time, they probably are in that crossroads where they're like, okay, but do we still want to kind of hold on to that other audience too? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation.
It's true too. It's like it's hard to like what you said. Hardcore games is how your games become niche. Look at every hardcore MMO; they're niche, yeah, and they're super low player base, yeah. Like it's a hard. I think it's hard for developers to make because it's almost. I think they have this perspective that, you know, you can ramp things up, but you can't take things back. So if you like ramp up really hard and then drive a bunch of people away, you're not gonna like, you can't like scale back and then bring those people back. You know what I mean? Like damage done is kind of permanent, I think, from their perspective. when they get afraid of like how many people are we filtering. But I don't know. I think Enfield can do it like quite effectively. I think they're it's only really to their benefit right now. Not like super niche, but they're still doing things that make them unique, you know? Only playing Enfield because it's unique to you? Yeah. The Wua rhythm game looked kind of fire. As much as I like to shit on Wua. I mean, the thing is, like, it's gonna look good, but it's minigame slop at the end of the day, you know? If you're forcing me to do it for polls, I mean, what do you want me to say? It visually looked fine and stuff, but
I don't actually, you know what? I don't necessarily disagree with what y'all are saying. I just am commenting on what I'm seeing happening in real time with Endfield. I feel a lot of people
give it past in minigames with effort like card games. The thing is, right, like look at like Gwent inside of Witcher 3, you know? Have y'all played Witcher 3? You know Gwent? Like Gwent is like the card game in Witcher 3. It's like the mini game, the side game. But like it's entirely optional, and that's the point, right? It's optional. But like some people really love it and really get into it. And like when I'm doing a Witcher 3 playthrough, like I'll play my fair share of Gwent. Like I'll throw on some Gwent, you know? And it's fun. But I think if it's gonna be a mini game that like will take a longer time, if it's a higher effort and even takes longer time to complete, should be like optional probably. Like I don't really get into Wuthering Waves or Genshin to play like, you know, rhythm games or park management slop or, you know, tower defense slop. I mean, like tower defense recreated within these games is never gonna match like a real tower defense game, right? So like I want to play like Genshin and Wuthering Waves, but they're feeding me something that is like completely different, right? Like if Witcher 3 was like only Gwent, or if they like forced you to like stop and play Gwent for 3 hours in the middle, it would feel worse. Hardcore grass burn Genshin. I get what you're saying. Like I can enjoy a minigame every now and then too. Like especially you know throw on a YouTube video or a stream or whatever in the background, just kind of vibe through some minigames or whatever. I get it. It can be a vibe, you know, if it's decent and like well made.
people are quitting, you know?
Yeah, it shouldn't take time.
And then there's the people who who expected this from the get-go. On another note, unless y'all want to continue having that conversation, I wanted to get y'all's input on the 35-day Dragon Lady banner, which once again, I thought was a good thing considering that people just get to save. It lasts for 35 whole days, and then they've got a rerun banner for the last like week or some shit like that. In my mind, I just think this is once again, because the game doesn't have it doesn't have a real end game.
Didn't they release Gwent as a full-on card collection game? Yeah, Throne Breakers, I think it's called, something like that. Yeah, there's like a full Gwent game. Yeah, for people that just want to do a bunch of Gwent
to pull on characters. I view this as a positive for the consumer because they can save the shit out of their pulls the whole patch.
I'd like to go first if that's okay.
Yeah.
See, but what is this assumption by saving pull? Are we not pulling on falling E? Like, is this what is this assumption? We can save pulls the whole patch. What does that mean? You're telling me we're not pulling our Tianchi?
Yeah. I think it being a 30-day patch just for Zhuang Fengyi is a good thing. I agree with you, Smack.
I mean, I agree. It's a good thing. It's cool. Like, I don't mind like a one patch.
I think
a one character patch.
Thing. And at the same point, because there isn't any end game mode.
Most of the time, if the event is not based on main gameplay, it's boring. Yeah, like most of the time, I would agree. Yeah. I mean, it's like some people will like some. It's subjective. Some people will like it. Some people will dislike it. You know. But I think most of the time, like for example, ZZZ right now has two events. One is the flagship. Maybe they have more, but they have these two events. One is the flagship. Like here's some story alongside a mini game, and it's like you're like clicking on a hot pot to like pull ingredients out of the hot pot, and it's like fucking slop. The story was pretty decent. Like I followed the story and it was good, you know. It was enjoyable. But then they have a combat event that is like this like cool evolution on ZZ Combat where you're swapping between different teams. So you'll bring a different team onto the field, and then you'll swap between those two characters, and then you'll bring a different team onto the field and swap between those two characters to like clear some enemies, and then you'll swap teams again. It was like pretty cool. It was like a cool evolution, and that was fun. Whereas the hotpot gameplay was slop. So, you know, you're saying you would get more currency over 35 days from the new areas plus follow-up patch? Oh. I think it means saving pools because I'm not pulling on a second unit? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Did everybody get it but me? Dang. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make a joke about not pulling Falling E. That's why.
These characters to complete.
That's the reason.
I think that's again why they're saving this new endgame mode for the next patch with the 3 new characters that we got, because that's when people are going to go, okay, which character do I need to pull out of these 3? That's going to obviously benefit from summoning these characters. I think Zhuang Fengyi being this specific character for this specific patch, I think that's perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I know a lot of people were excited for her since they first saw her at the end of 1.0, which is good because it means maybe
the temple management slop. Yeah,
her sales do well. I'm personally looking forward to her. I was looking forward to her from the moment I met her in the 1.0.
I play Genshin for combat and story, not for a music game. Yeah. That's the thing, like if that stuff is optional, like the rhythm game in Genshin now is like optional mostly. I think you get like 60 primos a patch if you do all of them, but I skipped that. I proudly skipped that. You go to a library full of stories. What's up? Yeah, I skipped that now, but it's like mostly optional. It's cool for the people that like want to do it, you know? Let them have it, but you know.
Oh. I don't know
You think NTE is going to be niche? Possibly, because they're going for the GTA-esque game, possibly. Could be. We'll have to see like when the game comes out, what their content's gonna be like. I heard the combat is very like samey to WoA, so depends if it's offering like a unique experience there. Like I think like this whole conversation about Endfield, it's kind of brought up this question, like how unique is your game? You know? Like how much is NTE gonna really set itself apart? And I think that might be where it really needs to shine, maybe. I mean, if it's like Wuthering Waves, but in a city, like no, probably that people are gonna be unhappy with that. But it doesn't look like it's gonna be like that. Potentially, we'll see. I don't really know that much about it, but from what I've heard, some people are excited.
A lot of people that are as well. So
NDE is probably dead the moment GTA 6 or Ananta drops, whichever comes first. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Glass Half Empty. NTE has bikes and cars. Yeah. Well, like that, you know, if somebody likes that aesthetic, yeah. 1.2 Endfield would be insane story progress. Well, spoiler, holy guys, beware. Avert your eyes. Avert your eyes. I already got spoiled, but I know it's not technically a spoiler because it was a live stream, but if you were trying to, you know, not saying like you did anything wrong because like it was in the live stream, but it's kind of memeing a little bit. I mean, like the companies spoil their story, you know, like they shouldn't have spoiled that in the live stream. I feel like that would have been pretty cool to like show up in the story and get to that moment anyway. NTE equals nothing to expect.
So the fact that she's the only banner, I think is a good thing. I think it's going to also enable people to save for the next patch as well, whether people are or are not summoning. But yeah, that's my standpoint. I think having one rerun in the final week is fine. I think it's a good thing. I do think Zhuang Fengyi being the only character is a benefit.
How many days are a normal patch? Do you guys know?
45 roughly.
45. Okay.
I think it is.
So
Yeah.
Roughly
it's split in
45
two.
days.
Okay.
They've been doing like
Shorter.
35-day patches. I think.
Well, I was gonna say,
like-
what were
I
you
agree
guys
with-
thinking?
I agree
you
with
can
as well.
general.
I agree as well with Amethyst, because like it's just one banner, so like we can get all the login pulls for that banner and for that.
I know you're
patch,
not trying
all
to
the
spoil.
exploration
I'm just
stuff,
I'm
you
just
can, like,
memeing a
farm
little
lot
bit
of,
because you know.
well, we assume
I
as
know.
much. So there's so many
You're good.
chests in the open
You
world.
didn't
get
do
all the
anything
pulls,
wrong.
and you can theoretically, hopefully, pull for Zhang Fangyi, and then when it comes to the patch after that, we're gonna get the next patches, maybe new area and new like refreshes, and so are gonna get a lot more pulls as well. So it should be a lot easier to get characters and get currency as well. So it doesn't fix a lot of the problems that people have with the gacha system, but it does make it a lot easier for those who want to try and pull for as many characters as possible and still stay free to play.
45 was 1.0, 1.1 is 35. Yeah, isn't 1.2 35 as well?
So yeah, I'm fine with that having with just having one new character. Like for the longest time, it was usually that convention, like just having one new character for the patch, wasn't it? Until it was only until about 3 or 4 years ago until it started becoming this 2 new characters per patch thing, isn't it? Or am I misremembering?
Look, if they have lots
for
of
other-
GTA stuff, if the combat is boring or an imitation of another game, I'm very likely dropping it. Yeah. I think NTE, let me just say this, right? Like NTE, I've never really been a fan of GTA in the first place, and not really a fan of these more like these urban styled, like getting in a car and drive around, I didn't think I would like ZZZ because it was more urban. I ended up liking ZZZ, but maybe I'll like NTE the same way. But I've never been like biased towards that stuff. I'm more like biased against it. But like I've heard that NTE the combat is very samey to WUA, and like from what I've seen from the recent beta, the driving didn't look like amazing. It didn't look like, I don't know, dude. So I feel like they're gonna. I think they need to sell their theme really well, like their uniqueness. Sounds like save pools means save for 30 days and spend the last few days getting time to get more pools to throw in the banner. Yeah. The thing is like they could always, like devs can always do what Genshin did, which is Genshin will have a one banner patch, like one new character patch, and they'll just give you less pulls to compensate for the fact that, because they don't want you to save for the whole time, they'll just give you less pulls overall. So
the games like I'm
depends.
speaking like Genshin or something. Did they always have 2 characters
was
for each
usually-
patch?
It used to be. I remember when Genshin
Common.
was. I think it was more common, but it was usually also a 4-star character running with it.
Yeah, they
Sometimes
started
if it wasn't
ramping
single-
up.
One
Yeah.
5-star and 1 4-star, but now
Yeah,
it's recent,
usually.
2 5-stars, 2 5-stars, 2
Yeah,
5-stars.
they
Like,
ramped
that's-
up.
People can't keep up.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
Ananta looks like all the things I hate, GTA, etc., and NTE kind of seems the same, so I'm immediately out on both. Yeah, I mean Ananta, from what I heard, I don't even know if we're gonna get Ananta anytime soon, because I do think that little reveal or trailer, whatever they had, I feel like from what I've heard, Ananta is kind of in development hell, and they can't really decide on like a direction or identity. So it's like this. It's also this Frankenstein's monster. Like they have the like weird like Spider-Man combat, which like I've also never felt compelled to play a Spider-Man game, even though I've heard they're good. I've just never felt compelled to play one. So maybe that's just my personal taste.
consider this
That's fine.
though. Here's what I think. I think a lot of gacha games
Tell us what you think, Genozad.
have now devolved into the new content is the character. Like when a patch comes out and you
Yeah,
don't
that's
pull the
true.
character, you kind of just lost anywhere
Yeah.
from 40 to 60% of the content. Would you
I
guys
hate
agree with
that, by the way.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's a lot
Yeah.
of games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree,
hate
but I
that.
don't like it.
Bro.
I don't like the.
I mean, is that like Wuthering Waves in a nutshell? Like at least Genshin. Like Genshin is very much also in that bucket, but at least they have their like time-consuming exploration. The exploration is still time-consuming in Genshin, so
The fact that that's what it's become.
Sorry, Woowa
Yeah, so I
fans.
feel
really
like
confused. Sorry,
that's why things
I'm
are the way
confused.
they
Sorry,
are.
like you say it's a new thing. I think it's always been.
We need 4 stars and 5 stars. Yeah, dude. I think I don't know if this is confirmed, but I've heard speculation, which is obviously just like, not doesn't mean it's true, but like when they show those 3 characters, I mean that one character on the left could be a 5 star. That one woman on the left could be a 5 star potentially. Like she had a different colored border and stuff like that. So like a 2 new 6 stars and 1 new 5 star would be kind of a banging lineup. Or open world, you enjoy Spider-Man, but the open world stuff loses you. Is it the open world like the Ubislop design philosophy? Like just put 1,000 markers on the map and just, click, navigate, go, complete, click the next one, click, navigate, go, complete, and you just do that 1,000 times. The Fairmute might be a 5 star. Border was different, color for all 3. Okay, I mean, this is why you gotta check your sources. They all had differently colored borders? Damn. Okay. That was a wrench in the theory. I think those 3 are all 6 stars and released in different patches. Yeah, they could also very easily just do like 2 in 1.3 and 1 in the next one. I don't know. I kind of don't really like I think the 3 character, like the 3 banner patch should be exclusively for 1.0, the launch, and just, keep it there. Maybe on the 2.0, if they give like a huge amount of rewards again to the point where you could feasibly get like multiple of them. But it's usually kind of hard, I think, for people to pull like that.
Even since as far back as like Grand Blue Fantasy, where whenever they release a new character, like at one point you could not play the new content at all until you pulled that.
Could have sworn only one had a different color. Watch it be the dude, sell the women, give dudes for free. Guys, Hypergriff isn't like that. Don't worry. I mean, surely they're not, right?
Where a lot of the new content was. And
that sounds horrible.
Here's what I will say though, Yuko. I know
that's how gacha started.
Yeah,
I know what you mean,
believe it.
Yuko, but here's the difference I would say from a lot of old games. A lot of older games, there's always
Dumbass on the screen talking about dailies being too long in Snacks chat.
something to do. Like
reading Snacks chat. Should I read both chats? Who was it? Are the casual players having fun cleaning poo off the walls? I am having fun, actually.
I don't play Grand Blue Fantasy actively, but like you can always be playing and doing things in Grand Blue Fantasy, or like, I mean, Fake Grand Order. I don't like the game, but I guess you technically can always be farming or upgrading your characters or doing things in there, right?
Oh yeah.
But for a lot of these games, I feel like there isn't something to do, right? Like,
right.
Other than the
you want to spend sanity plus do all your deliveries plus friends plus doing factory.
character.
I mean, I'm not doing many deliveries anymore. I guess friends. I'm making myself do the friends thing, but deliveries are skippable because, like,
time. And you do the new area and you do that, but you usually reach a point where you just go, I'm done. Like, I just did basically everything, and there's not really anything else. Like, there's 2 styles of gacha games, I feel like.
I'd pull on the dude if he's sweet with it. Okay. Like 80 males and Arknights?
There's the ones where
I've heard about that,
the events are just like, you insta-clear them. Like, if you know the game Star Savior that came out recently, it's like, you basically press a button, you sweep, that's the event, you're done, right? And it's about playing the core game. And then there's the games where it's about the events, which I would say, games like Enfield, Wuthering Waves, Genshin, that style where it's like people log in and they do the events. That's a big part of the content.
I don't think I put Enfield in that category yet, though. The 3 Hoyo games and Wuwa, yes. But I don't think Enfield has had like this, like the equivalent of like one of these flagship events, like the Hot Pot event or the like Battle Sim event in HSR right now, you know? I don't know about that as much. I don't know if I'd put it in that category yet. I don't think they've done that yet.
Right?
Yeah.
So I feel like the
Right.
characters are in that same vein.
I mean, the point is true about like characters being the content, but like, I mean, Enfield, they like added expansions to Edge Space, you know. I mean, the difference is that if Edge Space was a banger and everyone loved it, then like that would be much more well received. People don't really count it, but like it is real content. Like it is real like Arknight's Enfield content. It's not like, you know, theme park management simulator, you know. It's like actually like Arknight's Enfield content. You know, maybe just it doesn't hit as hard because people don't like it as much. But you know, Umbral Monuments is actually Arknight's Enfield. Like Factory Expansions is actually Arknight's Enfield. It's not like Hot Pot event was good. The story was good. I mean, the gameplay was a little sleeper for me, but you know, does that make sense?
You know, that's kind of
No.
my feeling.
No, for sure. And I think once again, it comes back to that same thing of the live service dynamic is not sustainable of replay value. And so it's a patch by patch update system that is only designed to last for that fresh batch of content for 48 hours.
I like Edge Space. Hey, what Smack is saying, by the way, we've talked about this before, but it's like the rather than replayable content, it's the content treadmill where the company is hoping that you don't reach the end of the content before the new content comes out, or if you do, it's like not that big of a deal. Like you'll wait like a little bit until you get the new content. So it's more like a content treadmill rather than like something you could, in theory, just play over and over again just for the sake of it. Jenna needs to understand that no gacha is forever playtime. It's forever playtime games and forever playtime games, and they never will be, and they have their update content, and when you're done, you're done. Yeah, that's what Smack is kind of saying. The thing is, again, if they want, like, I think there is potential. I think just because like every gacha has kind of done this so far doesn't mean it needs to be that way, you know? And just because, like, you know, Genshin has had monetary success, WUA and HSR and all the rest, just because they've been financially successful doing it, doesn't necessarily mean that you couldn't be financially successful the other way. I think what the thing that is important is something I mentioned earlier, which is that, you know, Genshin combat and WUA combat and like HSR combat, I give ZZ a little bit of a pass, but like kind of, I guess, the same vein. They're not really meant to be. They're not like fundamentally from their ground up design. They're not meant to be like a combat that you play for hours. It's literally meant to be combat that you play for like 5 to 10 minutes. It's like flashy. It's a good dopamine hit. It looks cool. It makes you like, it feels really cool. You get your dopamine hit and then you're kind of done for the day. But it's not combat that is meant to be played for hours because they just don't have like the opportunity for skill expression. They don't have the kind, like the game modes. They don't have the fundamental game design, you know, like, and that's why every single endgame mode, DPS check with a timer, it's the only way to add like skill expression or like any sort of difficulty, you know? Gacha games are the fast food of gaming. What kind of fast food? Are we talking like Five Guys or like Raising Cane's or like McDonald's?
It's like anything after that, I feel is a fool's errand. And I think the devs have recognized that as well. That's why their content these days is so like, I would say mid, because it's like you're going to get that value out of it in the first 48 hours. But after that, it's just like daily, it's just chores. It's like a job. It's just like, all right, let me log in and knock out my chores
maxing,
and then get off the game and wait on that next patch update. I think live service is at a core. It's the whole issue here.
Fine with hitting maintenance mode in gacha games. Gives me time not to worry about doing shit all the time, especially if events happen in other games. I mean, yeah, like realistically, yeah, you could play multiple gacha games so that you're always like doing the exciting parts of the game and not really, you know. But the thing is, like, you still have to force yourself to do the mini games if you want the currency. So, you know. True for Genshin, I prefer to challenge the local legend on the overworld. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah. But the thing is, like, even Genshin, and the thing is because Genshin was like first, so it didn't have the perfect dodge system. Notice how every single gacha game now after WUA does the perfect dodge system. And why is that? Because a perfect dodge is like in WUA, for example, it's the only real opportunity you get for like unpredictable moment-to-moment skill expression, like non-scripted moment-to-moment skill expression during the fight is like if you can read the enemy boss attack or the enemy attack and dodge it, right? And then you get that satisfaction of doing it with perfect timing. So, because otherwise the combat is like, when I said, it's like scripted. It's like I'm pressing these buttons in this order, and if I do it fast enough, I clear. If I don't, then I lose, right? DPS checks with timers. You know what I mean? So that's why every game puts them in now, I think. Just timer since it heavily skews, yeah, the meta towards only this way is valid, yeah. HSR had a good thing with Swarm Disaster Golden Gears, then completely fucked it up with DU. Yeah, and Currency Wars is good though. I think Currency Wars is the true successor. Because honestly, the reason I talked about this the other day, the only reason I'm still playing HSR right now is Currency Wars. It's Currency Wars. DNA tried to escape, but it failed. Sad for DNA. Maybe one day. Maybe DNA will have like a comeback story. I believe. Dare to dream.
Yeah, I mean, there are games that handle live service well, but then that's again, those are outliers, right? We've had live service games in the past that have handled it well, and a lot that haven't handled it well.
There's live service gacha too, which makes it all the more worse.
So let me be more clear. Let me be more clear. Live service games handle them a lot better than live service gacha games.
There we go. In
my opinion, yeah. Sorry, I should be more specific.
No, you're good.
We are still yet to see a live service gacha game handle it perfectly. We're still yet to see that.
I don't think it's gonna ever happen. That's my point. It's like that's why I kept saying when WuWa drops, for example, I'll give you an example. When WuWa drops, I'm doing the story, I'm pulling Hiyuki, I'm fucking up a hologram with her or something, but then I'm fucking off. I don't care about the events it's got going on. I don't give a shit. That game's content is pure pull up to the story, get the badass character, have fun with them for a day or two, and then I'm over it. I'm ready to play something else. And that's why I'm trying. I think people.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is. Like the greatest bits of excitement are like when you do the new story, pull the new character, and even the thing is like. The thing is, like, new characters, the novelty wears off too, especially if you're just doing like the same rotation every single time in combat. We have too many panic do it all buttons these days, yeah. Yeah, I think perfect dodge was made easier. I know from CBT 2, I think it was more precise, and I think they opened the window up. I think they did make it easier. Which I think they shouldn't have done. I think they should have just increased the amount of skill points you get or something. If it was going to be like too hard. Because live service games are actual games. They don't have they're not gacha, they don't have those gacha systems. I feel at that point, why play then? Well, I mean, that's exactly why I fell off of WUA, because I also became disinterested in the story. So, you know. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like, if you get to a point where the gacha game is literally just like, I'm chores maxing every day for like 35 days, and then like for the first 5 days of the patch, I get to like pull a character, have fun, do the story. I'm actually like having a little fun, but then I'm back to chores maxing. I mean, you know, you know. It's kind of like if you're in that loop, it's like kind of tough. It's kind of hard to keep going once you realize you're in it.
People need to accept that is a gacha game at its core today. Today, it is literally that experience. And then you go, okay, NTE's out now. Now I'm about to go play that for probably 60 hours in 1 week. And then I'm going to fuck off and treat it the same way as I've been treating these other gacha games. I don't know. I've come to accept that.
Like, I think that's a good thing.
The dodge is fundamentally different. Not really made easier. It's different. Before you had to dodge inside a threshold. While now, as long as you're dodging, you will perfect dodge if you get hit during it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
it's a good thing though. Like,
I think it flows with the nature of the genre. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, as we were just saying, like with all these new games coming out, a lot of people want to play all these different games. Like, if it's as long as it's not something that you need to log in and put so many hours in, like, of course there should be something in the games that allow you to like replay over and over and over again. Like, there should be something in there, but it's not something that you have to. Like, when it comes to like the new content per patch, like as you just mentioned for Within Waves, hologram story for like 3 or 4 hours, depending on the story, all that sort of thing. And then if you can like find several gacha games that you enjoy, and like hopefully they like line up, so you can do that for 1 week and then go to the next game for another week and just do dailies on the other. That way you always got something interesting to do for each patch. And like if they have a system where they start introducing things where they require players to like put hours, like, significant time in each time, it can get really, like, it can burn a lot of people out. So
dude, gacha games could be genuinely peak if like they just didn't require you to log in every day, you know, and they didn't like make these mandatory events where you have to do them to get the currencies, you know. Like if it was like what Smack was saying, where it's like, you know, the way that I want to do it sometimes, like if the way that I'd want to do it sometimes is log in, get the new character, play the story, you know, play what I want to play, log off. If I don't want to log in for like 10 days, I don't have to. I can log in, play whatever I want to play, you know, like a normal game, right? It's like the daily log. It's like the Force, like the Burnout, you know? So I don't see the point in gacha hopping, because then it's like 15 games and you're only hopping on occasionally. Yeah. It's what Enfield is trying to be, but people complain that the sanity regenerates too slow. Yeah, no, I'm like fine with where it's at. Like, thing is like I'm okay with not even spending energy, like just letting energy max out if I like don't want to play. I usually, you know, log in 15 seconds, do my dailies and out, you know. Sometimes you'll still have to do like an event you don't want to do, but thing is, again, Enfield has not really had those huge like 2 to 3 hour long events yet.
Like pros and cons to this. Like people that just want to stick to one game, it's gonna be really bad for them. But people, I think we've had this conversation before. Like gacha games at their core are.
Don't know how you'd handle the currency drip feed then. Well, yeah, because that's the thing is like it would break a lot of the systems they're using to manipulate you.
Casual, you can pick it up, put it down whenever you want, like for 5 minutes or something. And they're supposed to be built like that, as far as I understand it. Anyway, it's only like every now and then where they have these big story patches where they would like you to sit down for a couple of hours or maybe a couple dozen hours if it's HSR, because God knows they yap. But like, you know what I'm saying? So there's like pros and cons to this.
Yeah, no, there is. Go ahead, Gino.
I think I agree, but the one thing I would say is I think the issue with a lot of gacha games.
Yeah, you see that? You see the two people talk at once and then like handing. That's a high EQ tactic.
Doesn't feel meaningful. Like when you're farming gear in most of these
just
games,
for our own
like,
character growth, so we can recognize
this Path of Exile. When you spend 8 hours playing Path of Exile, you feel like you got a bunch of currency and progressed in some way. You are getting things that are useful that you can sell to somebody else for like currency to then buy something good. But in gacha games, you spend 8 hours.
They're basically asking for a paid DLC. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And also, this is gonna sound really nasty, but I have to be honest about this, right? We have to be honest to get to the truth, okay? But like I feel like part of the satisfaction of getting the character is because I went through all of the pain of like doing the fucking chores every day for like a month and a half so I could save the currency. And then when it finally accumulates and pulling the character, it's like, ugh, all of it paid off, you know? Like it was all for something. And it amounted to this, you know? I feel like, you know, it shouldn't really be like a driving factor, but I feel like it's undeniable. Like that, I feel like that's a factor to it, you know?
Farming gear or other stuff like that, you don't feel like you got shit. In fact, most of the time you lost resources. You're down a bunch of resources because you upgraded a bunch of trash, and it was just a waste of time.
Like not proud of it, but yeah, kind of true.
You're gonna make me crash out about the fucking like random substats thing. I swear to God, man. Fucking
Yeah, I mean,
hate RNG on the substats. I swear to God. Because
you see, the thing
exactly
is,
what it is.
I wouldn't have trouble with that if I could farm unlimitedly and it didn't take limited resources to do the stuff. Then it would be like, oh, I'm just gonna go farm until I get good gear. But no, it's like you get 5 per day, bitch.
I agree. I completely agree. And every time
yeah, bro, I cannot believe with Arknight's Endfield, it wasn't even people. It was literally hold on, throwback to earlier in the stream. Clown Tone Toss was saying that Arknight's RNG gear system was Arknight's static gear system was ass, and that Wua's Echoes was better. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I mean, again, it's not really genuine. It's just him rage baiting. But like, I don't think anybody is asking for RNG gear. You know, like Endfield just took a massive step forward, in my opinion, by not like, dude, even Chaos Zero Nightmare did the RNG gear bullshit. Like, dude, Chaos Zero Nightmare, like, why? You already have this like roguelike mode where you go and build a deck. Why are you using this ass RNG gear system as well? It's terrible, dude. It's awful.
I say that people.
The penny you earned yourself is more valuable than the money that was a random gift. Yeah, no, exactly. Massive W with the gearing, yeah. Gacha game at his core is a side game. I can't believe he said it. Echoes is why you quit Wua. Dude, the thing is the Echo system had a lot of potential because you could run around in the open world and acquire Echoes. And you could do that to like speed up your acquisition of Echoes. But then they still just bottlenecked you on the Echo XP tubes anyway and the tuners. So that entire system was fucking dog shit. Like, or like wasted, you know? Wasted is what I meant to say. Like, you know what? It's fucking dog shit too. You know, I'll say it. Yeah, it's dog shit. Like, it was such a great idea. The idea, like, it had so much potential. The idea you could run around in the open world, fight enemies, and get Echoes. But like at the end of the day, it's like you know, structurally and functionally the exact same as like, you know, the Genshin system of going into a domain and getting a few artifacts, because like you can't upgrade them anyway. You know, doesn't matter how many you have, you can't upgrade them. Farming Exos is kind of fun, but the RNG way with upgrading it is not. Yeah. I mean, like, Nightmare Nests were kind of fun because it's like, here's some enemies, fight them, I guess. I guess. And, like, yeah, like, running around the map. I remember doing that. It was kind of cool.
Well, just tell me to shut up. I'm like, oh my God, people don't realize.
Yeah, shut up.
Like, a lot of people that are still fine with that. It's like, yeah, you're fine with it, but there's, like, so many more people that would have continued playing this game, but they're so burnt out because of that system, because of the stupid fucking RNG in the substats. Like, they need to get rid of that, or at least have some kind of way to mitigate it. Because like, they could have mitigated it with, we had this conversation last time, Smack, with that the substat reroll type thing. Like, well, first of all, they completely bungled implementation of that. Like, how much it costs to get some, how many you need to just reroll one, and in fact, it's just a reroll and not a selector. Like, holy shit! Like, if they could have introduced that or just tweaked it to make it something that you could farm a few of them, and
Tizian drowns you in gear. I'm sitting on a ton of mats. When I was playing, I was struggling to get gear. I was like giga struggling. Maybe if I'd played longer, I would have eventually reached a point where it wasn't that big of a struggle, but
not a reroller, depending on how often or how common you can get them. If it's really rare, make it a selector. If it says rare, if they make it common, make it a reroller. Fine, but like people just do not realize how much the RNG subsets are crippling a lot of these games because it just burns people out. It really burns people a lot of people out, and then some people will like.
I mean, the thing that does suck is like if your daily chores include, you know, running into a domain and doing it like, I think in WUA you do it twice, and then you might have to go do Nightmare Nest, and then, you know, maybe like 2 or 3 times I just run into this domain and do this over again. Like every single day, I just do this domain like 3 or 4 times. You know, like. It gets old, dog. It gets old. I'm doing the same thing every day. Like, at least let me like do something different. At least let me like choose what I want to do.
Well, they need to have retention. Like, there's so many other different things that you can get to keep people logging in. Like, dailies are the thing that you get people to log in. What you do after the dailies, that's completely up to you. And you shouldn't be having to like farm hours and hours and hours just to get the thing you need, just to feel like you're progressing your account to any sort of degree. It's really, really bad. It's pushing a lot.
Yeah, the Chaos Dungeon.
I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen.
I did get kind of burned out in CZN too.
You feel like it. I feel like the play base for a lot of the games that have these RNG systems, they're starting to dwindle away. Like, and they would have kept a lot more players if they didn't stick to that RNG subset system. Just in my opinion, anyway.
I think a lot of people are starting to be fed up with it. And if you really think about it, the amount of time you spend doing these chores in game. Like, if you add up all that time, it's probably more time spent than just doing literal real-world chores.
I remember people praising the echo farming in WUA. Look at it now.
Chores of taking the trash out, doing the dishes, and doing your laundry. It's actually just a pure fucking waste of time most of the time.
Yeah. I feel like the gacha player, though, at its core, and this is about to be an insane insult, but they don't know what to do with their time anyway. Which is why they're okay with the chores.
Behavior? Is that
no.
Next version of that?
No.
Guys, that's not true, right? That's not true.
Like,
I mean,
it's a thing that's very telling to me, though, because they seem to be so content
That's
with
not true,
wasting
right?
their time in the most wasteful way possible. I mean, I don't know how else to like view it.
oh
It's
my
like,
gosh, bro. Holy. They're intent on wasting their time in the dumbest way possible. Is that what he said?
The most thing that's very telling to me, though, because they seem to be so content with wasting their time in the most wasteful way possible. I mean, I don't know how else to like.
Oh my God.
View it. It's like, if you're okay with doing these chores every single day, what the fuck?
Chaos is great season. No, yeah, I like the concept of the chaos. It was great. I think the thing that burned me out was just how long they would take. And I don't know. I like CZN for a lot of reasons. I just personally fell off, but I'm a CZN supporter. I like CZN. They did of course do the same, like, you know, Spiral Abyss Tower thing, you know, but.
Are you doing with your other time, man? I just don't get it. You know what I mean?
Go for it.
Yeah, Enfield has pity for the essences, which makes it feel like you're not like it's not completely wasted. Yeah, because you know you can what's it called? You can concretely see that you are building towards something. You are building towards getting that stat. You know, whereas when it's all RNG, it just feels bad, dude. It just feels bad. Like, even when I do the relics and HSR, bro, HSR is so bad. Like, somehow it's probably the worst out of all of them. I think ZZZ maybe does it the best because I think they have fewer stats and there's no RNG on the substats. Still kind of ass, but like, dude, HSR is so ass. Like, I'll literally go in, I'll do like 12 runs, I'll get like 24 pieces of gear or whatever. All of them are trash. All of them are trash. Like, how many days do I have to do this before I even have the chance to upgrade one piece of gear, and then it just rolls badly, and it's like, oh, well, that, you know, what did I expect? Like, shame on me for fucking expecting anything. ZZ has the music shop, yeah. HSR and Genshin have the worst RNG gear. Dude, the weird thing is that in Genshin, I feel like I know it's RNG, so maybe it's just luck, but I mean, after playing for like 6 years, it would even out. But I feel like I generally can get gear somewhat. I don't know. I just maybe just subjectively, just my HSR experience is just like terrible. I don't know. I don't know if they weight the probabilities differently in like a deceptive way, but
Can't understand it.
Well,
You know?
here's what I would say about that really quick.
Yeah,
I
go for it.
believe that it's a matter of routine.
Mhm.
So, you work your job, maybe lunch break, or maybe after
this is an
your
interesting
job, you get on your
analysis of
phone or
it.
PC or whatever it is, and then you play your game, you do your load dailies. It's like a source of comfort. It's almost like
Yeah.
a grounded kind of thing. It's like some time you spend.
habit.
It's a part of a habit. Like I play Nikkei at the start of every single stream. Do I think the game is amazing? No. But I enjoy the little routine of going into the game, doing my little dailies, and then being done. Even though the game's not.
This is
anything
interesting.
crazy.
This is an interesting analysis because there's
I think that's
Smack
what
has
it
like a
for
really
lot of
good
people,
like
but I think
I think
things
that's
like
wonderful.
gear farming and
additional,
other
like,
stuff
perspective
is
on
just
it,
a
or like
pure
a
fucking waste of time, and nobody
analysis
likes
or
it.
whatever.
Literally, no one likes this trash.
Yeah, I would say what you just said was such a beautiful like a way to represent that player. At the
poetic.
same time, though, I would
The guy that you
say
trash talked.
Creatures of habit.
yeah, no. But this is
Creatures
the
of
thing, though.
habit.
I would say it also can still be you can eat your own words in that regard because if you're gonna bitch about the repetitive kind of gear grinding, it still applies the same way. It applies the same way you just explained it. It's like, well, there's a guy out there who thinks that's routine and it's fine. So it's like we can't bitch about like the gear farming being repetitive, but then in the same vein, we're routinely logging into these gacha games and doing the same exact thing in an adjacent way.
See that was like this is like an interesting because you guys get it like I think I kind of understand and think both are true because like there is a source and comfort, right, of like doing your daily task and getting your little daily reward. There's like comfort in that, but it's like I don't know, maybe it just comes down to like humans are just contradictory creatures. Like sometimes we're just contradictory, like because it can be comfortable to like log into your dailies, get your like little daily reward. No, you're like pushing towards the next character or whatever. But at the same time, like kind of I don't want to log in and do this. Like I don't know, dude. It's weird, bro. The psychology is like so weird. Because at the same time there's FOMO. At the same time, like even when like maybe like the feeling of the FOMO overwhelms the feeling of like this is boring content, So like if you were to like put them on scales and like weigh them, the FOMO is like heavier, and so you still feel like that satisfaction and comfort from like doing your dailies, Thank you, Jenna, for defending unemployed basement dwellers like me. HSR has weighted substats. I think they do. I think they do. Gotchas are good when you're tired, mentally drained, or depressed, and just need that simple consistency. Humans are capable of feeling both ends, yeah. And there is, it's just like an interesting, way to describe it. Like, you can definitely feel both. Is a thing. Maybe that's not as like satisfying, like a takeaway, but like I can log into ZZZ and like I get that comfort from like hearing the music, seeing the visuals, whatever, seeing the little like, oh my, your dailies are done, you got some little polychromes or whatever. But at the same time, it's like, do I necessarily want to jump in and run this drive disk like artifact domain and run it over and over and over again? Like, it's weird, dude. It's really weird.
Mr. Speak?
Dude, the thing is, like, him saying that, like, the silence that you hear right now is like the discomfort that everyone felt at, like, the understanding that, like, both of these are kind of true, right? I think that's how you describe
Same
this
exact thing
silence.
in a
Like the realization that, like, we are inherently contradictory and, like, nothing is true in this world and, like, everything's a lie and we live in a simulation. This is like the sound of the simulation breaking. Listen to this silence.
in an adjacent way.
I'm supposed to
Yeah.
speak.
That was
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
something.
Did
Yeah,
you
it was
hear
weird.
that? Did you hear Ryuku Sensei? Did you hear the way he sounded?
Speak.
Yeah.
That was
I'm supposed to speak.
Bro, that's like the sound of the simulation breaking, dude. Like that's like that's beautiful. The human condition, cinema. Monka. Yeah. I don't know. That was a funny one. It's because it's literally like maybe it's also like a self-examination, you know, like where does this comfort and routine come from? Maybe you know, I don't know. Where does that come from? Why do I still feel like, why does it still like comfort me to like log into Genshin after 6 years, even if like I don't really want to go run the domain for my artifacts? Like I want better content, but like when I drop into the world and my character is right there and you know, it's like I start hearing the little like OST in the background. It's like, oh, you know, like maybe life's not that bad. Maybe everything's gonna be okay. You know, let me go run this artifact domain that I've already ran 600 times. Let me run it 3 more times today. You know, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. That's why I like Smack, because he knows how to break the truth bubble. I think Smack is intimately aware of like the psychological manipulations of these games, kind of.
definitely silence.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was like,
that was an absent. That was an absent silence.
Like,
No,
because the thing is, for me to admit that makes me sound like a fucking sheep, you know, like. But yeah, that's how it is. That's how humans are. Maybe, you know, I sound like a robot, like a vegetable or something. But
I think
maybe that's just how it is.
everyone's points here. I can't really add too more about it. I think it is a mixture of.
Thank you, Volpez, for not making me think I am dog shit. Pound it. That's what we're here for. What the community is here for.
Of habit. I'm someone that plays a lot of mobile gacha games. Specifically, the 2 mobile games I play is Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle and Legends. Dragon Ball Legends. I love those 2 games. But again, they're not the best built games. I log in, play it for a bit, get my dailies and log out. I don't play PvP and Legends.
That's how you should do.
Yeah. But with these open world RPG gacha games, which I think are designed originally, even though you've got the dailies and the weeklies and everything in there, I think they are.
Aren't the people in the routine playing for routine living 1,000 times better than anyone in the Victorian area? We're just enjoying the spoils of progress. Yeah, like in terms of like living conditions and living standards. I mean, yeah, in like some parts of the world, yeah.
Trying to have people to spend more time in these specific games. Yeah, I think it is routine. Like I play Endfield quite a lot. I play Endfield quite a lot. Sometimes if I've got a spare half an hour, and I've done everything on my rota, everything on my list of things I need to do. I'll sometimes log into Arknight's Endfield, do my daily, see if there's anything I need to do. Can I grind a little bit to get this piece of equipment? Then I'll stop. It's then I'll log out.
That's how you should play all gacha.
It is just habit. It is just comfort and habit, because it's something that we trained our brains to do. It's like we've been doing it for a while now. I got to just do it again. Sometimes it's subconscious. You don't even know you're doing it. You know,
that's fair. That's fair. If there was anything you guys could insert into Endfield that you feel is missing, what would that be? Chat. I want everybody's chats to get involved on that too.
All right, go on. Yeah.
You guys too.
Let's see.
What is one thing to add to Endfield that you would add to Endfield? Replayable content. Oh my! I would add Elden Ring Night Rain. That's what I would add. Final answer. Buzzer. Final answer. Better story, integrated strategies. Mirror tool for factory. Interesting. Good replayable content. Better stories up there for me. I think the perfect Elden Ring Night Rain is like not realistic, but the perfect Elden Ring Night Rain like simulation as close as you can get in Arknight's Endfield. PvE multiplayer, replayable content, good co-op, electric Endmin. Not BG3. Suspicious. Suspicious. Mirror tool. More voice lines for Endman. Voice lines for Endman would probably be part of like good, better story too. Like when we say better story, I mean like a story like that makes me feel like Lord of the Rings or Lord of Mysteries or something. That makes me feel something like deep, like changes the way I view humanity. Ideally. Free play mode like in Factorio where the factory is the main focus. Removing sanity tickets. Inherent multipliers and add sweep for the material levels. Multiplayer PvE, yeah. Yeah, PvE, no PvP. Only PvE. Endfield needs something other than factory like HSR Currency Wars. Okay. Other means of getting Arsenal tickets? I empathize for Endman, so I hate Ardashir. Okay, that's like your second. That's like strike 2 for you. Annihilation for Arsenal tickets. Describing Arknight's story, Lone Trail made me change the way I view the pioneer spirit of humanity. This sounds awesome. Sounds beautiful. The pioneering spirit of humanity. Factory Wars, Clash of Clans inside of. Nah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, those are good ones. Those are good ones. I think like for me, I can't. It's hard to choose between like replayable content and better story. The story's good. I mean, I just mean like if I could get I think inside of the Arknights universe. I mean, it already exists in the Arknights universe in the OG Arknights, but if like a story in Enfield where you know that's like peak, like a replayable content in the form of co-op PvE. I don't know, like it'd be hard to figure out how exactly you make that work. But like I think PvE co-op is like just such an unbeatable like gaming experience. You know, you could even have like dungeons or like raids or something. I don't know how you would do that in a gacha game well, but it's just such an unbeatable like gameplay experience. I don't know. The story is mid, not gonna lie, but I can see it peaking. I like it, but you know, I could see maybe it could be better, I suppose. I like a good amount of things about it. That's why we loved raids back in Destiny 1. Exactly, like Vault of Glass. Vault of Glass inside of Arknight's Endfield. Think about it. Dude, I mean, even the raid mechanics in Destiny 1, like, was it anything crazy? Like, stand on a plate, you know? Stand on this plate, shoot that thing, pick up this item, and then shoot this thing with that item, you know? Hold the shield, block, you know? Like, I mean, like, how crazy does it have to be? How crazy does it have to be? Without PvE multiplayer, endgame is just boss rush mode, and then we'll always get old. Yeah. Co-op just adds replayability so much. More story per patch, you say? If we're talking characters... Oh, put characters in standard pool after they leave? Okay.
I suppose for a lot of people, it would be Endgame. I suppose a lot.
Endgame, I
of people
think,
would.
is
Yeah,
definitely
I mean-
a highlight. Yeah.
I think they mean. I think he probably means
I honestly-
replayable content when he says endgame.
replayable content. Now,
Okay.
With Endgame, we're getting contingency contract. We've always spoken about that, and I think that's where a lot of people, hopefully, depending on how they implement it, are going to be happy with.
PayPal. Good one. He thought he was real funny doing this.
Endgame. When it comes to replayable content, stuff that's just for the sake of when you have a few hours and you want to just play it because you want to enjoy the game, like besides dailies, when you have that extra
More reason for the factory to exist. Co-op, replayability, better combat, reason to play as support characters, incentive to swap my characters.
time, like we've gone past what your habit is, but like replayable content if is like, again, if you bring in another mode from the original Arknights, is it's not the roguelike that they have in now. It is actually very similar to Elusive Realm, where you play through a story, you play through these, you choose different routes and you get different buffs and you meet different characters and you like buy buffs and buy characters.
There is incentive to
play the original
swapping?
Argos, that's what I'm saying. And this, you play that.
Oh yeah, tower defense, like a tower defense mode. Gotcha Smack looked depressed in that shot.
Mode
Yeah.
over and over and
Is it because he's reading his chat? Is that why?
over and over and over, and it kicks your ass sometimes. But it's replayable
I
because
think he's reading his chat. I think that's why he looks like so drained.
with each part you like progress a little bit on how many points.
He read this comment. He read this comment. I don't know. I just picked that one randomly. I don't know. Wait, is that Angry Hippo? Holy. Is that Hippo?
You get, and then you get more reward.
Wait, we know what Hippo wants. Replayable mode. There we go. That was a crazy fucking across time and space.
From that, and it's just really fun.
Like the
Like if you
simulated
can
universe kind
get
of thing?
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like sim
it's
universe
very
kind
similar.
of thing?
Bro, I've actually been looking at this chat, seeing if I recognize any of you guys. I was about to... That's the first one.
It's very similar to that. It's also very similar
Yeah.
to Elusive Realm as well. Like this was
Good
before
cameo?
Elusive Realm. It's very similar to
I
Elusive
wouldn't-
Realm, but it's before Elusive Realm.
I wouldn't mind them
So-
doing a game mode like that. That's one of the reasons why I like Etch Space Salvage, because I think the game
Swap
mode
for
is really
optimizing
good.
SP
All
game?
I ask is that they
Oh.
add more to it or make it a replayable experience. I think it has
Mm.
potential. I think the aspects and the way that mode is built is very well done. And even though they're opening up new zones
Oh, like waiting for the combo on Rossi. I see. Okay.
to the Etch Space Salvage every patch, it's great. But one of my key points that I actually spoke about this a little while ago, this is a game mode where they could
This guy replied. This guy replied to this guy. A lot of people like that event. Oh my god. That's like the funniest,
easily
like
every week or every 2 weeks.
I don't know why that's so funny to me.
refresh
Like
the rewards and maybe
just kind of like the indignation, like the, you know, just how short it is. Just like
have the same map but maybe change
I
the
don't know,
enemies,
bro.
change the layout, change the different debuffs.
Like the confrontation, you know what I'm saying?
because
Like I
obviously when-
live for the drama. The drama is unbeatable.
you leave the safe zones, you lose health over time. So it's a race against time as well. And there's many things you can do with that specific mode to make it more fun. Like maybe it's like this week's rotation, it's you lose health at a faster rate, or this week's rotation, it's this enemy's, there's a secret enemy around, or this is the bosses. You could do so much to keep it replayable. And I'd love for them to improve it in that kind of way. But a roguelike, like Ryuku said, like
Like he talked about a weekly rotation. I don't know how I feel about a weekly rotation because I feel like you run the risk. You know how like ZZZ and HSR and WUA all have their like weekly modes, and they basically just became like an extra weekly chore instead of a daily chore. You know. Yeah, no, this was a wholesome interaction, but Hooper Scooper event was the best. Swapping to Perlica for finisher? Oh yeah. Yeah. He was talking about edge space? Oh, okay. Current edge space would be a chore. Wouldn't play if it was weekly reset. I think he's also saying there would have to be like a ton of modifications to it.
like Simulated Universe or the Depths Elusive Realm equivalent would be a perfect addition to this game. I very much like this game. I like the
But the thing, I mean, I don't know if I want an elusive, like a depths of an elusive realm. Like, I know some people looked fondly on that, but to me, it was like same with Simulated Universe. It was like kind of just another weekly chore. I prefer like, I think Currency Wars also is like bi-weekly now, but I just prefer like hopping on and playing when I want to play. You know,
the combat. I know it's not for everyone. I love it. I think a rogue would be really, really interesting.
I think
the interesting thing is that he talked about a roguelike. In my last, I think maybe my last video, I pulled up that article that was interviewing the devs from OG Arknights about integrated strategies, which is like the roguelike mode in OG Arknights. And apparently it was the success of integrated strategies that inspired all of these other gacha games to start putting roguelike modes in their games. And was like explicitly said in the article is that like CV pasting a roguelike mode into the game is not really a successful strategy, LOL strategy, because integrated strategies with Arknights is very intimately tied to like the fabric of the game. So the problem is that developers just like, oh, here's a roguelike mode, you know? I think Ryuku Sensei actually says this, if I remember correctly. Like their version of a roguelike mode is like, here's a room with some enemies, kill them, get a buff, go to the next room, kill some enemies, get a new buff, go to the next room. Like it just doesn't meet the standard, you know? And I don't know, I don't know. We just haven't seen an example of a game in this genre doing roguelike successfully. But maybe they could. I don't know how they would, but we just haven't seen it, you know? And the thing is, like, ZZZs is probably the best because they literally went through the effort of making, like, new skills for the character. Like, the gear. Like, some of the characters get, like, literally new, like, attack animations and skill animations for this, like, little weekly roguelike mode. And still, like, the you know, functional gameplay is, like, kill enemies in a room, go to the next one, kill some enemies, go to the next one, you know? Just copy integrated strategies. They copy paste and don't really understand why the original integrated strategies works. Yeah, no, literally, yeah. Yeah. OG Arknights Weekly is just clicking a button to claim the rewards once you clear it once. Are you talking about Annihilation? Yeah, that roguelike prototype in CBT1 that was scrapped because of poor reception. Like maybe the devs tried it and we're just like, shit, like we just can't figure out. We literally cannot figure out how to make this work in a game like this. I mean, I can't really think of it. I think you're better off going like the Elden Ring Night Rain route where, you know, you spawn on the map, you run from location to location, you kill enemies at a location, and you get like a certain buff or reward for doing that. In Night Rain, you get like a weapon or a buff or something, and the weapons also have like buffs on them. But you know, so yo, what's up, Agrox? Yo, bro, you're in the. I haven't recognized your name. I've been reading Smack's chat the entire time. What's up, bro? How's it going? We just read your message from Smack's chat about what you wanted to see in Arknights. Dang, that's crazy. You think Rogue has a high risk of losing everything? Wait. Roguelikes have a high risk of losing everything, but even in ZZ, I can just reset a single node. If I'm in imminent defeat, I need to reset from the start. Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I said ZZ I think is the best is because, I mean, the best, but still like not great because it still feels like a weekly chore, you know. But the best in the sense I think they put the most effort into it, and I don't know. But like, you know, how do you get past the How do you get past that hump of like, how do you make this different than like go from room to room and just collect a buff and move on, you know? I'm very opinionated about Enfield. Yeah. I mean, that's good. It's good. That means there's passion, and passion is good. I can tell because I've been reading this chat. I've been reading this chat a little bit. I can tell. It's good though. Imagine if Enfield managed to be Dark Souls of gacha. I mean, they could with contingency contract. There could be, they talked about it earlier. Like there could be like a way to make it so it's so hard. It's like the Dark Souls of gacha. Thing is, I don't see a gacha like making that like their main form of content, like, or like the entire game is like that. But it's possible with Enfield, with contingency contract. I despise ZZ version because it wants to use certain characters for bonus, but then you reach the boss and the boss resists your damage, and a lot of time you don't have good buffs to help you. Yeah, I've noticed that. I don't really, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, dude. Roguelikes are usually like undercooked in some way. Cooking something with double assault as well, the 2 operator mode. Oh yeah, and ZZZ. That has potential. That has hella potential. What does that mean, being the Dark Souls of gacha? Like being hard? I think, yeah, like a fundamental level of challenge. I mean, thing is, like, even Elden Ring, you know, maybe Dark Souls, like Dark Souls 1 is different, Dark Souls 3 might be different, but like Elden Ring, for example, you know, it also has like a customizable difficulty within the game. Like, are you using Spirit Ashes? Are you using like the builds? Are you, like, if you're using Spirit Ashes and like a mage build, you know, spawn your Spirit Ashes, stand back and cast your spells, you know? Like that's going to be easier than having to actually like dodge boss attacks and like, you know, trade blows with the boss and stuff, you know? So I think what it means is like like basically when we talked earlier about how Elden Ring and Dark Souls, they have this very when it comes to like the basics of game design, it's very masterful in the sense, you know, like if you want to heal, you have to chug the flask, but then that, you know, makes you vulnerable and takes a certain amount of time, and then that's like how you undo some set amount of mistakes. If you make too many mistakes in a row without healing, you lose, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, excited for CC. Yeah. I worry that Enfield is going to use the protocol spaces to make the rooms for a roguelike. I think there's a reason they scrapped the roguelike from CBT1. I think there's a, I believe in Hypergriff that, you know, they scrapped it because it wasn't like meeting a certain standard. It's not bad if Enfield has difficult events. Yeah, it's definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. It's good. I mean, like something like contingency contract could eventually be permanent, and then just having the ability for like difficulty is good. They need to include exploration, like actual exploration. I mean, like edge space, like a challenging edge space. I mean, they could make edge space challenging by making it like a true, you know, like a true extraction mode. Like I know like extraction is usually PvPvE, but if it was just PvE, I don't know. Maybe you have like a random spawn encounters, like maybe you're just running around and it's like, oh, random spawn, enemies like are attacking you, you know. Sometimes it's like Insano style. It's like you get the fucking wicked pull. It's like the Dark Souls difficulty hits you and it's like, oh, like I'm dead. I lost all my shit. I think weekly roguelite mode is ass, very shallow. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah. Definitely weekly chore. Yeah. Combine edge space and umbral, randomize the room, and it's roguelike. And it's a roguelike. Maybe. Escape from Duckov as a pure PvE extraction. It's out there. Just needs a sauce. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jenna.
Oh, I was going to say potentially controversial opinion here. I have noticed that
Genizad, controversial opinion. It's a day that ends in Y. Sorry, just kidding. That was because I was just playing along with the meme.
almost every single gacha game adds roguelikes. I'm kind of over gacha game roguelikes.
He's actually right about that though. That's literally what we're just talking about for like 15 minutes.
Because I feel like they're very shallow. And how I see
Fair
it
enough.
is I could just go play an actual roguelike. Like I think of it this way. So let me see. I could play this game's
Instead of salvage rework, they're adding more content to it. I think it's very unlikely they'll rework it completely. So it will be boring in the end. I mean, I think that's more of like a pessimistic view on it, to be fair. I think for now, they've like pre-made a lot of content. So the expansions we're getting right now is probably stuff that has already been completed. But I think Hypergriff typically listens to feedback and will maybe like implement some things into edge space, ideally. So I think edge space as a game mode has a lot of like potential, and it's like very unique, and it can definitely be different. But like the expansions we're getting right now are probably going to be pretty samey. That's not controversial? No, I know, I was kidding. Oh, you mean like what he said? Yeah, it's not controversial. Yeah. Genizad is a CZN grinder. CZN's cool.
roguelike, or I could play Slay the Spire 2. And you might say, well, that's an unfair comparison. That's an entire game. But then I go, well, that's kind of the whole point. It's like they're very shallow and weak. And here's a big thing I would say, and this is a huge thing about roguelikes and gacha games. I think something that would improve them a lot is if you could actually lose. Most of these gacha game roguelikes are so easy. You just go in, you just pick what, like, I don't know, you pick the same thing every time or whatever is OP. You just go in and you just win.
Right.
It, like almost every time.
No,
I've heard Slay the Spire 2 is really good.
No. Okay, so this is why you really do need to play the original Arknights, because Arknights does not fuck around. Like you, sometimes you'll choose a path and it will just fuck you up. Like you do not have the operators, and they will just like send wave after wave after wave, and you are instantly dead. You have to like start all over again. And I'm talking about integrated strategies for those that know what I'm talking about. And one of the benefits, like you say, it's like a just so shallow, and I get that. A lot of them, it's just like get above, continue, get above, continue. But the thing with integrated strategies is like they have this whole, it's like a choose your own adventure type thing. Like they have, it's all randomized. Like, again, part of the
CZN is the streamer forever games.
The buffs are randomized. It's actually the
you could definitely get a lot of grinding out of CZN.
Different characters you meet
going for decks and stuff.
Different characters along the way that give you different buffs or debuffs or whatever. You can choose whether to take them up on this thing. Again, a bit more on the gacha on there, a bit more on the gamba, and it's all this different. And they have like different endings as well. And you also have a
dude. Now that we have the whole map for edge space, they could use the edge space. I know I'm harping on Elden Ring Night Rain, but the principle of Night Rain is like something I never seen before, and I think it's brilliant. And like they could use the edge space map for a Night Rain thing, you know. Just put like points of interest with like enemies of varying difficulty. And it's like, because the thing about Night Rain 2 is that you have to like strategically go from place to place based on like what your equipment and stuff, and get upgrades and like slowly work your way up to the top. And like as you're leveling up, and it's just like a great experience. I don't know, dog.
Another part where they want you to start this integrated strategies with a certain set team, and then can also refresh that team. There's so much like fun and a lot of like different stuff they could put in there, that they do put in there, and it's just, I get what you're saying.
Some of them don't know how launch IS3 felt.
Is already fixed, and they've got this down to a science in Arknights integrated strategies. It's so much fun.
Regardless, though, I would say that that's just the exception, not the rule, though. Jen is basically saying on a grand scale,
for sure.
There's roguelike shit in the gacha space
all that time ago, and no one's using it. So Like,
Yeah.
why aren't
I
they
agree.
doing that then if it's good? Like, fuck. Like, maybe they should be doing that rather than whatever the hell they're doing.
That's why
Like,
I'm hopeful. That's why I'm
Yeah.
hopeful, because with the same company, well, it's not Yostar and Hypergraph different, but like same IP, like Arknights here. If they bring contingency contract from
Yeah, the reason what Ryuka Sensei is trying to say is that the reason that integrated strategy is the exception is, I think, first of all, because integrated strategies was the first roguelite, whatever. It was the one that started the trend, right? And also from that developer interview from that article, this is a different one than the one that got like clickbaited for Endfield. There's like OG Arknights devs, but like from that interview, it was very clear that the devs weren't sitting there like, let's CV paste a roguelike mode because, you know, roguelike is cool. They were sitting there like, how do we make replayable content for Endfield? And this is kind of what they stumbled onto, or like what they decided on, because it made the most sense. Or sorry, for Arknights, did I say Endfield? Because it made the most sense to them, I think, in development, that like this is intimately intertwined with like the identity of Arknights, and it would just go into this so well, and that's why it worked, right? Is there even a 3D roguelike that's not just an FPS? I don't know. The people who don't have patience, but they want Enfield having all those Arknights game modes day one. The thing is, like, you know, something like integrated strategies might not even work in Enfield, and that's because I talked about that in my last video, but simply because, like, the replayability video, simply because, you know, you have the evidence of how they had roguelike mode in CBT1 and they scrapped it, and just the way that integrated strategies was actually developed in Arknights is not really like, you know, rather than starting from like we need a roguelike to like let's make this, right? It was starting from we need replayable game mode, and then they arrived there. Like roguelite was the conclusion, not the starting point, right? Like when gacha's core gameplay is built around roguelike and focuses on that aspect, not the other way around, where they forcibly add something that artificially extends playtime. Yeah, exactly. I wish everyone read that article. It was a good one. It was a good one. Six years worth of content, OG Arknight. Surely Enfield will have everything. Yeah. Risk of Rain 2. Oh yeah, Risk of Rain 2. Hand of Fate. It's also like from the interview, right, where they talked about because this interview was talking about the development of integrated strategies, and from the interview, the devs kind of described that they like came up with this idea, or they felt the need to make replayable content. So then they kind of came up with this idea. They tested it like internally, and people liked it. So then they made the beta version, which was this event called Kobe's Fungamist, or whatever you would call it, however you pronounce it. And so that was like that was like them beta testing this idea to the actual player base. And then after Kobe's Fungamist, it took them like quite a long time. Because by the time they got integrated strategies, it was like beginning of 2022. And even like Kobe's Fungamist was like 2020 or something like that, like summer of 2020. So it took them a long time to even develop that. And they had to like beta test it, and you know. So the process of creating a mode like that inherently takes a lot of time and almost like requires you to beta test it to your player base, you know. Rather than just like, this was in Arknights, we need to CV paste it into Enfield. Otherwise, like, people are going to think we're indie developers because we're not learning the lessons of the last 7 years or something, you know? it was like 7 months from Fungimus to IS2. 7 months. It's weird. In the article, maybe no, maybe it was in 2021. Forgot the timeline from the article.
Arknights.
It could have been Kobe's Fungimus was in 2021, and then their internal testing was in 2020 or something like that.
Here and do it well. I've got high hopes that they're going to bring integrated strategies from OG Arknights and bring it in here and do the same thing well. If they can do that, I think
IS is not simply a roguelike slapped onto a tower defense. You need to cook them together well so they actually make sense. Yeah. Like, I think roguelike was considered the like the skeleton key or whatever. Like, it solves all your problems. Just slap it in there. It's like perfect replayable game mode, but that's, kind of been proven to be not true.
Other people can be really happy with like really cool, really interesting replayable content. That's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, because it's like if they're not afraid to incorporate game modes from the past original game, then it means they're not going to be afraid to add more in the future. So yeah, obviously there's going to be hope for you there. But again, at the same time, like Smack said, it is the exception, not the rule. So even if it works for OG Arknights, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for every other gacha game that does it. So yeah,
we're just speaking about this game specifically. Though.
Yeah.
Now,
go on, sorry, go after you.
I was
You get
just gonna
CC'd
say
and
what I
6
meant
months
by
after we get
exception,
integrated
not the rule, is
strategies.
that, like that Ryuk found that one example of a gotcha game that actually works or did the roguelike correctly, but the 99% of gotcha games are doing what Jenna's saying. It's just this very surface level, shallow version of something that exists on a grander scale in real games. Yeah.
I agree. I'm just saying, like, for this case, again, same IP. I've got more high hopes that I don't think it's going to be as shallow as Jenna might be worried about. But he and you are also completely correct. Like,
some of this chat is so funny.
When they do, it does end up just being buff. You can't really lose, just buff. But
Wua Anniversary is going to be so goated. Wua Annie is so freaking awful. Leaks are sad.
This
I'll
one,
take the attack buff.
really do kick your ass.
I think the
The
problem
dichotomy
here,
of
though,
man.
is that OG Arknights wasn't trying to capture the masses. This is probably the biggest problem with Wuwa, Genshin, Arknights. It's like their games are AAA premium games set out to target a lot more people, which is going to inherently put a fucking wrench in that type of hardcore gameplay that you got to experience in the original Arknights. So it's one of those like situations where I love that you are optimistic about it, but I do think unless they do what I said they do and they continue to filter, I do think it's a bit, just a slight bit of naivety in there, just because of the AAA fucking beautiful graphic quality game that they've already designed. If that makes sense.
A game for everyone is a game for no one. Dead rose emoji.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting conversation. That's why I'm first of all, I thank you guys.
See, like, I think with the context of like with the context of that article that we were talking about, it's the idea that, maybe if you're talking about like a roguelike in Endfield to be pessimistic, yeah, probably. And I think Hypergriff themselves tested it and didn't like it, so they scrapped it. But I think when it comes to making game modes, it's the design philosophy that Hypergriff talked about in the interview, which is, like, they didn't have the philosophy that the other games had when they saw integrated strategy was successful. We need to copy that. Their strategy was like, how do we make replayable content for our game, right? And if they apply that, they can make some game mode that maybe like we can't even think of, can't even conceive what they're capable of, something like
taking
that.
your time to have this podcast with me, but I was pretty much thinking to myself, because I asked them while I was reading the chat, there were people who were just saying like generalized terms without any real ideas. They were saying more co-op, more in-game, more pulls, more like there wasn't actually a real definitive idea that could be inserted into Endfield. Not saying that was everybody, but like there wasn't a real idea that can actually improve the game's current standings in terms of the replay value. Because at the end of the day, I think we've proved this over the last 20 years. Gamers don't know what the fuck they want in a game. They just know that the current game they're playing right now is
Like the current content in Endfield is not for me. The events aren't fun, and there's not much to do after you finish the story, factory, and exploration. Completed Edge Space and Monument for the rewards, and we'll never touch them again. But did you enjoy? Because it sounds like you did everything. So did you enjoy it while you were doing it, or did you not enjoy it while you were doing it? Is my question to you. Because if you actually have like done everything, but like, you didn't like it, I mean. But did you enjoy it while you were doing it, and it's just like now you've run out of stuff to do, or
Isn't enjoyable to a degree that they want it to be.
Yeah, I will say, I think it's
Arcanets was definitely trying to capture the masses, just released in CN first, so they focused there and were very successful. Okay.
fair to not know exactly what you want.
She loves adapting games from other genres into the game. They added a base builder into OG and auto chess. Okay. Yeah, I mean maybe glazed HD a little too hard. I mean, you know, just from reading that article, you know. But I'm sure they also do the thing where it's like, let's get this kind of mode from something else, you know. I did not enjoy it. So why did you do all of it? Just reward completionism? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, listen, bro. The thing is, maybe they'll add, maybe like contingency contract will save you, but being fair, if you played everything and didn't like it, maybe it's just not your game, you know?
But
Yeah.
just things to be better.
Yeah, of
Because I
course.
do think that there's
I don't want them to put low quality permanent stuff in the game. I think it's good they're taking their time. Yeah, that's good. I agree.
I mean, to bring up the example again, something like Path of Exile, a lot of the time people wouldn't know what they wanted, but then sometimes GGG would be like, here's the big new patch, and people were like, holy shit, this is insane. Like, this looks amazing. And
Yeah.
even with a game like Epic 7 in the past, there would be some patches where people would be like, this is incredible. Like, I can't believe how insane this sounds. So I think
Like this is an interesting thing they're saying too, because there's you know the people who might have been around for a while might remember I brought this up before. There's like a Steve Jobs quote where he said something about how, like, you know, essentially like people don't know what they want. Like the customer doesn't know what they want. And so like it's not like it's like our job to just like make something they like, basically. Does that make sense? He doesn't expect like people to know what they like when you're trying to innovate and make something like totally new that people have not like conceived of before, then, you know, the audience is not necessarily going to know what they want. They'll just kind of know whether they like something or don't like something, you know?
developers, the onus is on the developer to make things that
Yeah,
surprise
yeah.
the player.
It's like it's
and
the developer.
excite
That's
them.
why it's their job
But
to like make the
sometimes
game.
the
You know?
players should actually have some concept of
And
what they
also
actually
true.
want.
Yeah.
It's a mixture
Yeah,
of both.
yeah.
It's a mixture of both. You know what I mean? I just saw a chatter in my chat say the same thing, like, "Oh, that's on the developer." Well, it's on the developer, but it's also on you to provide the proper feedback as well. Otherwise, I mean, the developer can only cook so much. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, they do need.
I mean, it comes down to like how constructive or detailed feedback is, I guess. He's so right. PoE is the best example of people not knowing what they want. Designing entertainment is hard, yeah. It's not the customer's job to know what they want. Yeah, it's all like pretty true. I think like, you know, there is some like give and take relationship, right? Like, you know, you give your feedback, which gives direction to maybe how the developers choose to make content. Like if the people like a certain thing or don't like a certain thing. You can also say that some developers are just like, we're just going to go make the best stuff possible that we think is the best, and we just hope that people like it. You know, there's a trap, and like I think that's why Steve Jobs said that, is because if you worry too much about catering to the customer or the audience or whatever, then rather than doing your thing, which is to like, innovate and make something extremely new and follow all of these design, rabbit holes and like, where do you go? What do you might compromise that process if you're always worried at every turn, like, were people a fan of this? Were they not? Are they going to like this? Are they not going to like this? Like I think like in the Jeff Kaplan interview too, when he talks about game development, it's like, at the end of the day, the most pure, like most legendary games, it came from a very pure process of, we're just making something that we think is like sick, right? Like we're just making a game that we think would be like the sickest game to play, rather than being a slave to like what the player base is saying or whatever. Fill out all surveys, yeah. Both sides have to be engaging. Feedback is giving and receiving. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, the feedback part of it is like, if you can describe, why something is not satisfactory, or like where something falls short, like that does help for sure. Like when we describe like how to fix etch-based salvage, I'm sure like, it helps them understand like why the content is not hitting, right? Maybe our ideas are not like worthy of like game developer ideas, but like just describing like, where the content is not hitting, it probably helps a lot, I would say. I think.
Need that feedback from the player base. To kind of solidify.
People might not know what they want, but they definitely know what they don't want. Yeah, I've heard that before too, yeah.
That concrete idea that can expand upon their pre-existing gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I
Francis, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say. I think every point everyone's making is correct. But someone's mentioned one of you guys. I think it's you, Smack, said about multiplayer, or Jenna said it might have been just maybe multiplayer. I don't know if Enfield it could incorporate multiplayer. Maybe it could, maybe it couldn't. But I don't, maybe that's something that could improve the game's experience and improve the game's enjoyability. I know we were used to do a lot of multiplayer things. Now it's non-existent. So maybe that's an avenue that Enfield could capitalize on.
It's not the player's job to come up with new innovative ideas. It's to give feedback, to tweak their ideas into something the player base is happy with. Yeah. Like when I keep talking about like Elden Ring Night Rain, right? I don't know. I don't think Elden Ring Night Rain would fit 1-to-1 into Enfield, but my hope is that when I convey like why this game mode in Elden Ring Night Rain is just so enjoyable, maybe the feedback will come across that like, if we can go for this type of feeling, like whatever feeling that this content in Night Rain evokes, how can our game evoke that feeling or something like that? Might be like the better, like the best case scenario.
Since not many other gacha games of the same genre are capitalizing on that market. I know
there's a reason for that though.
Can you explain? I'm not as knowledgeable.
I think Seven Deadly Sins Origins is a perfect example. I think Do at Night Abyss is a perfect example as too. The reason why they keep like anti-multiplaying developing their patches is because it takes away from an inherent quality of their game. If they instill multiplayer in there, then it's gonna like make the servers a bit more.
Biggest problem with they know what they don't want is most can't elaborate on that in any like in any like actual way. Yeah. It's a lot of the like people who know what they don't want, like they're the ones who are like screeching into the like I'm unhappy or whatever. Yeah. Big open world gacha games are for the casual masses. I don't think we'll see difficult content that requires actual brain activity. Yes, they are kind of designed for the casual masses. but I think in a way what Enfield has done is shown they're not necessarily doing the same. Like, you know, if you look at the design decision behind the limited movement system, right? The fact that moving around the world, like moving around an open world in those other games doesn't really require you to use your brain, but moving around the world in Arknight and Enfield kind of does in many ways. Because you can't just climb over obstacles and things like that. You can't fly, you can't do this or that. Like, you know, sometimes navigating around makes you use your brain, which is like a departure from the classic, even if it's not in a huge way. It's like I think it's a noticeable enough departure. Does that make sense? Does that like sound like a I don't know, coherent? Yeah, bring a SWAT if you don't have weapon sets, kill certain enemy bosses to get gears and weapons and stuff. Yeah. I mean, I think they could do what like the ZZZ thing where, you know, here's a new ability for your character or something. That could be cool. It's a lot of work, but yeah, the early days of Genshin where they didn't have endgame due to player anxiety, I freaking hated that. That was such a cop out.
Or I don't know the correct terminology for it, but it's definitely going to take away from the polish. And it's usually typically when they do it inside of a gacha
what's up,
game,
Trinity?
because everything's such a copy pasta of original games, which means it's surface level, the replay value still ends up kind of relatively being the same based off their own data. And so it's like the extra resources, the extra problems that come attached with them making it a multiplayer game typically have been proven to be not only not successful, but provide more issues that aren't worth the investment.
Let's see if we can like
and like I said, Seven Deadly Sins.
We're like never gonna
like,
finish this.
The quality of it was pretty fucking ass because of
that there's like, what are you going to do on the regular in co-op? Like, there's nothing really to do. One thing that I do know,
yeah,
that I've
co-op
seen,
usually
other gacha
meaninless,
games,
useless.
that I
Yeah,
don't think any, and maybe some people might know, called Orient Arcadia. There's some other games as well. Basically, it's not like an always available co-op thing. What they do is like they have a co-op mode that's only available at a very specific time. And people jump in at that time. That's when everyone logs in. Okay, okay, I know this is going to open at this time, and then everyone.
It's funny how Breath of the Wild started the trend
together.
of freedom open world gacha, and now we are praising the restricted exploration of older games. It was the repetitive stuff of that time. Dang, is that an accurate read on it? That's kind of interesting. But I mean, like, isn't Breath of the Wild more? I don't know. I thought there was more like stuff you could do in Breath of the Wild open world.
Might be a bit stressful on the servers, depending on how big it is. But
Do you play Mongol Stardive? I've not. Is it good? I've not seen anything about it. I've seen some ads.
You can get that sense of society and people working together against maybe like a raid boss type thing.
Oh, carry me, bro.
Yeah,
like, dude, kill this guy. And then you sit there and you watch the guy shoot like 3 bullets and then he just fucking kills it. It's like, yo, and then the loot comes out. Dude.
I know Jenna's like fucking, he's taking a piss right there. But what I mean is if it worked, then they would do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Male characters, but it's related to it, but not quite. So
yeah, co-op is hard. What I'll say about co-op is like they'd have to get real creative. The only thing I could think of for co-op was like if like you queue into a game, everybody gets in, and then there's like a voting phase where you vote. Like they have like static 4-person teams, like 4-character teams, and you vote on which team you want to play, and then you basically like every person picks a character inside the team or something, you know? Or you could just have like everybody is playing their own individual team. I don't fucking know. It'd be hard though. It'd be kind of tough.
the game has a like
because like what are you gonna do if you end up having to play Ardelia? You're gonna press E a bunch of times? Like what are you gonna do? I don't know if it would be really, I don't know what you could do to make co-op work in this game.
Sister pair as the main characters, and it's not self-insert, right? And so you interact with all the characters. The cutscenes are actually crazy good, but you interact with all these characters and stuff. Well, Korean players, they were like, it's not immersive enough, and why are girls touching the male character? What's up?
Okay. I think they're kind of just
with
kind
that. Like,
of
what the fuck? That's supposed to be me. And
they're
like,
just kind of
all
vibing for
this
the rest of
stuff,
this.
right? It's same that happened with Cesium and all that kind of things. And now the game has said that they're shifting the focus of things. They're like,
If I want
no
to play co-op with gacha players, I might as well play League. Yeah, I mean, did I ever try the beta? No, I've never tried Mongol Star Dive or whatever. I've never tried it. Genshin copy a lot from Breath of the Wild, but dumbed it down. It only work if you have 8 characters, so 2 teams of 4, each controlled by a player. Yeah, you would have to like the combat in Arknights would not work if you could only control one character. You would need to be able to like still control a team, you know? Shoot. Like you need to still control a team. So yeah, it might just be like multiple people each controlling their team or something. Every gacha game is a clone of Helldivers 2. This is an interesting thesis statement. Difficult boss fights with puzzle-like raid mechanics could work for co-op Endfield. I mean, like we were saying for Destiny 2, I mean, or for Destiny, right? I don't know about Destiny 2 as much, but like, you know, like Vault of Glass, it was like stand on a plate, shoot the thing, pick up the relic, shoot the thing with the relic. Like, you know, how crazy did the mechanics have to be?
male characters for at least 6 months of the game, probably means forever.
Jesus Christ.
In the future, characters are not going to be
I think her shit just goes hard. But that's not to say I think Zong, whatever her name is not fun. I just think it's pretty simplistic, bro. You power up and do a goddamn battle skill. Speaking of which, because I know I got a chuckle out of that. I think, bro, the give him a name that's simple, man. Jeez, how am I even gonna search that up on YouTube?
Man, that's what Chinese players saying about you. They're like, the fuck is gacha smack, bro?
Yeah.
What is that? It's something simple like Bang Yi.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, well, to a Chinese player, I'm sure the name is like super normal, right? Like, if you're like a fluent Chinese, I'm sure like a Chinese, yeah, right? Isn't that right?
That's so funny and fair too, dude.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, if you guys want to watch the rest, I feel like we watched so much of it, but we skipped some at the end, and then this ending part is entertaining because it's just like kind of vibing and chilling. But yeah, I feel like, guys, I didn't know we were gonna spend so long on this, but we did. So there it is. All right. I think I need to go eat because I'm like really hungry, and that was really long. I'm gonna be posting my YouTube video today, so like check it out. You know, it's about minigame slop if you're interested. You know, check it out. Click on it, watch the entire thing for my watch time metric. Just kidding. Okay. I will see you guys in the next one, and thank you for watching. Thanks for lurking, chatting, hanging out. I really appreciate everybody, seeing everybody. It was cool discussions today for sure. A lot of cool discussions and stuff. So, Mongol in 22 hours. All right. I'll see you guys later. And, oh yeah, we'll do the OSTs again next time for exploration. All right. Take care. Stay safe out there. See you next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.